Members, the Speaker.
I acknowledge the Ngunnawal and Ngambri peoples who are the traditional custodians of the Canberra area and pay respect to the elders, past and present, of all Australia's Indigenous peoples. Almighty God, we humbly beseech thee to vouchsafe thy blessing upon this Parliament. Direct and prosper our deliberations to the advancement of thy glory and the true welfare of the people of Australia. Our Father, which art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done on earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our trespasses, as we forgive them that trespass against us. And lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. For thine is the kingdom, and the power, and the glory, for ever and ever. Amen. I give the call to the honourable member for Macquarie.
Thank you, Speaker. I present the 37th report of the Petitions Committee for the 47th Parliament, together with 87 petitions and 58 ministerial responses to petitions previously presented. Today's report includes one paper petition which relates to the Artarmon Post Office and received more than 1,800 signatures. The 86 electronic petitions were ruled in order by the committee in November last year, so they closed for signatures during the break-in sittings. Some topics included among these petitions are social media age restrictions and a range of healthcare, tax and visa matters. Requests for new e-petitions continued to come in over the summer. Those certified in order by the committee are currently on the House Petitions webpage for signature collection. Thank you, Speaker.
The call to the honourable member. I call the clerk.
Committee and Delegation Business. Item number 1. Joint Standing Committee on Migration Delegation.
Give the call to the honourable member for Cornwall.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. I present the report of the Joint Standing Committee on Migration Delegation to New Zealand and Vanuatu from 26 to 31st of August 2024 and wish to make a statement.
Member may proceed.
Mr Speaker, I rise to present the report of the New Zealand and Vanuatu delegation of the Joint Standing Committee on Migration entitled Joint Standing Committee on Migration Delegation, New Zealand and Vanuatu, 26 to the 31st of August 2024. The report recounts the various meetings and site visits the delegation undertook while in New Zealand and Vanuatu and outlines the matters discussed at these meetings. Australia maintains extremely close and friendly relationships with both of these countries, with migration strongly underpinning and reinforcing these bilateral relationships. The delegation was honoured to have the opportunity to visit these countries to discuss a wide range of matters related to migration. To begin with, the delegation visited Wellington, New Zealand between the 26th and the 28th of August. While in Wellington, the delegation met with a range of organisations and individuals, including New Zealand's Associate Minister for Immigration, the Honourable Casey Costello, the New Zealand Opposition Spokesperson for Migration, the Honourable Phil Twyford, the New Zealand Ministry of Foreign Affairs and Trade, New Zealand's Education and Workforce Committee, Health New Zealand, Immigration New Zealand, the New Zealand Red Cross and the Medical Council of New Zealand. These meetings, Mr Speaker, provided the delegation the chance to discuss virtually every aspect of New Zealand's migration system, as well as matters affecting New Zealanders within Australia's migration system, such as the recent changes to allow New Zealand residents in Australia a direct path to Australian citizenship. Of particular interest to the delegation in relation to New Zealand's migration system were New Zealand's system of seasonal employment and New Zealand's close relationship with its Pacific neighbours within this system, New Zealand's approach to attracting and retaining international healthcare workers, and New Zealand's approach to settlement services for refugees. The delegation felt that there is scope for Australia to learn from New Zealand's experience in dealing with our own seasonal worker program, our healthcare workforce shortages, and our own refugee settlement services. Between 29 and 31st of August, Mr Speaker, the delegation visited Vanuatu's capital city, Port Vila. The delegation's time in Vanuatu provided an opportunity to discuss Vanuatu's participation in the Pacific Australia Labour Mobility Scheme, or the PALM scheme as it's known, via which thousands of near Vanuatu workers have already contributed to Australia's primary industries and which acts as an important source of remittances and upskilling for near Vanuatu people. The delegation also discussed the recently announced Pacific Engagement Visa, which provides up to 150 permanent visas each year for 9 near Vanuatu people wishing to live and work in Australia. While in Vanuatu, Mr Speaker, the delegation met with individuals such as Vanuatu's Minister for Internal Affairs, the Honourable Andrew Napuat MP, Vanuatu's Minister for Finance, the Honourable Johnny Koanapo MP, and Vanuatu's Commissioner of Labour, Ms Muriel Meltonoven, and organisations such as VLAB and Yumi Growem, which provide support for returned seasonal workers to start their own businesses, and the International Organisation for Migration, the IOM, which, among other things, facilitates training sessions for seasonal workers and their families prior to their departures. At VLAB and Yumi Growem, the delegation had the opportunity to meet with former seasonal workers who had used the skills and finances accumulated through participation in seasonal worker programs to establish small businesses. It was gratifying for the delegation to see how seasonal work in Australia can translate to small business opportunities for near Vanuatu entrepreneurs and contribute to sustained economic growth for Vanuatu. The delegation also visited an IOM-facilitated training session for outgoing seasonal workers and their families. The delegation was delighted to have the opportunity to speak firsthand with seasonal workers destined for Australia to hear about their experiences and expectations. While in Vanuatu, Mr Speaker, the delegation was honoured to be hosted for an evening reception at the official residence of the Australian High Commissioner to Vanuatu, His Excellency Mr Max Willis. The reception allowed the delegation to speak with some of Vanuatu's political leaders, including members of Vanuatu's Parliament. Madam the Honourable Jenny Reganavu and the Lord Mayor of Port Vila, Ms Marie-Louise Milne, as well as staff of Vanuatu's Parliament and officials of the Australian High Commission in Vanuatu. Finally, on behalf of the delegation, Mr Speaker, I'd like to thank the officials of the Australian High Commissions in New Zealand and Vanuatu for facilitating such a stimulating and insightful series of meetings and events and ensuring that the delegation was where it needed to be, when it needed to be there. I also thank the staff of the International and Parliamentary Relations Office here in Canberra, in Parliament House, for all their hard work in bringing this program together and facilitating our travel accommodation and visas. I also thank Mr Danton Leary, the Inquiry Secretary to the Committee, and the Delegation Secretary, who ably supported the delegation while in country. And lastly, I also thank my fellow delegates, Dr Anne Webster, the Deputy Leader of the Delegation and Deputy Chair of the Committee, Mr Cameron Caldwell and Ms Cassandra Fernando for their collegiality and contribution to the delegation, and I commend the report to Parliament.
And I call the clerk.
Private Members' Business, Notice Number 1, Whistleblower Protection Authority Bill 2025.
I give the call to the member for clerk.
Good morning, Speaker. Speaker, I present the Whistleblower Protection Authority Bill 2025 and the explanatory memorandum.
And I the clerk.
First reading, a bill for an act to establish the Whistleblower Protection Authority and for related purposes.
I give the call to the honourable member for clerk.
I move that this bill be now read a second time. Speaker, I'm introducing this bill because the community has been waiting 3 years for the government to enact meaningful reforms to protect whistleblowers. But so far, bugger all has been done and we're all bitterly disappointed. Speaker, Labor talked a big game about transparency before forming government, and they point to the National Anti-Corruption Commission as evidence that the job is done. But the reality is that until we have effective whistleblower protections, the NAC will be diminished because people won't have the confidence to raise allegations. In other words, it's way beyond time for Labor to get serious about transparency and good governance, including by enshrining media freedom laws, meaningfully and not just strategically reforming political donations, legislating truth in political advertising and, vitally, overhauling whistleblower protections. Speaker, where would we be if Tony Hoffman hadn't blown the whistle on Dr Patel at Bundaberg Hospital, or if Alan Kessing hadn't blown the whistle on gaps in security at Sydney Airport? Where would we be if Witness K and Bernard Collaery hadn't blown the whistle on the illegal spying on the East Timor Parliament building? Or if Alicia hadn't blown the whistle on the shocking criminality within the Tasmanian youth justice system? Where would we be if Chelsea Manning, with Julian Assange in WikiLeaks publication, hadn't blown the whistle on US war crimes, including revealing the grainy video of a US helicopter gunning down Iraqi civilians and Reuters journalists in Iraq? My point is, Speaker, my point is that whistleblowers make Australia a better place, and we should be doing everything we can to support them. Otherwise, we won't have whistleblowers, even though they're so essential to our democracy. Now, some people may recall my own history as a whistleblower over the lies justifying the invasion of Iraq, but also my work exposing misconduct under the protection of parliamentary privilege. For example, there was the evidence I tabled in 2017 of Crown Casino tampering with poker machines and turning a blind eye to family violence and drug use, and the footage of an Aldi bag stuffed with millions of dollars being laundered at the casino. Then there was the internal report provided to me by the former head of Clubs New South Wales Anti-Money Laundering and Counter-Terrorism Unit, Troy Stoltz, which found that up to 95% of registered clubs in New South Wales were non-compliant with anti-money laundering and counter-terrorism laws. More recently, there's the evidence I revealed in the Parliament of widespread fraud within the Australian export coal industry, the thousands of documents I tabled showing misuse of funds by Hillsong Church, and the dangerous secret drug testing being conducted by the AFL. But, Speaker, parliamentary privilege should only be used as a last resort, because better still would be for our laws, practices and agencies to actually work. But in my experience, they don't, which is why whistleblowers don't feel safe to speak out themselves and often come to me instead. Speaker, if you want hard evidence that our whistleblower protection legislation doesn't work, then just look at the case of Richard Boyle, the former Australian Tax Office official who faces the prospect of life in prison for revealing information about egregious behaviour within the Australian Taxation Office, information which has been proven to be correct. I'll say that again, Speaker. Richard Boyle revealed information about appalling misconduct within the ATO, information which has found to be true, and it is he who faces prison time. And then there's David McBride, the former Australian Army lawyer who provided the APC with documents containing information about Australian soldiers committing war crimes in Afghanistan, which led to the ABC's publication The Afghan Files in 2017. And again, despite these allegations being backed up by the horrific findings of the Brereton report, it is David McBride, the whistleblower, who was the first person to front court, and indeed the first person to be convicted of any crime. David is currently serving a 5-year and 8-month jail sentence for revealing this horrific wrongdoing. This is just baffling, Speaker. Clearly, we desperately need to reform our whistleblowing laws. Clearly, the Public Interest Disclosure Act in particular, as well as the whistleblower protections in the Corporations Act, need to be completely overhauled. which is something Labor, and specifically the Attorney-General, committed to doing before forming government in 2022. But that wouldn't be the end of it, because another yawning gap is the means to facilitate whistleblowing in a practical sense by establishing a whistleblower protection authority, which is what this bill I'm introducing today would do. Such an agency is long overdue and is something the Labor Party actually promised before the 2019 election. As the title suggests, Speaker, this bill would establish an independent statutory authority responsible for providing information, advice, assistance, guidance and support to whistleblowers and potential whistleblowers. The authority would consist of a Whistleblower Protection Commissioner, Deputy Commissioners, a Chief Executive Officer and appropriately experienced and trained staff. It would be empowered to receive and facilitate the investigation of whistleblower disclosures, assist whistleblowers and potential whistleblowers, investigate the mistreatment of whistleblowers and undertake enforcement activities as necessary. Importantly, the authority would conduct research and policy work in relation to the efficacy of Australia's whistleblower protection laws and would monitor, educate and advise on how to prevent detrimental actions against whistleblowers. Speaker, the bill would also establish a Whistleblower Protection Advisory Board to provide advice to the Commissioner and the Parliamentary Joint Committee on the Whistleblower Protection Authority to appoint the Commissioner and to monitor and review the performance of the Commissioner. Speaker, this bill has been drafted in consultation with experts who specialise in whistleblower protections, and in particular I would like to thank Kieran Pender and Madeline Howell from the Human Rights Law Centre and Professor AJ Brown from Griffith University, who is also Chair of Transparency International Australia. Speaker, my crossbench colleagues and I are ready to work collaboratively with the government and opposition to reform our country's whistleblower protection framework, and it starts today with this bill. So I urge them to get on board and support it, and in doing so to finally demonstrate that they really do recognise whistleblowers as an essential building block of a healthy democracy and society. That whistleblowers actually are the heroes here, not the villains. And in my remaining time, Speaker, I'd like to invite the member for Indi to say a few words.
Is the motion seconded? To call the member for Indi.
Thank you, Speaker. I'm very proud to second this bill from the member for Clark today, who has been a champion for whistleblowers for the whole time that he has been in this place. Whistleblowers are vital to a healthy democracy. They play a significant role in exposing serious wrongdoing by politicians, by government agencies and corporations. And just in the last few years, Speaker, whistleblowers have helped reveal the harmful and unlawful robo-debt scheme, elder abuse in the aged care sector, PwC scandal, just to name a few, where confidential government information was used to help private clients avoid paying tax in the PwC case. When whistleblowers make the hard decision, and it is a hard decision, a risky decision to speak out about wrongdoing such as this, we, all of us, need to have their back. But right now, Australia's whistleblower protection laws are broken. Brave people who speak up about war crimes or corruption are facing criminal charges and even prison. And as the member for Clark just noted, right now, on foot, is the case with Richard Boyle. And Mr Boyle helped expose the Australian Taxation Office's unethical practices of seizing money directly from taxpayers' accounts without regard for that person's circumstances, such as whether they are women escaping domestic violence or small business owners with serious health issues. Just appalling. And for this decision, Mr Boyle is now facing prosecution and potential jail. And the courts, this is the bit that's amazing actually, because the courts have accepted, and I quote, that Mr Boyle is a whistleblower as the term is commonly understood. But yet our whistleblower protection laws are so flimsy that he has no protection. And this is why we so desperately need the promise fulfilled from this Albanese government to establish a whistleblower protection authority to help future people come forward. Everyday Australians who right now out there are potentially wanting to blow the whistle, and we need them to, but they take grave risk in doing so. A whistleblower protection authority will support and protect whistleblowers and potential whistleblowers by being that much needed one-step shop. And furthermore, as the member for Clark has said, a whistleblower protection authority would assist us in the prevention of corruption in the first place. We need it, and we need it now. We need a comprehensive whistleblower protection reform. In 2019, Labor promised to establish a whistleblower protection authority. The clock has been ticking for 3 years. We're rapidly facing an election and it's nowhere to be seen. We need the crossbench to push on this.
The question is, this bill will now read a second time. The time allocated for this debate has expired. The debate is adjourned and the resumption of the debate will be made an order of the day for the next sitting. I call the clerk.
Private members' business, notice number 2, National Land Transport Act Amendment, Better Value for Taxpayers Bill 2025.
Move the call to the honourable member for Wentworth.
I present the National Land Transport Act Amendment, Better Value for Taxpayer Bill 2025 and the explanatory memorandum.
And I call the clerk.
First reading, a bill for an act to amend the National Land Transport Act 2014 and for related purposes.
Give a call to the honourable member for Wentworth.
I move that this bill now be read a second time. While an election hasn't yet been called, already the Prime Minister and the opposition leader are out on the campaign trail promising billions of dollars of infrastructure and other projects around the country. They want you to be grateful for their generosity, but they keep on forgetting that this is our money they're spending and we aren't getting value for money. That is what worries my electorate of Wentworth. We are still battling to overcome inflationary pressures in our economy. Building costs have seen some of the worst areas of inflation, with costs up 30% since the pandemic. Infrastructure Australia warned back in 2019 that public sector infrastructure needed to slow down to avoid inflationary pressures both in public and private construction. But instead, they both kept spending to the point that our infrastructure pipeline has $32 billion worth of cost pressures off a $120 billion base. That is our costs that we weren't anticipating in the initial project memorandums, but those costs have blown out. $32 billion worth. You might forgive them if these were truly the most important projects for the country, the ones that were truly nation-building, the ones that would transform the lives of ordinary Australians. But we don't have that guarantee. As the sports rort and the continually blowing out suburban rail loop show, too often these projects just don't stack up. The decisions are political, not for the country. The business cases are too often hidden. The budgets are too often blown. This is not value for money. This is not accountable spending. This is not integrity, and this needs to stop. And that is where this bill comes in. It should just be the start. This is a very simple bill. This bill would ensure better value for taxpayers on large and expensive infrastructure projects and ensure that these projects are selected for national interest, not political gain. And it does this in 4 simple ways. Firstly, it requires government to put in place a long-term land transport infrastructure spending strategy over a 10-year period. We may have elections every 3 years, but the infrastructure decisions that are critical to this country must not blow with every political wind. Secondly, it requires the government to make public at the time of announcement all the business cases above a threshold to allow the public to scrutinise every investment decision. Secondly, it requires the government to make public at the time. Thirdly, it requires the minister to come back to Parliament when there are material changes to the cost of a project, and sadly the numbers only ever go up, never down, and outline any mitigation strategies so they are accountable, the ministers are accountable for these blowouts. And finally, the bill requires the government to complete and publish an independent post-completion review of all projects above a threshold. This ensures that we'll actually learn from past cost blowouts and we don't consistently under-budget projects. These measures sound simple, and that is because they are. I spent most of my life before politics in business, and the sort of discipline I'm outlining is really par for the course. It's pretty much the basics in the real world, business world out there, but not in the world in here. Most people would ask me, surely this already happens. But the truth is it doesn't. The Holton Review, a 2023 review that this government recommended, found significant issues in how projects were determined and determined that there were serious doubts on the federal government's capability to be an informed investor in national transport infrastructure. The review of the infrastructure investment pipeline identified 80 projects that shouldn't go ahead. But the government hasn't told us what 80 those are. So we don't know, what's been cancelled and if those are the projects that should be cancelled based on that analysis. That's not transparent, that's not accountable, and it's not good value for taxpayers' money. Our country's finances are in a structural deficit. Inflation is still higher than it should be, and it is hurting Australian families. We in this House need to be pulling back on spending wherever we can to relieve inflationary pressures and to deliver value for money to this country and ensure that we don't just build up more debt. That should be the job of this Parliament. I'm writing to the government and the opposition leaders to commit to this bill and these changes, and I challenge them to explain to the Australian people why they aren't in the interests of this country. And certainly from the government side, it shouldn't be so hard because some of these measures are actually based on what the Prime Minister, as when he was the Shadow Minister for Infrastructure, was seeking himself as that Shadow Minister. But this needs to be start of a broader approach. We need to systematically look at spending across the board to work out where can we redirect, where do we have to reduce it to get better value for money elsewhere. The crossbench has consistently argued for integrity in government spending, to end the rorts, and this is part of that push. Too often, politicians show that they care about an issue by committing hundreds of millions of dollars in some big announcement. We need an approach in this Parliament that shows that we care by committing to achieve outcomes at the lowest possible cost, not with the highest possible fanfare, which is our current approach. And this needs to be just the start on how we get better value for taxpayers' money across this Parliament. And finally, I would like to thank a couple of people in particular for this work. Stephen Burgess and as well as Stephen Olchin have both made an incredible contribution to this bill, and I'm very grateful for their support in this. I would like now to give my remaining time to invite the member for Curtin to say a few words.
Is the motion seconded? Call the member for Curtin.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. I rise to second the member for Wentworth's National Land Transport Act Amendment Better Value for Taxpayers Bill. And I commend her once again on her constructive contribution to the 47th Parliament. Like many on the crossbench today, she's offering up rational policy that takes a long-term approach. Now, this bill would put in place a range of things that I assumed already happened. Coming from the private sector, I assumed that taxpayer money would be spent carefully on the things that make the most sense. But the reality is actually a bit depressing. No business case is needed, no blowouts have to be explained, and we never check whether projects actually delivered what they were meant to deliver. As we enter pork barrelling season before an election, it's more important than ever for taxpayers to see that their money is being spent well. So when governments want to spend our money on big projects, this bill requires them to do a few things. Firstly, they have to have a long-term infrastructure plan. Secondly, they need to publish a business case showing each project's actually worth doing. They need to explain the reasons if there's a cost or time blowout, and also actually learn from each project for next time so we can get better at delivering infrastructure. These are sensible and reasonable measures, and apparently they're also pretty radical because neither party wants to be scrutinised when they're in Parliament, in government. Big infrastructure projects are an opportunity to create the future we want. They can also be a useful economic management tool if they're done at the right time of the economic cycle. But if they're done at the wrong part of the cycle, they can drive costs up. And for example, at the moment, we desperately need more housing supply. But the housing sector is competing for construction workers competing for construction workers with the $120 billion worth of large-scale infrastructure projects in the pipeline. Now, some of these projects should wait, but how would we prioritise the best ones? It's really hard to do without a business case. I was absolutely floored when I found out that big infrastructure projects don't have to have a business case. Governments can commit to spending hundreds of millions, even billions of dollars, without proving that the project's needed, that it will deliver benefits, or that it's actually worth doing. It's such a reasonable request to ask governments to publish a business case and explain it when there's a cost blowout. And after projects have been delivered, they should have to be evaluated. Can you believe they don't have to be? We never find out if a project achieved its goals, or if we can change our assumptions in the future so that we can better estimate the costs of future projects. The changes proposed in this bill would rebuild public trust in government decision-making and allow us to learn from our failures and also from our successes. I commend this bill to the House, and I urge the government to bring this bill on for debate. This is something that all Australians will benefit from, and both sides of the House should be held accountable for their spending decisions. Thank you.
I thank the member for Curtin. The time allotted for this debate has... The question is that this bill will be now read a second time. The time allotted for this debate has expired. The debate is adjourned, and the resumption of the debate will be made in order of the day for the next sitting. And I call the clerk.
Private Members' Business, notice number 3, Wellbeing of Future Generations Bill 2025.
Call the member for McKellar.
I present the Wellbeing of Future Generations Bill 2025 and the explanatory memorandum.
Member for McKellar.
I move that this bill now be read a second time.
I call the clerk. And I call the clerk.
First reading, a bill for an act to ensure that public bodies act in pursuit of the well-being of current and future generations of Australians, to establish a Commissioner for Future Generations and for related purposes.
Sorry, I'm a bit rusty this morning, so I'll call the member for McKellar.
Thank you, Speaker. I move that this bill be now read a second time. Mr. Speaker, seemingly insignificant everyday moments can change our lives. There was a moment that changed the direction of my life. One Sunday afternoon, my 12-year-old son and his friends were chatting to me about climate change. And trying hard not to be alarmist, I said that it was something they were likely going to have to deal with. One beautiful boy with a flash in his eyes turned to me and heartily said, "Yes, because you adults have failed us." No malice, just a simple statement of fact. I had to agree with him. Fast forward 3 years, after promising myself to do whatever I could to not leave it to our children to clean up our mess, I'd gone from being a GP to an MP. But that's a story for another day. As parents, we strive to give our children the best possible lives, safe, prosperous, happy and healthy lives. But young people today are going to be the first generation in modern history to be worse off than their parents. Centuries of progress are being undone. Our children, grandchildren and future generations of Australians will inherit a world facing converging crises that we, the current generation of leaders and policy makers, are quite simply responsible for. Climate breakdown, environmental destruction that would have been unimaginable 50 years ago, an extinction crisis, a housing crisis where for too many Australians the dream of owning their own home has become nothing more than a pipe dream. Epidemics of depression and anxiety, of obesity and type 2 diabetes. We've let gambling infiltrate the everyday lives of our children, growing homelessness and poverty, growing inequality and, of course, growing intergenerational inequality. Nor is this list exhaustive, but you get the point. These multiple disasters have not happened overnight. They have been decades, in the making. But decade after decade, despite decision makers and governments knowing about the seriousness of these problems, knowing the causes, and often even knowing the solutions, have not acted or have been unable to act in a way that prevented these problems from occurring or relentlessly getting worse. Instead, we've seen repeated short-term band-aid solutions and policies that have been futile or have even made the situations worse. So what is the cause of the repeated policy failures on so many different fronts? What is to blame? Well, it's clear. The way we make decisions, the way we plan, is failing us. The systems, the structure and culture that promotes short-term thinking, short-term solutions and short-term populism over long-term vision and planning is the crux of the problem. Add to that siloed, blinkered decision-making and you have a recipe for repeated failure. Over the past 3 years, I've witnessed firsthand the way individual portfolios and ministries of the same government may often work at odds with each other, in competition rather than in concert, where the goals and policies of one undermine the goals of another. In facing so many crises, that much-used maxim, the definition of insanity is doing the same thing over and over and expecting a different outcome, has never been more relevant. We must change, and that is what my bill offers today, a different way forward. This bill is heavily based on the groundbreaking work that is being done in Wales. Wales introduced the Wellbeing of Future Generations Act and Commissioner in 2015. The very first step there was to develop a vision for the future of Wales, to hold a national conversation to establish what type of Wales they wanted to hand down to their children and future generations. As Sophie Howe, the former Commissioner of the Wellbeing of Future Generations in Wales, said, "It should not be revolutionary for a country to have a shared vision for their future, but many countries, including Australia, do not." Norway, on the other hand, does have one. They have a $2 trillion sovereign wealth fund for the people of their nation to prosper into the future. We have nearly $1 trillion in debt. And so, this bill introduces a framework to change this, to make sure government and public bodies work together to ensure that they take the well-being of future generations of Australians into account in all of their decision-making. This is not an easy reform. It requires broad cultural change, especially from our leaders. So how will my bill change things? Well, it's based on the fundamental principle that the needs and well-being of the current generation should not compromise the ability of future generations to meet their own needs and well-being. It does 4 things. It creates a legislative framework that ensures intergenerational equity and well-being are taken into account in government and other public decision-making. It imposes a positive duty on government and public bodies to take into account the long-term impact of their decisions. It establishes an independent statutory commissioner for future generations to make sure that everything this Act is trying to achieve is achieved. And lastly, it will start a national conversation on the well-being of future generations in this country. The Commissioner will lead a public consultation process to include a wide diversity of voices to make Australians active co-creators in this new vision for Australia's future. Crucially, it will establish new ways of working that embed long-term considerations and focuses on prevention. It will ensure collaboration and integration of policies of different public bodies and portfolios so that the policies of one do not undermine the policies and wellbeing goals of the other. Australians want politicians to start thinking beyond their own re-election prospects. They want long-term solutions, they want vision, and they want hope. We owe them that much. I'd like to take this moment to thank the many partners who have joined me to make this bill possible, particularly Taylor Hawkins, who has made this process truly inclusive. I thank you so much. I would like to cede the rest of my speaking time to the member of Bass. Thank you.
I thank the member for McKellar. Is the motion seconded?
Second the motion.
Thank the member for Bass. Question is the bill be now read a second time? And I call the member for...
Speaker, after being elected to local
Bass.
government back in 2009, I quickly realised just how short-term the mindset of decision-making can be. Annual budget cycles, 3 or 4 year electoral cycles, and maybe 5-year strategic planning cycles. The system itself a handbrake on a longer-term vision, prioritising short-term political outcomes and expediency over future prosperity. That's been a key motivator for me in my work as a parliamentarian since being elected to this place, and the opportunity to be involved with this issue has been a highlight for me. I'd also particularly like to pay tribute to the amazing Taylor Hawkins, co-founder and managing director of Foundations for Tomorrow. Their mission is to equip Australian leaders to think beyond election cycles and financial quarters, to make the strategic long-term investments that lay the foundations for a thriving community, environment and economy for years to come. It's been exciting to work with Taylor and the team across this term of Parliament to progress this agenda. Which brings us to the bill before us today for an act to establish a framework for embedding consideration of the wellbeing of future generations into government decision-making. It will introduce intergenerational policy making to Australia, which considers the rights and interests of current and future generations concurrently. It seeks to do that by introducing 4 measures: a federal legislative framework for the wellbeing of future generations, imposing a positive duty on public bodies to take into account the long-term impact of their decisions, establishing an independent statutory commissioner for future generations, and requiring a national conversation on future generations. As we've heard, this approach is not revolutionary nor without precedent internationally, and there are many examples that we can look to. This bill represents a clear and positive direction for Australia to take to advance intergenerational fairness and to safeguard the wellbeing of future generations. And I commend the bill to the House.
I thank the member for Bass. The question is the bill be now read a second time. The time allotted for this debate has expired. The debate is adjourned and the resumption of the debate will be made in order of the day for the next sitting. And I call the clerk.
Private members' business, notice number 4. Interactive Gambling Amendment, Know Your Losses Activity Statement Bill 2025.
And I call the member for Mayor.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I present the Interactive Gambling Amendment, Know Your Losses Activity Statement Bill 2025 and the explanatory memorandum.
Call the member. Sorry. Call the clerk.
First reading, a bill for an act to amend the Interactive Gambling Act 2001 and for related purposes.
Call the member for Mayor.
I move that this bill now be read a second time. Deputy Speaker, this is, I think, a very exciting private members bill, and it's going to use the technology that is existing, the knowledge that gambling apps already have, and require them to place in real time a user-friendly information right at the top of the screen of every page on an app the customer's net losses and wins. And this could be by displaying a banner at the top of all screens while wagering, showing in red or green the net position of wins and losses since the commencement of this bill and over the current month and calendar year. And this would really show those who are using these apps exactly how much they've lost. Offences and penalties would be created for online gambling operators who allow customers to gamble without having this information prominently displayed at all times. It has a 6-month lead-up time to ensure that there's a smooth transition, and with an exception to the offence is created for operators who can show that they have exercised due diligence to avoid breaching this restriction. Last year, I reached out to Jake Manier. Now, Jake has been working in technology with mobile phones for 30 years, and he proposed this in his submission to the Parliamentary inquiry into online gambling and its impacts on those experiencing gambling harm that was chaired by the late Peter Murphy. And this suggestion aligned well with my private member's bill to ban the use of credit card for online gambling, and that's been implemented by government. Mm-hmm. And to require customers to acknowledge their net win loss position each time they log on to a gambling website or app, just so that they can pause and think about the losses. Mr Monier was certain this data, already required to be provided by gambling operators to their customers, could be displayed in a more accessible way to help gambling consumers make informed choices, and that's what this is about. With so many gambling apps and websites and wall-to-wall gambling ads, it has never been easier to gamble away the roof over your head while you're still under your roof. The Online Gambling Harm Report acknowledged that Australians outspend every citizen in every other country on online gambling, and it's wreaking havoc in our communities. Key recommendations, which remain largely unactioned in almost 20 months since its release, include adopting a public health approach to gambling, developing a national strategy, establishing an independent national regulator, phasing in a ban on online gambling advertising over 3 years. At that time, we knew that Australians lost $25 billion in gambling in the 2018-19 year. But since then, gambling losses have spiralled to $32 billion in the 2022-2023 year, and online gambling is now the fastest growing form of gambling in Australia. And yet, we still are not addressing advertising, we are still not addressing this harm. Research conducted in the 12 months to March 2024 by Roy Morgan shows that the number of people betting on sports has more than doubled in the past 5 years. Almost 1 million Australians who sports bet are now considered problem or moderate risk gamblers under the Problem Gambling Severity Index. And more than 1/3 of all spending on sporting bets is coming from people experiencing gambling harm, even though so-called problem gamblers represent only 10% of the player base. The National Consumer Protection Framework for Online Wagering was agreed by the former federal government and states and territories on the 26th of November 2018. It was updated on the 3rd of May in 2022. And since 2022, under this agreement, online gambling operators have been required to share information about net wins and losses to their customers. Now, in reality, this is often just a monthly email, and it ends up going into a person's junk folder, and the data that the customer has to go and look it up. They have to go and actively open up that information. What this would do, if this bill was passed, is it would require on every app to show in real time exactly what the losses are. A very simple banner at the top of the screen. Technology can do it. It's the will of this place that must change to make it happen. With Australians losing $32 billion every year in gambling, we must do something. We are doing so very little, and the ones we are affecting most are young people, and particularly young men. And I must say, not only do I call on all members to support this private member's bill, particularly the government, to make this happen. This is only about providing information, providing transparency. I would just like to say that I think it's egregious that it was reported that the Prime Minister met to discuss the ban on gambling ads in late last year with Network 10, the 7 Network, 9 Network, AFL and NRL Chairman and CEO. What I don't know and what hasn't been reported is whether the Prime Minister also met with the families who are experiencing gambling harm, the parents of the children who have committed suicide because of gambling. They're young adults, often men. Whether the Prime Minister's met with Tim Costello or the Gambling Alliance Reform or Financial Counselling Australia, Relationships Australia or Gambling Harm lived experience experts. So if we're not going to do anything in this place in this term to address advertising or to do anything meaningful on the late Peter Murphy's work, she gave 20 months of her life to that report. 20 months of her life. For what? We've done nothing in this place. the least we could do is require these gambling apps to have at the very front on every page how much a person is losing. And hopefully, for many of the young men, before they take their lives, before families break down, they can see that they need to change and access help. I would like to cede the rest of my time to the Honourable Member for Clark, who is seconding this bill.
I call the member for Clark.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. It's my pleasure to second the bill moved by the member for Mayo, and I also implore the government and the opposition to support it. What the member for Mayo proposes, basically that gamblers are kept abreast of how much they have lost, very straightforward. It's a modest reform. It's technically very easy to implement, and I understand would cost very little to implement. In other words, it wouldn't be an impost on anyone. I suggest, Deputy Speaker, it would also complement quite well the commendable work done by the government so far. Bet Stop, the exclusion arrangements, is a good reform, as is the ban on credit card gambling, another good reform. But, Deputy Speaker, my praise for the government ends there, because none of this that the government has done, or if it was to support the member for Mayo's excellent idea, none of it will let the government off the hook, quite frankly, Deputy Speaker. It's now well over a year since the so-called Murphy report brought out its 169-page report, which contained 31 recommendations, and the government is still to respond to that report. And that is unforgivable, Deputy Speaker. That report provides an excellent blueprint for reform. It is the most comprehensive inquiry ever done in this country, certainly by any parliament, into gambling and gambling harm. And those 31 recommendations are an excellent blueprint, and they should be being rolled out right now. Instead, we will go to the election almost certainly with certainly no reform, but not even a response from the government to that report. And certainly no reform when it comes to the flagship recommendation of a complete ban on gambling advertising. And I'll tell you why, Deputy Speaker, there will be no movement in that space. It's because the government and the opposition, I would add, they're peas in a pod on this one, the government and the opposition are scared stiff of the gambling companies, are scared stiff of the media companies that pocket hundreds of millions of dollars in revenue from gambling advertising, and scared stiff of the major sporting codes, and in particular the AFL and the NRL, who between them pocket tens of millions of dollars each year from the gambling companies. Well, I say again, Deputy Speaker, I've said it elsewhere and I'll say it again here, this is the time for the government, with the support of the opposition, to step up and to stare down the media companies. Stare down the gambling companies, stare down the AFL, stare down the NRL, and instead to govern in the public interest. Because we know the single most significant reform that was proposed by Peter Murphy and her committee was a phased-in, complete ban on gambling advertising. But, Deputy Speaker, I'll end it there, circling back to the bill moved by the member for Mayo. A great idea, easy to implement, won't cost much, and ultimately it will help members of the community, and ultimately it will save lives. Thank you, Deputy Speaker.
Thank you, Member for Clark. The motion was seconded by the member for Clark. The question is that the bill be read a second time. The time allotted for this debate has expired. The debate is adjourned, and the resumption of the debate will be made in order of the day for the next sitting. And I call the clerk.
Private members' business. Notice number 5. Motion in relation to childcare.
Call the member for Moncrief.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I move the motion relating to childcare in the terms of which it appears on the notice paper. Well, over 3 years ago, those opposite promised Australians that life would be cheaper.
They did.
Under Labor. And in those 3 years, interest rates have increased a massive 12 times. Energy bills, not down by $275, but up by $1,000. Living standards for Australians have collapsed by almost 9%. 27,000 businesses have gone insolvent.
That's right.
The most ever. And a family with a typical mortgage has spent an additional $50,000 on their interest payments. Under Labor's economic mismanagement, Australians are experiencing the longest sustained period of inflation since the 1980s. The government has left a litany of broken promises and policy failures in their wake, and Australians are the ones paying for it. Let's take cheaper childcare, for example. If I had $1 for every time the Prime Minister said that Labor would deliver cheaper childcare for Australians, I could retire today, Deputy Speaker, but sadly, for those Australian families, cheaper childcare has become another one of Labor's broken promises. And don't just take my word for it. Let's have a look at the data. According to the Department of Education's own data, childcare costs have increased by 22.3% since June 2022. And according to the ABS data, out-of-pocket costs for families have increased by 12.7% since Labor's cheaper childcare policy came into effect in 2023. But Australian families already know their childcare costs are increasing, and they're not fooled. They are not fooled when the Prime Minister holds a press conference, usually using a childcare centre as a political backdrop, telling them that they're saving money. He keeps telling Australians they're saving money and they're better off under Albanese. But the reality is they're not. And they know it. They're not mugs. The Prime Minister and his government continue to treat Australians like mugs. But they know better. Now, last week I received an email from Naomi, who's currently paying $16,000 a year for childcare after the childcare subsidy for one child, and that's set to increase by another $10,000 when her youngest child attends care from October. That is a lot of money, $36,000 a year for 2 children to attend childcare. What does the Prime Minister have to say to that? Because there's nothing cheap about that childcare. Where is the cost of living relief for Naomi's families and families like hers? Families who are paying more at the supermarket, more at the Bowser, more for their utility bills, their rents, their mortgages and their educational costs. Families who are working multiple jobs just to keep the lights on and food on their table. When will this Prime Minister finally admit to those families that he has failed them? He has failed you.
He has.
And while we're talking about people the Prime Minister has failed, it's a long list. I want to talk about regional Australia, the regions. I don't think the Prime Minister knows where the regions are, unless, of course, there's a photo opportunity. Late last year, Labor announced plans to build 160 new services in regional and outer suburban areas if they win government. Another promise. Now, to regional Australians and to those groups who think that this is a fabulous idea, understandably, I get that, I want to ask you just one thing. If Labor cared so much about you, like they pretend they do right now, in the lead up to election, why didn't they do anything during the last 3 years? Don't be fooled by this shiny announcement, and don't be fooled by the promise of funding for services in the regions. They've already been caught out taking money from the regions through the Community Childcare Fund, which was designed for the regions, and giving it to inner metro seats. They cannot be trusted. Services in regional areas have been forced to close their doors because they missed out on much-needed funding. Now, funding that was redistributed to metro areas, including services in the Prime Minister's own electorate of Grayndler. It was funding that was designed for regional and rural and remote communities, and they're already robbing those Australians to give them more inner-city votes. If you think this Building Early Education Fund will be any different, I think you'll be sorely disappointed. The only thing you're getting from the beef is a bad taste in your mouth when you realise that Labor only cares about, well, Labor. This train wreck of a government doesn't deserve 3 more years of your trust. You cannot trust them, because all that 3 more years will bring is more years of pain for Australian families.
I thank the member for Moncrieff. Is the motion seconded?
It is, Deputy Speaker, and I reserve my right to speak.
I thank the member for Hughes. The question is that the motion be agreed to, and I call the member for Newcastle.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Well, any opportunity to discuss childcare in this House is a great day. And affordable and accessible childcare, it's not just a policy issue, it's a fundamental matter for equity and fairness. It's about ensuring that every child, no matter their background, has the opportunity to thrive. And it's about supporting families so they can balance their careers, their aspirations and their responsibilities at home. And it's about strengthening our economy, because when you give people access to childcare, they are able to participate fully in the workforce. It's great for productivity. And that's why the Albanese Labor government's cheaper childcare policy is so vital. The member for Moncrief's motion before us today frankly raises more questions than answers.
You were heard in silence.
And the member is asking the government to deliver more access to early childhood education and care places to support Australians to return to the workforce and the cost of living and as a cost of living relief for families. Well, the good news for the member for Moncrief is that we do have a whole lot of answers to her concerns. She need only look at Labor's cheaper childcare policies in order to understand the benefits. I've spoken to so many families in Newcastle who have struggled to find childcare spots for their kids and who are struggling with the cost of childcare, which is precisely why the Albanese Labor government is taking action and investing $1 billion to ensure that all children have access to the transformational benefits of early learning and to reduce costs for families too. Our cheaper childcare policy is delivering cost of living relief to more than 1 million families by cutting those out-of-pocket costs. As a result, the average family is approximately $2,768 better off. And this is in stark contrast to the last 4 years of the Liberal government, where prices went up twice as much as the OECD average. Since coming to government, we have had 1,083 new early education and childcare services, with nearly 30% of those outside of the major cities. We've now got almost 42,000 more educators in the system, around 97,000 more children in early education, and today there are more than 125,000 educators in the pipeline, training up, because we're investing in TAFE as well. And these figures are the result of the Albanese Labor government's investments into serious reform in the childcare and early education sector. We know there's more work to do, cleaning up the mess of those opposite left behind for this government. The Liberals introduced the activity test, remember, which families have long told me is a big barrier for so many women and families to access the childcare subsidy. And as part of our reforms, Labor is going to be abolishing that activity test. We'll be introducing a 3-day guarantee instead. And under Labor's 3-day guarantee, more families will be guaranteed 3 days of that childcare subsidy. And these reforms are set to cast a really wide net, benefiting thousands of women and families who were previously excluded from this subsidy. So, for example, childcare will now be available for parents who are looking for work or are beginning their studies. They need support. They were previously excluded by the Liberals' activity test. That's why we're getting rid of it. It was bad policy. And Labor is delivering, in addition to all of those reforms, a really important 15% wage increase for the early childhood educated workers. And that is providing terrific incentive needed to attract more educators to the workforce. In fact, Good Start, the biggest employer in the country, says their job applications have increased by 35% and expressions of interest are up 50 to 60%. Labor is also establishing a $1 billion Building Early Education Fund, which will build and expand more centres in areas of need, including in my electorate of Newcastle. Sadly, those opposite have described our efforts to fix the childcare mess they left behind as smoke and mirrors. This is not smoke and mirrors. This is evidence-based reform. I know it's an anathema for many of members opposite, but that's how we work in government. Only a Labor government will deliver fair and decent wage increases, build capacity in the system and provide cost of living relief for Australian families.
I thank the member for Newcastle. The question is that the motion be agreed to, and I call the member for Hughes.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. It's a pleasure for me to stand here and second and support the motion brought by the honourable member for Moncrief in relation to the government's failure on the cost of childcare particularly. And I also commend the honourable member for the work that she has done as our Shadow Minister in the portfolio of early childcare, early childhood education and youth services. Well, Deputy Speaker, 2 years and 9 months of this Albanese Labor government, and the cost of childcare has increased by a whopping 22.3%. During the last election campaign, Anthony Albanese promised cheaper childcare. What have we seen instead? Yet another broken Labor promise, because the data is out and it clearly shows that this is not the case. Australians do not have cheaper childcare at all. And I hear this when I'm going around my electorate, whether it's door knocking or at mobile offices or going out to the kindergartens and childcare centres. Parents tell me, and the directors of these centres tell me, that childcare is not cheaper. I was recently at Connect preschool at Sutherland, for example, Deputy Speaker, and parents are now pulling their children out of this preschool due to the cost. Where they were before averaging 3 to 4 days a week, they're now down to 2 days a week. So when this government, and when I heard the member for Newcastle standing there over and over again and spruiking cheaper childcare, the reality is completely different. Do we need cheaper childcare? We need cheaper childcare, but also, Deputy Speaker, we need better quality childcare, and parents need to be assured when they are going to work that their children are being looked after with quality education being provided. And the other thing that Labor has completely failed on in the area of early childcare is to look at the preschool and kindergarten model. Instead, this is a return to the Rudd era of trying to subsidise early childcare without the benefits actually reaching the hip pockets of parents. And I particularly remember those failed reforms of the Rudd era, Deputy Speaker, because at the time my children were at that age. We were at a community preschool. There was absolutely no assistance for the many families in my electorate that used the community preschool model, and this model again fails. This government policy again fails to deliver for those parents. So why would the Albanese Labor government reinvent a failed policy from Rudd? I would have thought that this government would have run as far as they could from those policies of the Rudd era, but it seems that Labor just simply will never learn its lesson. Never learn its lesson, Deputy Speaker. It's all about big headlines, but total failure of policy delivery, total failure yet again, and now we see it again in early childcare. And I've just heard the Honourable Member for Newcastle and various others from Labor talk about the 3-day childcare guarantee. This again will totally fail, Deputy Speaker, because I am hearing evidence from those in my electorate that with these subsidies, they can't afford to send their kids to daycare 3 days a week. So they are then having to either pull out of work themselves to look after their children or to look at other options. And that is, again, at the heart. Having options and choice is, again, at the heart of the way that Labor brings out policy. When in coalition, we introduced the activity test, which gave parents some choice as to how they looked after their children before they went to school. And this is what it is all about. The Liberals, in this upcoming election, if the Liberals are returned to government, Deputy Speaker, we will look after families. We will reduce the cost of living. We understand what this cost of living crisis has done, particularly to Middle Australia. To those now in my electorate who say to me, I can no longer afford to send my children to childcare. Deputy Speaker, if we are re-elected, we will listen to the Australian people. We have listened to the Australian people, and our policies will reflect that we will bring inflation down, that will enable the RBA to look at interest rates, and we will certainly work with families to bring about cheaper, better quality childcare. Thank you, Deputy Speaker.
I thank the member for Hughes. The question is the motion be agreed to, and I call the member for Macquarie.
Thanks, Deputy Speaker. It's a real privilege to speak on this bill, and I'm really pleased to hear the opposition talking about early learning and early education, because in government they were silent on it. They saw it as childcare and we heard barely a peep out of them. So I'm glad it's got on their radar, but let's get some facts on the table. We know that early education is a place where we can make some of the biggest inroads in development that flow through to society for decades that come. And that's because the work of early educators is transformative for children and their families. We're working to build a universal early education and care system that's accessible for all families, no matter your circumstances or background. We've already taken some critical first steps, including to make early childhood education more affordable for over 1 million families through our cheaper childcare reforms. We commissioned the ACCC and the Productivity Commission to each do a review so that we'd get guidance on how we can achieve our vision of making early education affordable and available. And what we're doing is evidence-based. We've started by our policy to deliver cost of living relief for more than 1 million Australian families by cutting out-of-pocket costs. And what we've seen is that it's cut the cost of early learning by more than 17% when it was first introduced. An Australian family on an income of $120,000 a year paying the average quarterly fee for 30 hours of childcare a week is approximately $2,768 better off since September 2023. Now, this is real cost of living relief. It's money going back into the pockets of Australian families. By contrast, in the last 4 years of the previous Liberal government, childcare prices went up twice as much as the OECD average. That was double what we've seen in other places. Now, there is more to do on cost, but we've also had to work on building up the early education and care workforce. That's crucial. The Productivity Commission stated that we had to prioritise that workforce before any major reforms, and that's why it has been a priority. Since coming to office, there are more than 1,000 new services operating, nearly 30% of them outside major cities, including in Macquarie. There are 41,900 more educators. There are more than 90,000 additional places, and today there are more than 125,000 educators in that pipeline that we created, because that pipeline was down to a trickle. Data released by Jobs and Skills Australia just last month show workforce vacancy rates in the early education and care sector plummeted over the last 12 months, with internet vacancy rates down 22% since December 2023. And so that means there's more workers picking up jobs, they're advertised for less time, and we're filling those spots. Our decision to provide a 15% wage increase for early childhood workers to retain and attract the workforce is an example of what is helping many centres in my community, although I acknowledge it hasn't been the simplest way forward for some. We know there's more to do. Our 3-day guarantee is one more of those steps. When the Liberals introduced the childcare subsidy activity test in 2018, they stated that it was designed to encourage workforce participation. Well, the effect it's had, though, is to shut out many families, and especially single parents, from access to subsidised care. As Thrive by Five's Jay Weatherall stated, the activity test was intended to encourage parents into work, but in fact has done the opposite. It's limited choices and made it harder for parents, especially single parents, to make an income. We believe that every child has the right to go to early education, whether you're the child of a single mum, an unemployed parent, or someone who's studying. And we know that that helps make sure they don't start school behind. Every child in their first school classroom benefits from this investment, and our Labor government's going to make this possible. Another of the missing pieces is access. We especially see this in Macquarie, with the Blue Mountains and sections of the Hawkesbury both identified as childcare deserts, and that puts pressure on centres in the better served areas like Emu Plains, Windsor and surrounds. Supply is a barrier to access, and that's why a re-elected Albanese Labor government will establish a $1 billion Building Early Education Fund, building and expanding more centres in areas of need, including peri-urban areas like mine. And I thank every childhood educator for the work that you continue to do.
I thank the member for Macquarie. The question is the motion be agreed to, And I call the member for Chisholm.
Thank you so much, Deputy Speaker. And I do thank the member for Moncrieff for putting this motion to the House, because I relish any opportunity to speak on early childhood education and care. And it is disappointing that those opposite who, in fact, put this motion to the House don't have enough speakers to speak on the topic. However, I'm happy to jump early and speak on this very important issue. I know how important this issue is to my electorate of Chisholm. I speak to my constituents about this issue all the time, and I absolutely love visiting early education and care centres in my electorate. It was a real pleasure to bring the Prime Minister to Mount Waverley to visit the Good Start Centre there and meet and play with the children and hear from the educators. I recently conducted a survey within my community of Chisholm around early childhood education and care, and used the responses from that survey to make a submission on behalf of my community to the Productivity Commission. I've held forums and information centres with the Minister for Early Childhood Education and Care, and I've really been struck by the generosity of families in my community sharing their experiences and acknowledging that the Albanese government recognises the transformative benefits of early childhood education and care for children and families. We are working to build a universal early childhood education and care system that's accessible for all families, no matter their circumstances or background. Our government has already taken some critical first steps here, including to make early childhood education more affordable for over 1 million families through our cheaper childcare reforms. We've also commissioned the ACCC and, as I mentioned earlier, the Productivity Commission to each do a review, providing guidance on how we can achieve our vision of universal early learning. We know the first 5 years of a child's life are incredibly important for brain development, and that's why we're investing in their future and our nation's future. Our government also recognises that early learning educators and teachers do an incredible job, a vital job, and we absolutely value our early educators. The work they do isn't babysitting, it's early childhood education, and they make it possible for millions of other Australians to do their jobs too. Every single day, educators help our children learn and grow, and their important work should be recognised for the value it brings Australian children and their families. And I want to acknowledge their work, their love and care, and want them to know, yes, of course, those educators deserve our thanks. And they also deserve their 15% wage increase for the work that they do. Just over the weekend, Deputy Speaker, my team and I were out in my community of Chisholm, knocking on doors and speaking to residents about the issues that matter to them. And my team and I spoke to a number of families who are better off under our government when it comes to affordable early childhood education and care. Our cheaper childcare policy is delivering cost of living relief for more than 1 million Australian families by cutting out-of-pocket costs. We've cut the cost of early learning by more than 17% when it was first introduced. And what this means is that an Australian family on an income of $120,000 a year, paying the average quarterly fee for 30 hours of childcare per week, is approximately $2,768 better off, and that's since September 2023. We know this is real and meaningful cost of living relief going back into the pockets of Australian families. And we compare that to what we saw when those opposite last had the honour of being in government. And what we saw was that childcare prices went up twice as much as the OECD average, by a whopping 49%. We're fixing this. We're making childcare cheaper. And we're also working to build up the early education and care workforce, which was neglected under those opposite. Since coming to office, we have enabled over 1,000 new services, with nearly 30% of those new services outside major cities. There are over 41,000 more educators, which means we're able to have more children in this, the care education services, almost 100,000 more children. with more than 90,000 additional places. Deputy Speaker, I could speak for at least twice as long on our government's commitment and our reforms in this space, but I'm almost out of time, and I commend our government's work to the House. Thanks very much, Deputy Speaker.
I thank the member for Chisholm. There be no further speakers. The debate is adjourned, and the resumption of the debate will be made in order of the day for a later hour. And I call the clerk.
Private members' business, notice number 6, motion in relation to Medicare.
I call the member for Robertson.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker, and I move the motion relating to Medicare in terms in which it appears on the notice paper. Thank you, Deputy Speaker. The Australian Labor Party established Medicare because we believe that you should not need a credit card to see your doctor in Australia, and that all that you should need is your Medicare card. And I'm proud to be part of a federal Labor government during this term that has invested significantly into strengthening Medicare for all Australians. Particularly the creation of our bulk billed Medicare urgent care clinics, which are helping Australians right across the nation see a doctor for urgent but not life-threatening illnesses. Across Australia, there are now 87 Medicare urgent care clinics, one of which is in my home electorate of Robertson. The Peninsula Medicare Urgent Care Clinic, located at 197 West Street, Umina Beach, opened to our community in November 2023. And since then, it has seen over 13,000 patients, all bulk billed. These outstanding clinics are helping take pressure off our hospital emergency departments and assisting Australians with the cost of living. My office has received some tremendous feedback from patients who have seen a doctor for free at our local Medicare urgent care clinics. For example, Claire, a young mum from the Peninsula, wrote this email following her visit to our clinic. Claire wrote, "This morning we woke to a nasty surprise on Abigail's back, a suspected spider bite that had turned really nasty and infected. We weren't able to get into our usual medical practice, so we presented to the new UCC in Umina. Well, it was smooth, efficient and so very professional. The abscess needed draining and the doctor and nurse who saw to her were just fantastic. This is a game changer for medical care on the Peninsula. We are grateful that this service was available to us." Or Carmel, another young mum from Narara, who wrote this about the Peninsula Medicare Urgent Care Clinic. Carmel wrote that the Umina Urgent Care Clinic is an invaluable resource for our community. I recently took my 9-month-old daughter there when she was unwell and the experience was incredibly smooth and stress-free. I was triaged quickly and seen by a doctor right away, which saved me a trip to the Gosford Hospital Emergency Department. The visit was also covered by Medicare, which was a huge relief. The staff, including both nurses and doctors, were highly professional, providing excellent care for my daughter, offering reassurance and giving clear options for any follow-up care if needed. It is clear, Deputy Speaker, that our bulk billed urgent care clinics are having a real impact in our communities and are helping people see a doctor quickly, but most importantly, for free. We continue to invest and strengthen Medicare in other areas of healthcare as well, like our historic tripling of the bulk billing incentive, which has increased the bulk billing rate in Robertson to 75.4%. That's an increase of 2.4%. That equates, Deputy Speaker, to an extra 39,507 patients seeing a bulk billed doctor. Further, our cheaper medicines legislation has helped our community save $8,786,696 via approximately 1,001,792 cheaper scripts, as well as our 60-day scripts that have saved just shy of $1 million for my community from 150,000 60-day scripts. All of these initiatives are examples of the federal Labor government's building Australia's future by stronger Medicare. As an emergency department doctor and the federal member for Robertson, I could not be happier with the progress we have made so far, but there is more work to do, and that is why I have launched a petition calling on the federal government to establish a second Medicare urgent care clinic in Robertson. I want to ensure that as many people in our community on the Central Coast have access to a Medicare urgent care clinic. With federally funded Medicare urgent care clinics located in Lake Haven and in Umina Beach, the Central Coast desperately needs a clinic in the Middle Ring suburbs. Over the coming weeks and months, my team and I will be taking our petition door to door to encourage as many people as possible to sign and support our campaign. To date, the petition has reached over 2,000 signatures, and we aim to reach more, and I look forward to updating the Parliament on the outcome of this campaign, because when it comes to strengthening Medicare, only the Australian Labor Party can be trusted to look after the health of Australians. And this is in stark contrast to the Leader of the Opposition, who as Health Minister cut $50 billion from our public hospitals, tried to end bulk billing by creating a GP tax, and was voted the worst Health Minister in the history of Medicare by Australian doctors. Thank you, Deputy Speaker.
Is the motion seconded?
I second the motion and reserve my right to speak.
I thank the member for Patterson and I call the member for Hughes.
Thank you,
Sorry, I should state the question. The question is that the motion be agreed to and I call the member for Hughes.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. It's always a pleasure for me to stand and talk about health and Medicare, and my speech today is also going to focus on women's health. Since being elected nearly 3 years ago, I have on every occasion possible spoken about health in this place, particularly as it relates to those in my electorate, and also particularly on women's health issues. This motion is about the government's legislation strengthening Medicare. I do not agree with most of the statements within the motion, despite my respect for the honourable member for Robertson. But there is one part of this that I do agree. The free Medicare urgent care clinics are, in my view, the one area where this government, to give them credit, has improved the health services. Unfortunately, though, it is the one area. And unfortunately as well, there are no free Medicare urgent care clinics provided in my electorate. My electorate is the western end of the Sutherland Shire, Liverpool area, and now stretches down into southwest Sydney. And despite there being a number of doctors, and also that the southwest Sydney has been represented by Labor members for a long period of time, there has been very little investment in the southwest of Sydney. And Deputy Speaker, I am calling upon this government before the election to make a commitment to a free Medicare urgent care clinic within my electorate. Southwestern Sydney is one of the fastest growing areas in our country, in our state, and in the very large city of Sydney. It is unacceptable that this area has been so neglected on health that this government was very choosy about the electorates in which these urgent clinics were placed, and my electorate missed out. So I'm now calling upon this government to ensure, before we adjourn and go into full campaign mode, that the Prime Minister, who says that he cares about health and who says that he cares about southwest Sydney, I ask him to make that commitment to the people in my electorate. And while the Prime Minister is there, Deputy Speaker, I would ask him to make a similar commitment for women's health. I note that Labor has recently announced an extra $573 million package for women's health, and this is supported by the Coalition. I'm very glad that at last that those on the other side have discovered that there is a women's health issues, and that women have very different needs. Women have very different needs to men. And I hear some sort of interjections on the other side, so I will back up this statement. Southwest Sydney, our nearest women's health centre is in Mittagong, hundreds and hundreds of kilometres away. Mittagong is not even in Sydney. This is the Southern Highlands. So for women in my electorate, Deputy Speaker, who need to access a pelvic pain clinic, whether it is for endometriosis or PCOS or menopause, they are required to travel hundreds of kilometres. I have been petitioning the Minister for Health, Mark Butler, almost since the day I got here, requesting that one be placed into my electorate, either in the Sutherland Shire, in southern Sydney or in southwestern Sydney. To date, that has fallen on deaf ears. The Minister does not appear to be terribly interested in women's health in in my part of the country. Deputy Speaker, might be useful if he came out and actually saw the lack of infrastructure that's in place for women in my electorate. So what the Coalition will do for women, Deputy Speaker, if elected, we will match the government's funding that was only announced today, but we will also enhance menopause care for women. We'll have a new Medicare rebate, we'll expand health professional training, we'll develop national clinical guidelines and increase funding for endometriosis and pelvic pain clinics. And it is noted that some of the good work that the other side have done on pelvic pain clinics was started under the former Coalition government when we first committed to developing a nationwide strategy and framework on endometriosis. Deputy Speaker, I thank the House.
The question is that the motion be agreed to, and I call the member for Patterson.
Thanks, Deputy Speaker. Well, I've said it once today, but I'm going to repeat it again here in the chamber. I'm a little bit sleep deprived, so strap in, folks, anything could happen. I woke up at 2:30 this morning. I laid there until 5:30, dropped off to sleep, and the alarm went at 6 o'clock. So I am feeling not my best self, but I am not alone. There are millions of women across Australia who are in my position. At 45, perimenopause kicked in for me, and hello, I'm 55 and now menopause is with me every night of the week. The hot sweats, the insomnia, all the things. So I couldn't be happier to be part of a government that recognises that there are thousands of women who need support through their menopause journey, and we are going to make it better and more affordable to go to a doctor. And I can see the wry smile on your face, Deputy Speaker. You know exactly what I'm talking about, and so do Australian women. And this is why we take healthcare seriously. We have just announced in the last 24 hours over $500 million to help Australian women with their health. And when I'm out in my electorate of Patterson talking to people and talking to women in their homes, healthcare is the #1 issue they raise with me, whether they raise it for their children, for their parents or for themselves. Healthcare is the first past the post every time, and that's why I am so pleased to be part of a government that's taking healthcare seriously. And not just for women, for all Australians. We've launched our urgent care clinics, and they are making a marked difference. When you need care that may not require you to go to a hospital, but it is urgent, the urgent care clinic is the place to go. And you can go there with your Medicare card, not a credit card, and that is so important. And that's why I have been campaigning, and I am now running a terrific petition with my community who are backing it in, saying, we want an urgent care clinic in Patterson. Patterson is one of the fastest growing areas in New South Wales. We have had so many people come to live in our beautiful part of the world, but we know the healthcare hasn't kept up. And I'm so pleased to have the member for Newcastle sat beside me today, because she has been championing the new urgent care clinic that's just opened in Charlestown. That's helping take the pressure off the John Hunter Hospital. So when we get our clinic in Patterson in Maitland, it is going to help take the pressure off the Maitland Hospital as well. These things are just so important. The other part of this is that we have been working to strengthen Medicare. We've been working to support our doctors. We've been working, and we've just made an enormous announcement, billions of dollars going into our hospitals. We know that our hospitals need to be better funded. So we are entirely pleased to put the money into the hospital system. We've made those announcements. It is happening. Labor gets that Australians want to be healthy from the cradle to the grave. We understand that a healthy life is the fullest life you can live, and we're prepared to fund that. unlike those opposite. When the Leader of the Opposition was the Minister for Health, he was rated one of the worst. I think he and Tony Abbott shared the crown there. So many people were just aghast at the thought of a GP tax, at cutting funding for hospitals, at making it harder to see a GP. Well, the government that you have now wants to support your health ambitions. We want people to be healthier. We are putting money into healthcare. And the other point I want to make is that in my seat of Paterson, since we've been in government in the last 3 years, I hear this, are you better off? Well, I know that nearly 70,000 more people have been able to be bulk billed. It's up 3% in my seat. So around Maitland and Port Stephens, we are seeing bulk billing on the rise. And I'm really grateful and pleased for that. We're going to keep campaigning and keep fighting for our urgent care clinic so that more people will be able to be attended to promptly. We're going to keep putting money into our hospitals. We're going to keep supporting our doctors. We support our nurses and know that they need to be well paid. Healthcare is the thing that people absolutely value, and so do we as a government. We're not going to let people down. We are going to continue to support them on their health journey, and they can rely on an Albanese government to put health first, second and third.
The question is that the motion be agreed to, and I call the member for Mallee.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. It's nice to see a female speaker talking when I'm about to speak about support for women's health in particular. Those of us on this side of the House believe in outcomes rather than spin. Labor's rhetoric about saving Medicare and celebrating anniversaries is desperate when you compare actual outcomes, because their record is actually pathetic. Not only do they keep the Department of Health under the thumb and unable to provide us or the public with data on outcomes, they manipulate departmental resources to claim bulk billing rates are improving. GP bulk billing has fallen 11% under the Albanese government to 77%, while out-of-pocket costs have increased by 11%, and that's just in the past year alone. To put this into perspective, the GP bulk billing rate rose under Peter Dutton, the opposition leader, as health minister, to 84%, and it continued to rise under the former coalition government to 88% before we left office in May 2022. But under the Albanese government, Medicare is currently covering the lowest percentage of GP fees on record. On average, Australians are being forced to cover 45% more of the cost from their own pocket to see a doctor, and in comparison under the former coalition government. And this is in a cost of living crisis. What is happening, Deputy Speaker, is that people are not seeking out an appointment with their doctor because they simply cannot afford it. And this is emphasised in the regions where we have fewer doctors to go around. The maldistribution of doctors, again, another great idea by the Albanese Labor government to expand the distribution priority area. So doctors left in a flood from regions MMM3 to 7 and moved to MMM2, modified Monash level for those who don't know, 2 and even 1. And so in the regions we have less doctors to start with, and more people are having to pull out more money from their pocket to go and see their doctor if they can get an appointment. This is a sham by the Albanese Labor government to brag about their outcomes in Medicare. I do want to go on and speak about, however, the women's health package. The Coalition supports the government's $573.3 million package announced today, which builds on the historic work undertaken by the former Coalition government in supporting women's health. We will match this women's health package, including measures to enhance menopause care for women through a new Medicare rebate, expand health professional training, develop national clinical guidelines, and increase funding for endometriosis and pelvic pain. And I've got to say that this was actually brought by the previous member for Boothby, Nicole Flint, who worked incredibly hard to see that endometriosis was raised to the level where government took it seriously. And I'm really pleased to see this funding announcement made. We welcome the government's decision to expand on this work with 11 new clinics. Whether it is helping women who live with chronic health conditions like endometriosis, supporting women with menopause, or helping families on their fertility journey, we are committed to getting the policy settings right. However, the Coalition remains concerned that under the Albanese Labor government, it has never been harder or more expensive for women in Australia to access critical primary care. As I said, the GP bulk billing rate has collapsed. When the Coalition left government, bulk billing was at 88%. It's now fallen to 77%. Patients are now paying record high out-of-pocket costs to see a doctor under Labor's cost of living crisis. This has led to more than 1.5 million Australians avoiding seeing their GP in 2023 to 2024 due to cost concerns. And what is the outcome of that? I can tell you, Deputy Speaker, what it means is that people live with chronic health conditions for a longer time, inevitably leading to more hospital admissions. And while the Labor government wants to brag about the clinics, what are they called? The UCCs. I've got the acronym for myself, which is not helpful to those listening. Thank you. Urgent care clinics. Nice to have a mind blank in a speech. Urgent care clinics.
The member's time has expired. The question is that the motion be agreed to, and I call the member for Bennelong.
Deputy Speaker, two great things were born in 1983, Medicare and me. But don't worry, I'll stick to talking about Medicare. You see, we're both 41, and for 41 years, Medicare has been providing quality, universal health care to all Australians, no matter where you live or what you earn. Medicare is something we should all be incredibly proud of. But Medicare didn't just happen. It's something Labor has had to fight for, and something we're still fighting for today. The Whitlam government first imagined it in 1971, and the Hawke government made it a reality. Ever since, Labor has stood strong to protect and strengthen Medicare from those who sought to tear it down. The Liberals opposed Medicare from the start, campaigning to scrap it for 4 elections in a row. Even when Australians overwhelmingly supported Medicare, they tried to dismantle it. Fast forward to today, and Labor is once again working to strengthen Medicare. When we came to government in 2022, it had never been harder or more expensive to see a doctor. Bulk billing was in free fall after a decade of coalition cuts, including the Leader of the Opposition's 6-year Medicare rebate freeze as Health Minister. And in just under 3 years, we're turning this around. The 2023 budget delivered a record-breaking $6.1 billion investment in Medicare, including $3.5 billion to triple the bulk billing incentive, the largest boost in Medicare's history. Bulk billing has had an additional 6 million free GP visits nationwide in just 12 months. And in New South Wales alone, 1.8 million more visits have been bulk billed, easing the burden on families and pensioners. Importantly, Deputy Speaker, it hasn't stopped there. We've also made medicines cheaper. Get this, Australians have saved over $1 billion on prescriptions, with prices capped at $31.60 for PBS medicines and just $7.70 for pensioners. In Bennelong, families have saved $6.3 million, delivering real cost of living relief when it's needed most. And then, of course, we have our great Medicare urgent care clinics. The Top Ride Medicare Urgent Care Clinic has been an incredible success. It's taking pressure off our busy hospitals and providing an alternative that is free, open 7 days a week, with extended hours of 8 a.m. to 10 p.m. And you don't need to just listen to me, Deputy Speaker. Here's some feedbacks I've directly received from locals. Becky said, "We also used the urgent care at Top Ride on Saturday. They were fantastic. The GP on duty started my husband on the correct treatment straight away. Excellent care. Nikki then summed it up saying, I used urgent care last night at Ryde. How fantastic. I arrived at 8:45 p.m, was seen by a nurse at 8:50 p.m. By 9 p.m, I was sitting with the doctor, and by 9:20, I was back at home with my care. Amazing. Deputy Speaker, this is what Labor governments do. We deliver services and we strengthen Medicare. These new urgent care clinics fill a gap in our health system and ensure that families get the care they need when they need it, but there's still more to do. Locals in Lane Cove, Chatswood and surrounds have told me how important access to quality, affordable health care is to them. They also need walk-in health care outside of business hours because getting sick does not follow a schedule. They need bulk-billed doctors without being forced to visit overcrowded emergency rooms and have lengthy delays. That's why I'm calling for a Medicare urgent care clinic to service Lane Cove, Chatswood and surrounding areas. This clinic would support local hospitals like Royal North Shore, taking pressure off emergency departments and provide bulk bill care. With election around the corner, it's important to compare and contrast approaches. Whilst Labor continues to invest in Medicare, the Liberals refuse to commit to keeping or expanding our urgent care clinics. The Liberals have promised huge cuts to services, but they won't tell Australians what they'll be till after the election. Well, that's not good enough. Their record gives us a good indication, though. The Leader of the Opposition's record as Health Minister speaks for itself. He froze Medicare rebates for 6 years, he cut $200 million from emergency departments, and of course he proposed a GP tax. He voted against cheaper medicines and tried to block 60-day prescriptions. And let's not forget, he cut $50 billion from public hospitals. Deputy Speaker, I'll always work to protect and strengthen Medicare. I'll keep working to protect bulk billing and expand our urgent care clinic network because I believe health care is a right, not a privilege. The Leader of the Opposition, on the other hand, will do the opposite. They'll wreck Medicare.
The question is that the motion be agreed to, and I call the member for Fisher.
Thanks, Madam Deputy Speaker. Well, you know that the Labor Party are in trouble when they come into this place and start spruiking about Medicare and start running the age-old trope that the coalition is anti-Medicare. You know, they ran Mediscare in the campaign of, what was that, 2016 or 2019, which turned out to be absolute rubbish. We even had to introduce laws to try and prevent them from doing it again, but clearly that didn't work because here they are again trying to do a big beat-up about Medicare. Now, Madam Deputy Speaker, I don't know about you, and I don't know about other members in this place, but the last time I went and saw a GP, it cost me a significant sum of money for me, and I earn good money, a significant sum of money as a co-payment. So those members opposite talk about them strengthening Medicare, but when they came into government, Medicare bulk billing rates were at 88%. Do you know what they are now? They are at 77%. That is a big, fat fail on the part of this government. But one of the things that upsets me the most about this government's failures is it the fact that they were 18 months late in establishing a headspace in Caloundra when we had promised to do it when we were in government. They were 18 months late in opening headspace. That was a big problem for me and a big problem for young people. It took me and a concerted campaign to drag the health minister kicking and screaming to instigate a headspace in Caloundra. But that's not it. That's not the big problem that I have. The big problem I have with this government and healthcare, and I want to welcome members from the other place into the chamber right now, because it is in relation to the care of how we deal with people with mental health problems and mental illness. Years ago, and thankfully those days are gone by, we stuck people with mental health problems in sanitariums and asylums. We removed them from our site so we didn't have to look at them. Thankfully, those days are over, but the treatment and care of people who live with mental health problems in this country is nothing other than an absolute disgrace. This current health minister does not get mental health. I'm going to say it again. This current health minister does not get mental health. You know who did get mental health? The former health minister. The former health minister, the former member for Flinders, Greg Hunt. He was an outstanding health minister and changed the way that we dealt with not only funding but the treatment of people with mental health conditions, whether it be very, very significant or mild. I have lived through the mental health sector personally as a family member, both in the public sector and the private sector. And the way that this country cares for people with mental health problems is an absolute disgrace. If it was any other type of illness, people would be marching in the streets, they'd be holding demonstrations. But because it's in relation to mental health, we don't want to talk about it. We keep pushing it and shoving it under the carpet. If a person comes up to a public hospital with a significant mental health illness, they are basically put on suicide watch and released into the public a couple of days later. It is an absolute disgrace, and this health minister needs to step up.
The time allotted for this debate has expired. I call the clerk.
Private members' business, notice number 7, motion relating to taxing billionaires and big corporations.
I call the member for Ryan.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I move the motion in the terms on which it appears on the notice paper. 6 things we could do if we tax billionaires and big corporations. You can't change my mind. 1, put dental and mental health into Medicare. Why does universal healthcare stop at our teeth? 2, wipe student debt and make university free again. When I went to uni, it was free, and it was free for most politicians in this parliament. 3, build hundreds of thousands of homes that you can actually afford. It shouldn't be easier to buy your 5th home than your first. 4, see the GP for free. We supposedly have a universal healthcare system, but have you tried to get a bulk billing GP lately? 5, bring Queensland's 50-cent public transport fares to the rest of the country, to all Australians. Cut the cost of getting to work, get cars off the road, win-win. 6, expand publicly owned renewable energy and tackle the climate crisis. Cheap, reliable, safe renewables for all. And yes, we can afford all of this if we make the big corporations and billionaires pay real tax. We could, for instance, raise $514 billion over the next decade by taxing the excessive profits of big corporations. We could scrap the $368 billion we're giving massive US arms manufacturing corporations to build nuclear submarines we don't need. We could scrap the $14 billion going to fossil fuel corporations every year in tax breaks. Big corporations and billionaires are making big bucks, while ordinary Australians struggle to pay for basic dental checkups. Now let's break this down a bit more. Oxfam predicts there will be at least 5 trillionaires by 2035. 5 trillionaires. 60% of Australians have skipped seeing the dentist due to the cost. Australia's richest person, Gina Rinehart's wealth, has doubled since the pandemic. In 22-23, there were 87,410 preventable hospitalisations due to dental issues across Australia. 204 people became billionaires in 2024. 204. That's nearly 4 a week. Australians aged 15 and up have, on average, 11 decayed, filled or missing teeth. 32% have untreated decay. In 2024, Australian billionaires' wealth surged by $24 billion. That's $67,000 an hour each. That's 1,300 times the average wage. Millions of Australian adults would have difficulty covering a $200 emergency dental bill. Putting dental into Medicare would cost about $15 billion a year, according to the Parliamentary Budget Office. It's not nothing, but by taxing billionaires who are rapidly increasing their wealth, we can easily cover this. The Greens got dental cover for kids into Medicare in 2010 when we were in the balance of power. This is what's known as the Child Dental Benefits Scheme, and it is hugely beneficial. Now, with a minority parliament likely, the Greens want to finish the job and get dental into Medicare for everyone. But back to billionaires and their influence over politics. We've seen a preview of what could happen here over in the US. The Riviera of the Middle East. The US taking over the entire Gaza Strip against the will of its population. The forced displacement of millions of Palestinians so property developers can build luxury hotels in Gaza. This is what you get when billionaires take control. Bald-faced, self-serving criminal. Of course, this is the kind of plan Donald Trump, a developer billionaire, comes up with. Trump's top advisor on the Middle East, Steve Witkoff, can you believe this, is also a billionaire property developer. And what does the leader of the opposition here in Australia call this madness? He says it's shrewd, reasonable. He says Trump is a big thinker who brings gravitas to the Middle East. This is the politics of the modern coalition under its current leader, although modern is clearly a misnomer, a rapacious oligarch politics that doesn't care one bit about human lives, only profits. And the modern Labor Party, well, radio silence, sadly, from our Prime Minister. If the Liberal National Coalition is hell-bent on bringing this Trumpian politics to Australia, legitimising it, supporting it, then we need to oppose it, not stay silent. The billionaires and big corporations already have far too much power in this country, too much influence over our major parties. Instead of giving them more power, we have to fight to get them out of politics. Thank you.
Is the motion seconded? I call the member for Griffith.
The motion seconded, and I reserve my right to speak.
The question is that the motion be agreed to. There being no further speakers, the debate is adjourned and the resumption of the debate will be made an order of the day for a later hour. I have received a message from Her Excellency the Governor-General notifying assent to the Criminal Code Amendment Hate Crimes Bill 2025. I call the Minister.
Thanks, Speaker. I ask leave of the House to present a bill for an Act to amend the AUSCHEC Act 2007 and for related purposes.
Is leave granted?
Leave granted.
I call the Minister.
I present the AUSCHEC Amendment Global Entry Program Bill 2025 and explanatory memorandum.
I call the Clerk.
First reading, a bill for an Act to amend the AUSCHEC Act 2007 and for related purposes.
I call the Minister.
Thanks, Speaker. The AUSCHEC Amendment Global Entry Program Bill enables the expansion of Australia's participation in the United States Trusted Traveller Global Entry Program. Australia's participation in the Global Entry Program will improve border entry experiences for a multitude of Australians who visit the United States every year. The relationship between Australia and the United States is built on strong people-to-people links based on common values and our deep historical and cultural bonds. A significant number of Australian citizens travel annually to the United States and its territories, including tourists, students, professionals, workers, temporary business travellers and working holiday makers. And the Global Entry Program is a voluntary program and provides an avenue for eligible citizens of trusted partner countries to have access to faster entry at US airports. The opportunity for access and expedited clearances when crossing US borders is already available for citizens of other nations, and we also want to make this available for Australians. And this was secured by Prime Minister Albanese on a state visit to the United States in 2023. This government has entered into an arrangement with the United States that enables Australian citizens to join the program, which is a sign of the closeness and trust between our two nations. Implementation of this arrangement was announced by the Foreign Minister on the 6th of August this year. As a requirement for participation in the Global Entry Program, the Australian Government must complete background checks on applicants who are Australian citizens. And this bill includes amendments to the AUSCHEC Act to provide a legislative basis for Australia's participation in the Global Entry Program. The bill will amend the regulation-making powers in the AUSCHEC Act to allow regulations to be made for the purpose of coordinating and conducting background checks on an individual to enable participation in the Global Entry Program. AUSCHEC is situated within the Department of Home Affairs and has a long history of providing background checks for various national security-related background checking programs. It has a well-established control process and the expertise and experience necessary to undertake background checks for the high volume of applicants expected to apply for the Global Entry Program. Background checks are managed through a cyber-secure system which limits unauthorised access to applicants' information. The system features integration with checking partners to ensure a secure and efficient end-to-end process for assessing applications. Utilising the existing AUSCHEC framework will provide a streamlined background checking process for Australian Global Entry Program applicants. The bill also allows, Speaker, for regulations to be made that prescribe the criteria for background checks for Global Entry Program applicants. The proposed criteria would align with the eligibility criteria established by the US government for the Global Entry Program. The amendments will allow for regulations to prescribe how decisions are made and how results of background checks are communicated. This includes communication of results to the applicant, to an entity who applied on the applicant's behalf, and the US Customs and Border Protection. The amendments in the bill will also expand the scope of what background checks may be conducted under the AUSCHEC Act to allow an assessment of whether the applicant has been convicted of particular offences under the Defence Force Discipline Act. This amendment is necessary to align with the requirements specified by the United States government for eligibility into the Global Entry Program. Personal information collected by AUSCHEC as part of the undertaking background checks for Global Entry Program applicants will be subject to the existing information handling protections set out in the AUSCHEC Act. This will safeguard the personal information of all Australian applicants regardless of when they submitted their application. A small number of Australian citizens have already been able to apply through Phase 1 of Australia's participation in the Global Entry Program, which commenced on the 17th of January 2025, and we're seeking to progress this legislative reform as quickly as possible to ensure ongoing participation in the program. I want to thank the department and the staff at the department for their hand in facilitating this important reform, and I commend the bill to the chamber.
Could I just ask that the Minister move that the bill be now read a second time, please?
Speaker, I move that the bill now be read a second time.
The debate must now be adjourned.
I move that the debate be adjourned.
The question is that the resumption of the debate be made an order of the day for the next sitting. All of those opinions say aye. To the contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. I call the Prime Minister.
Thanks, Madam Deputy Speaker. I ask the Leader of the House to make a ministerial statement relating to the 17th anniversary of the National Apology to Australia's Indigenous people and the Closing the Gap annual report and implementation plan.
Is leave granted?
Leave's granted.
Call the Prime Minister.
I begin by acknowledging the traditional owners of the land on which we meet, and I pay my respect to Elders, past, present and emerging. I would also like to acknowledge all the Indigenous members of Parliament, in particular the Minister for Indigenous Australians, Senator Malarndirri McCarthy, and her predecessor, the Member for Barton, Linda Burney. I am grateful for the commitment to the partnership shown by states and territories responsible for so many of the services and supports that can help to close the gap. I would also like to express my gratitude to the work done by the Coalition of Peaks, led by Pat Turner. On Wednesday, it will be 60 years since the start of the Freedom Ride, a bus journey through regional New South Wales that opened our eyes wide to the discrimination against Indigenous Australians. Led by Charles Perkins, it was a turning point in our self-awareness as a nation. It was the beginning of the possibility of something better. I note that it was controversial at the time. On Thursday, it will be 17 years since Prime Minister Kevin Rudd delivered the apology to the stolen generations. Again, that's an event that in some people's minds was controversial, but one which was indeed a moment of unity for the nation. It was a day of catharsis that held the promise of a fresh start. Both anniversaries are reminders to learn from the injustices and mistakes of the past, because that's how we grow, carefully reading the pages already written and turning to the promise of the new. Every one of us is part of this nation's story. Every one of us adds to its newest chapters. Like anything made stronger by its layers, we draw strength from Australia's extraordinary and profound depths, and we can take pride. No nation's story is simple, least of all Australia's. It is a rich, proud and deeply remarkable story, a story of hope, achievement and survival against the odds. Our stories are intertwined, but as the Closing the Gap report routinely lays bare, there are still too many areas in which we are not together. The latest Productivity Commission reporting shows that while we are seeing improvements on 11 of the 19 targets in the National Agreement, only 5 are on track to be met. Today is about facing up to what's not working and learning from what is. The success stories in this report have been written by Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people themselves. Today, our government is investing in the practical partnerships that work and bringing the building blocks of a good life to people and communities that have been cut off from them for too long. From new medical facilities to safe housing, from clean water to real jobs. At heart, all of us hope for the same things: a healthy family, a safe home and all that it entails, an education that opens the way to a rewarding job, affordable medicines and healthcare, security, justice, fairness, a sense of community in which we can be a meaningful part, a stake in our economy, and power over our own destinies, a power that rests in no small part in the strength of our financial circumstances. In short, the chance to make the very most of our own lives and to lift those around us. That is no more than any Australian asks for. It is no less than every Australian deserves. Yet what we all know in this place is that it remains elusive for so many Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people. There is no ethos more fundamentally Australian than the fair go, and closing the gap is the fairest go of all. We want First Nations people to have ownership of their futures and a stake in the economy. That is the foundation on which everything else can be built. If we get it right, we can break the cycle that has ensnared generations. The government is working to enhance Indigenous Business Australia's ability to leverage its capital and investments to support First Nations communities. It will support more First Nations people to start, grow and sustain businesses, purchase homes and invest in commercial ventures. We are working to increase the participation rate of First Nations women in business through the mentoring and coaching program to give them greater access to the resources, networks and support they need to launch a viable business, commercialise a viable business idea or grow an existing business. We're requiring businesses which register as First Nations businesses for Commonwealth procurement to be 51% Indigenous owned and controlled to improve the integrity of the program. These are all common sense options. Our new Remote Jobs and Economic Development program will create 3,000 real jobs with real training and real wages in remote communities, proper pay and conditions. Jobs that make a real difference to the lives of individuals, their families and their communities. Good jobs that provide a sense of pride and purpose, hope and aspiration. Jobs that can have the power to generate intergenerational opportunity. And we're making it easier to develop necessary skills with the National Skills Agreement, the first in 10 years, ensuring the design and delivery of vocational education and training to First Nations people is in a full and genuine partnership. We're also creating 1,000 new Indigenous Ranger jobs across the country, a great success story that has allowed Australia to draw on the expertise of our Indigenous people. As we realistically and methodically tackle the challenges of the present, we look with optimism to the future, a future in which Australia is uniquely placed to take its rightful place as a renewable energy superpower. The growing global demand for renewable energy, critical minerals and rare earths, which we have in abundance, is an unprecedented opportunity for Australia. It is the biggest change in the global economy since the Industrial Revolution. As I outlined at the Gama Festival last year, it represents the best chance Australia has ever had to bring lasting economic growth and prosperity to remote communities. New clean energy projects and processing and refining facilities can all unlock new jobs and prosperity for communities. I say to Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people, you deserve a real stake in the economic development of the land you call home. You deserve a stake in the future. That is the principle upon which we can build a better future. Projects generating renewable energy on country should bring new economic power to communities. It's all part of unlocking the potential of the land. Even more importantly, it's part of unlocking the potential of its people. So much of what we are doing is guided by the instinct to ensure every Australian has their best chance to fulfil their potential. We are dedicated to building an Australia where more families know the stability of somewhere to call home. The stability that gives you the confidence to plan for the future. This is what is driving our commitment to build 2,700 new homes in remote Northern Territory communities over the next decade. More than 200 were built last year. No longer a dream, but a life-affirming reality. Another 64 are due to be completed by June. We are further investing in critical services in remote First Nations communities in the Territory, with $842.6 million to roll out over the next 6 years under the Northern Territory Remote Aboriginal Investment. Importantly, this investment package was designed and will be rolled out in partnership with not just the Northern Territory Government, but importantly as well, Aboriginal peak organisations Northern Territory. With the signing of these agreements last week and the announcement on Friday in Alice Springs, it was welcomed by those communities, welcomed as adding to a new hope and optimism for Northern Territory. And it was good that the constructive relationship between the different levels of government was also welcomed by the Mayor of Alice Springs, is working with Indigenous communities, as well as maintaining and boosting critical remote services. This investment will transform how services are delivered in the longer term. By elevating and investing in self-determination, NT-RAE will ensure that communities can decide what works best for them. Partnering with the Aboriginal peak organisations NT will ensure these critical services are informed by the perspectives of Aboriginal people and strengthen the capacity of Aboriginal community-controlled organisations to deliver remote services. Our Housing Australia Future Fund is helping with repairs and maintenance on houses in remote First Nations communities. And whether it's construction of new homes or maintenance of new ones, it means jobs for locals. Indigenous Business Australia provides access to home loans to help First Nations Australians buy their own home. We are making $70 million available for more concessional loans to help IBA keep pace with demand. A portion of this will be quarantined for single carer families. This is particularly important for women who are sole carers and are often locked out of home ownership. By providing shared equity to people in these situations, the IBA can help people access home ownership. The work on housing, on job creation, on getting reliable energy into remote communities, on backing Indigenous opportunities and helping people own their own homes is vital to building economic opportunity. But we know we must do more, guided by common sense, focused on delivery. We want to see the principles of economic empowerment and opportunity incorporated at every step, from employment to training, to business, to access finance and capital and new business opportunities. To develop new approaches to solving this, we're investing over 5 years to establish a First Nations economic framework and a First Nations economic partnership. We work to close the gaps by widening the powers of opportunity. And what achieves that with lasting power is, of course, education. In the first half of last year, more than 10,300 First Nations people were among the hundreds of thousands of Australians who have enrolled in fee-free TAFE. Our Connected Beginnings program is improving access to early childhood health and supports school readiness, with the total number of First Nations children supported through this program is now nearly 25,000 over 50 different sites. Last year, 2,500 First Nations young people at boarding schools, supported by the Commonwealth Indigenous Boarding Provider Grant, enabled them to have that great start in life. And I thank the schools themselves who are engaged with this important program. We have also announced funding to support the core operations two education peak bodies, the National Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander Corporation and National Voice for Our Children. We also recognise the huge potential for internet access to close the gap and to boost opportunities. Through the Commonwealth Digital Connectivity Pilot, Wi-Fi infrastructure has already been installed in 22 remote communities in partnership with NBN Co, with 23 more to come. For remote communities, the internet is life-changing. It makes telehealth consultations possible. It gives young people better access to a better education, and it connects workers and businesses with new opportunities. This year we'll also see the establishment of a First Nations digital support hub and a network of digital mentors to support the digital literacy and ability of First Nations people across Australia. And telecommunications upgrades are also underway in more than 260 remote First Nations communities through the Remote Indigenous Telecommunication Program. We are also tackling issues of access to affordable food in remote communities. Consumer advocacy organisation Choice found on average groceries cost more than double what they do in our capital cities. That is unacceptable. Supplies can be erratic. The resulting food insecurity can have serious health impacts, including cardiovascular and kidney disease. Today I'm pleased to announce that we will ensure the costs of 30 essential products in more than 76 remote stores are the same as what you would pay in the city, as well as boosting warehouse capacity to shorten freight distances and to make supply chains to remote communities less vulnerable. We will also build on the success of the Arnhem Land Progress Aboriginal Corporation's Nutrition Workforce Initiative, which trains First Nations shop staff to promote good nutrition. We'll bring that program to more communities. Like Australians right across the continent, Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people are benefiting from this government's reduction of the cost of medicines. Last year, coverage by the Closing the Gap Pharmaceutical Benefits Scheme co-payment was expanded. We have invested $100 million into 33 Indigenous health infrastructure projects to construct new clinics and, crucially, build housing for staff. This investment is critical to improving service delivery to patients and to improve conditions for staff, who are the absolute backbone of all this. More than 300 of our planned 500 First Nations health trainees are already in place. We're seeing better maternity services and, with that, improved birth weights. Today I can announce that we are funding suicide prevention through an important program to improve First Nations social and emotional wellbeing. This includes funding to support higher education scholarships for up to 150 tertiary education students studying psychology. We are continuing to improve renal services to treat sufferers of kidney disease, which still hangs like a spectre over the outback. The first of 30 new dialysis units opened last year in Cooper Pedy. 8 other locations are being established across remote Australia, from Torres Strait to the Pilbara. Today I announce we are also upgrading or opening laundries in more than 10 remote communities in northern and central Australia. These are essential. By ensuring reliable, clean water, power supply and access to laundries, we can reduce infections that can open the door to asthma, air conditions, trachoma and rheumatic heart disease, a third world disease that has all but faded from living memory in most of our nation, but retains its grip on Indigenous Australia. As well as improving the quality of life, reducing preventable diseases will reduce the longer-term burden on the health system. The remote laundries will be able to access the Remote Jobs and Economic Development Program to hire new staff, upskill staff and create more local jobs in every area where it can help clear the road ahead to a better future. We are working with communities to make it happen. From measures as straightforward as additional patrols in and around Alice Springs and the use of other methods including drones, we are working with elders and leaders who want the same as any of us to prevent crime, boost community safety and keep their young people from harming their own futures. And we are boosting funding for family violence legal services to support women and children who live with the bleak reality that family and domestic violence is having on them, because they have to have real options. We cannot turn our backs on the catastrophic rate at which First Nations women suffer family domestic violence, often with tragic finality. First Nations women are currently 33 times more likely than non-Indigenous Australian women to be hospitalised due to family violence, and 7 times more likely to die. This cannot stand. We are funding critical prevention, early intervention, response services to address family, domestic and sexual violence in high-needs First Nations communities. In an effort to stop violence before it starts, 3 new community-led men's wellness centres will be established in the top end to provide support for First Nations men and boys to recognise signs of unhealthy relationships. Culturally informed and specific to community, these programs will be developed and delivered by 3 Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander community-controlled organisations. When Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people advance, the entire nation moves forward. We are delivering real results, but we're clear-eyed about the truth that there is so much more that we need to do. The road ahead is not easy, but crucially, There is a road and we keep adding to it. To close the gap would ultimately erase the gulf that lies between us and our true potential as a nation. It is about ensuring that all Australians get the same chance in life. It is about working towards a reality in which all Australians have power over their own destiny. It's about living the reality of the fair go that we proclaim as an important part of the Australian sense of ourselves. Ours is indeed a remarkable country, a nation that is not an accident or the mere jackpot of good luck, a nation lifted by the vast sweep of our history and the bright possibilities of its future, a nation which every one of us should have pride in sharing with the oldest continuous living culture on earth. A great nation with an extraordinary potential to be even greater in the future. That is a story we will write together. And Mr. Speaker, I present a copy of the Coalition of Peaks Annual Report 2023-24, Coalition of Peaks Implementation Plan 2025, Commonwealth Closing the Gap Annual Report and Implementation Plan, and a copy of my ministerial statement.
Give the call to the Honourable the Leader of the Opposition to speak in response to the Prime Minister's statement.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the Prime Minister for his heartfelt words on a very important topic. I join him in acknowledging the traditional owners of the land on which we meet today, and also acknowledge the presence in the gallery of Minister McCarthy, former Minister Burney, Shadow Ministers Nampijinpa Price and Senator Karen Little, other Indigenous members of Parliament. I acknowledge them all as being very important contributors to this debate now and into the future. This Thursday marks the 17th anniversary of the national apology to the stolen generations, but today as a Parliament we dedicate time to reflect on the anniversary. On behalf of the Coalition, I extend a warm welcome to Pat Turner and Scott Wilson from the Coalition of Peaks and thank the organisation for its work. I also acknowledge those members of the stolen generations and their families who are watching this broadcast from home. And I pay my respects to those members of the stolen generations who are no longer with us. In remembrance, we honour their memories. Mr. Speaker, to understand history is to appreciate that no country has an unblemished past. But what distinguishes Australia from many other countries is that among our overwhelming achievements as a nation, we do not shy away from our dark chapters. We've accepted those chapters, apologised for them and continue to learn from them. The sign of a mature nation is one which embraces and tells its history in the round, its successes and shortcomings alike. By remembering historical wrongs, rather than dropping them down the memory pole, we equip future generations with the knowledge that helps prevent those mistakes being made again. Between 1910 and 1970, thousands of Indigenous children were forcibly taken from their families under the laws and policies of successive Australian governments. The loss, the pain, the suffering and the indignity inflicted upon the children removed, the families left behind and their descendants was profound. In the 2008 National Apology, Australia acknowledged this cold, confronting, uncomfortable truth, as Prime Minister Kevin Rudd put it. His sentiments were echoed by the then Leader of the Opposition, Dr Brendan Nelson, who said, and I quote, "We will be at our best today and every day if we pause to place ourselves in the shoes of others, imbued with the imaginative capacity to see this issue through their eyes with decency and respect." The speeches delivered by Prime Minister Rudd and Opposition Leader Nelson weren't only about looking back with a heartfelt expression of regret, they were importantly also about looking forward with optimism and a view to betterment. Prime Minister Rudd saw the apology as a new beginning, a phrase he mentioned 6 times in his historic address. In one of the most important passages of his speech, Prime Minister Rudd said, "Australians are a passionate lot. We're also a very practical lot. For us, symbolism is important, but unless the great symbolism of reconciliation is accompanied by an even greater substance, it is little more than a clanging gong. It's not sentiment that makes history, it's our actions that make history." Mr Speaker, the substance Prime Minister Rudd referred to was to close the gap. The latest Closing the Gap annual report provided to the Coalition a few hours ago reinforces that the current approach is not working. As the Prime Minister stated, only 5 of 19 socio-economic targets are on track. Australians do want to see better outcomes. People do want to see practical solutions which make a tangible difference to the lives of disadvantaged Indigenous Australians. Australians want to see changes on the ground for those Indigenous communities where safety, housing, health, education and employment are critical issues. But by maintaining the status quo, we will not bring about the drastic improvements we all yearn for. And yet there are beacons of light, clear examples of where things are working. Many of us in this place, including the Prime Minister and I, have visited Gove in East Arnhem Land. It is a success story that we should learn from. Gove's success can be replicated in other parts of the country, but not all. And I want to pay tribute to the late and great Yunupingu, whose leadership and social and economic initiatives empowered his people. And not just Yunupingu, but those people around him in leadership positions. He established the first Indigenous-owned mine in Australia. He started new businesses that also provided his people with employment opportunities. Employment opportunities in a sustainable logging business, in a building business, and in providing services to the community more generally. He helped found the Dupamar Barker School, and the leadership exemplified has been embodied by others in his community. And local elders have continued to attract and leverage private sector investment, which is the source of Gove's success. Industries, as I say, have been built, projects have been commenced, and jobs have been created, meaningful jobs for locals. Monies have been spent on betterment and infrastructure projects. Money's been saved and to provide for future generations. Mining royalties are helping to establish a future wealth fund, and there's a 90% attendance rate at the local school. Kids are engaged in the education system. They're learning both their own language and English. Wonderfully, in 2023, 6 students competed in the International Robotics Championship in Texas. The Barker School even has a space program which will be a pathway for students to work at the Arnhem Space Centre. To be there in that classroom with those students and with those teachers is an incredibly emotional and moving experience. To see the joy on the face of those young Indigenous children as they were preparing to embark on the trip to the United States, a trip of a lifetime for any young Australian. But in that circumstance, in that part of the world, it was a remarkable story. In addition to looking at the strong leadership in Gove, we can also look at strong leadership in the National Territory, in the Northern Territory. I was with Leah Finocchiaro in Alice Springs on the 29th of January, along with Senators Price and Little, as well as Lisa Siebert, a candidate for Lingiari. The Chief Minister has hit the ground running in making sure that she reflects the views of her local community and prioritising, in particular, a crackdown on the scourge of criminal activity and the unsettling nature that has caused for businesses, for non-Indigenous and Indigenous Australians who live in Alice Springs in particular, but in Darwin and across the Northern Territory. Among many effective measures, the Chief Minister has instigated a new circuit breaker program where child protection teams conduct nightly patrols that support and free up police. If youths are found out at night or engaging in antisocial behaviours, the teams will take them home or to a safe place to sleep. And I want to thank all of those NGOs, passionate people, Indigenous and non-Indigenous, that we met with recently before they were about to embark on some of those night patrols. The services that they provide are life-changing, and the passion that was obvious is something that we should all commend. The work of the Northern Territory Police, as the Prime Minister pointed out before in relation to the drone program, provides an opportunity for the police to more quickly respond to a number of incidents, and also including domestic violence. And the briefing we had from the Deputy Commissioner in Alice Springs was confronting in relation to the prevalence of domestic violence. And we all dedicate ourselves to making sure that women and children live in safety and in an environment that we all would expect in this place. Under the programs,
The families of youths who are held to account through responsible agreements is something that is worth noting as a success story also, but with a long way to go. In Alice Springs, I also visited a business owned by a gentleman, Sid Maloney, an Aboriginal man. Sid has owned Hardy Fencing for more than 20 years, and he's recently expanded his business, acquiring Ross Engineering. Sid's workforce is 90% Indigenous. We heard uplifting stories from the people he employs, people who have escaped dire circumstances, achieved financial independence and discovered new purpose in life. One of Sid's initiatives is that he has offered opportunities to young Indigenous Australians who have finished their schooling so that there's a real incentive for kids to complete their HSC. Sid's business is not just an economic multiplier across the territory, it's also an example of what can be emulated. To hear Sid speak, including through tears as he spoke of his own experience as a child, was exhilarating, and it was a compelling story that he was telling. It was about the opportunity he was providing, and it was about the way in which he was able to leverage the support given to him and his business to provide a new pathway forward for a number of Indigenous young people and older people who are working in that business as well. Mr Speaker, practical changes are within reach to improve Indigenous lives. Where there's a will, there is a way, and where there's strength, there's solutions. And when we create crime-free streets, we create safe communities. And when we have safe communities, we have kids going to school. When kids go to school, they leave equipped with the skills to earn a living. And when people earn a living, they have resources for their health and home ownership. And when there's stable homes, more families realise their aspirations. We all understand this logic. It follows that where crime continues, aspiration is out of reach. I want to provide every support to the Chief Minister and the work that the new Territory Government is doing in the pursuit of that end. We have the opportunity here in a bipartisan spirit to do what's right and what's effective. We owe that to disadvantaged Indigenous Australians. We owe that to Australian taxpayers. And we need to make sure that we can identify the excellence. We need to identify where we can provide further support to leverage the success stories into other communities, and we need to learn from the failures of the past and the present to make sure that they're not repeated into the future. There's little that we can do if safety and housing and health and education and employment are not there for Indigenous Australians. And in too many parts of the country today, those basics are missing. And we have to make sure that as a national parliament we can work together in a bipartisan way to achieve better outcomes in those regards. It's something that should happen today as we commemorate the National Apology Anniversary. Let's bring to bear that new beginning which Prime Minister Rudd spoke about so optimistically 17 years ago, a new beginning which has eluded us for far too long. I thank the House.
Yeah. Give the call to the Leader of the House.
Speaker, I move that the House take note of the Prime Minister's statement.
The question is the House take note of the document. I'll put the question.
I think the opposition was going to move that the debate be adjourned at that point.
Just before I move the motion that the House take note of the document, and then we'll move to the adjournment. I'll put the question. Those opinions. Yeah. So we'll just take note of the document. I'll put the question. Those opinions say aye. Against no, I think the ayes have it. The question is that the debate be adjourned and the resumption of the date be made an order of the day for the next sitting. I'll put the question. Those opinions say aye. Against no, I think the ayes have it. The Leader of the House.
I declare that the resumption of debate on the motion to take note of the Prime Minister's statement stands referred to the Federation Chamber.
Yeah. Give the call to the Minister.
Thank you, Speaker. I move that notice number 1, government business, be postponed until a later hour this day.
I'll put the question. Those opinions say aye. Against no, I think the ayes have it. I give the call to the member for Canberra.
Thank you, Speaker.
On behalf of the Joint Standing Committee on the National Capital and External Territories, I present the committee's report entitled Australia's Antarctic Territory, Report on the Inquiry into the Importance of Antarctica to Australia's National Interests, and I ask leave of the House to make a short statement in connection with the report.
Is leave granted? Give a call to the member for New England. Leave is granted. The member for Canberra may proceed.
Thank you. On behalf of the Joint Standing Committee on the National Capital and External Territories, I am pleased to present this report, Australia's Antarctic Territory, Report on the Inquiry into the Importance of Antarctica to Australia's National Interests. For the inquiry into the importance of Antarctica to Australia's national interests. The committee's terms of reference focus on 4 key areas: upholding the principles of the Antarctic Treaty System, conserving and protecting Australia's unique biodiversity and environment, advancing global environmental and climate science, and how Antarctica is contributing to Australia's economic and social development. This report underscores the interconnectedness of these priorities and affirms Australia's enduring commitment to being a responsible steward of this extraordinary and fragile continent. Deputy Speaker, the committee has made 13 recommendations in its report. These recommendations relate to Australia's relationship with the Antarctic Treaty System, the importance of conservation and scientific research in the face of anthropogenic climate change, and the important role the City of Hobart plays as Australia's Antarctic gateway. The committee recognises that a strong and effective treaty system helps Australia to realise its national interests and notes the need for Australia to remain a strong leader within the Antarctic Treaty System. The committee has recommended that Australia pursue the establishment of the proposed East Antarctic Marine Protected Area, increase the number of inspections conducted on other nations' Antarctic bases, and remediate the abandoned Wilkes Station. Science and conservation are the currencies of influence in Antarctica. Therefore, it is incredibly important that Australia continue to invest in world-leading research and support Antarctic science. The committee recommends that the government provide additional support to Australian researchers working on the Million-Year Ice Core project, the Denman Terrestrial Campaign and the Denman Marine Voyage. Deputy Speaker, it is important to note that later this month, the RSV Noyina will begin its Denman Marine Voyage. This voyage will take scientists to the Denman Glacier in the Australian Antarctic Territory for 50 days, where they will extensively study the glacier, which reaches 3.5 kilometres below sea level and which potentially contains 1.5 metres of sea level rise. The committee wishes the expeditioners all the best with this incredibly important work. While in Hobart, the committee was fortunate to board and inspect the Noyina, Australia's state-of-the-art icebreaker. The RSV Noyina is the single biggest investment by the Commonwealth Government in the history of Australia's Antarctic program. The vessel was built to deliver a world-leading scientific capability to conduct multidisciplinary science and to deliver personnel, cargo and equipment to and from Antarctic and subantarctic stations. Upon listening to the concerns of scientists and other stakeholders, the committee recommends that the Noyina be prioritised for scientific research and that resupply efforts be led by a second vessel. This report makes several recommendations about the importance and maintenance of Hobart as Australia's Antarctic gateway. The committee recognises the economic and social value of Antarctica to Australia and the important role of Hobart in this. The committee has recommended that Hobart remain the base of operations for the Australian Antarctic Division and Australian Antarctic Program, and that the government work to secure hosting for the Southern Ocean Observing System and expedite the redevelopment of Macquarie Wharf No. 6 in Hobart. The committee's work was enriched by generous contributions of many individuals, organisations and government departments. I extend my sincere thanks to the witnesses who participated in public hearings in Canberra and in Hobart, and to those who provided written submissions. Your insights and expertise were invaluable to this inquiry. I particularly want to thank the scientists who have shared their incredible work with us. Really inspiring work and just showing how incredibly important Antarctica is in understanding climate change and what we can do to mitigate this existential threat. So our committee is making these recommendations because we want to see our government backing you and your incredibly important work as much as we can. I particularly want to thank as well the Australian Antarctic Division for its contribution to the inquiry, including by hosting committee members in Hobart. The opportunity to tour the Division's facilities and board the RSV Noyina to gain a deeper understanding of this critical work being undertaken by the Division was inspirational and informative. The dedication of Division staff to advancing Australia's Antarctic program and supporting the objectives of the Antarctic Treaty System is commendable. I also want to thank my fellow committee members for their engagement with and participation in this inquiry. I've greatly appreciated the good faith and bipartisanship with which all members displayed, and I particularly want to thank the committee's Deputy Chair, the Member for Forest, for her engagement and contribution, not just on this inquiry, but all the inquiries that we've worked on together this term. It's been an absolute privilege to work with the Member for Forest and have really valued all that I have gained from that experience and all that she's contributed to the committee's work. I also want to acknowledge the work of the staff in the committee secretariat. It takes a lot of work to run a parliamentary inquiry, from holding public hearings and going through written submissions to drafting and of course wrangling members of Parliament's diaries. No small task. It is a job that's often thankless but vital to the work of this Parliament and our democracy. So I want to thank particularly Inquiry Secretary Samuel Thompson and also Ms Fran Denny, our committee secretary, whose work over the past 3 years has been invaluable. This is the third report our committee has handed down and their work has made each of those go incredibly well. So thank you to our wonderful secretariat. Deputy Speaker, this report serves as a reminder of the responsibility we bear to protect Antarctica's unique environment while continuing to advance our understanding of the profound global challenges it represents and support scientists to learn as much as we can from this unique continent. It is my hope that the findings and recommendations contained in this report will guide Australia's ongoing engagement with Antarctica in ways that uphold our national interests and global responsibilities. Thank you. I move that the House takes note of the report.
I thank the member and I give the call to the member for Forest.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker, and I want to also thank the Chair and acknowledge her work in this inquiry, and also thank all members of the committee who were part of it and showed such a great interest and passion for what Australia is contributing in Antarctica. Again, also thanking the Secretariat, particularly Fran Denny and Sam Thompson, as the Chair has referred to. But I think the really important part of this, from my point of view, was also the recommendations regarding the capacity for inspections, and particularly in relation to Australia's national interests, national security interests. That was something I think was very important in the recommendations that we made in relation to inspections and the increased interest of other nations and countries in Antarctica, and for Australia to maintain the focus on the agreements that we have in Antarctica. And I think I was very pleased, particularly with the Noyina, to see that after the coalition government commissioned this particular craft, to see it there and see its amazing capacity and the great passion that all of the staff and scientists that we met and what the capabilities of that particular ship are. I think it's just fantastic, and I think it's a credit to everyone involved in not only the design but how that will operate ahead. And it brings renewed opportunity, as we will see. And I think the quality of the research that will come out, and I think we were fascinated by the krill and what the sequestration, CO2 sequestration that's contained in krill, the massive amount of krill in Antarctica, and the fact that our scientists have been able to actually have those on site and to be able to observe them in such a fashion. That multidisciplinary research that is so important with the Noyina, I just think there's huge opportunity there for Australian scientists and for the new scientists coming through. It gives them a fabulous platform to work with and from, and I think it will encourage even more young people to be involved in Antarctic type research. So I think that's fantastic. But I do certainly strongly support the idea of a second resupply vessel, because this became very apparent to us, and the need for Noyina to focus on that research capacity, and for there be also the capacity to provide the support needed and the resupply of the other bases in the vicinity was raised with us repeatedly. And I think the resources on Noyina certainly should be focused in that space of the research capability. But like the Chair, I want to thank again all of the scientists, everyone who made time to actually contribute, and there were some, and I encourage people to actually read the report and read the report, particularly around some of the concerns around national security and inspection processes. So I thank everybody involved. I thank the Chair extensively for the work that she put in. And I think the recommendations, I'm hoping that they will be considered very seriously by the government of the day, because they were very sound recommendations. And as I said, I was particularly interested in, and I think we did a very good job in the recommendations themselves. And as I'd said earlier on, I think this recommendation number 3, I've referred to it, the committee recommends that the Commonwealth Government increase the frequency of inspections of other Antarctic treaty parties and Arctic stations over 2025-26 and beyond. And I cannot stress this strongly enough. The Commonwealth Government should consider other methods of inspection, such as satellite imagery and drone use. And I think these are very important in relation to our responsibilities under the treaty, but also our national security interests. So I would just, Chair, like to bring that well and truly to the forefront of consideration of the government, and I think this was a very strong and sound recommendation that the committee made. I thank the Chair for this indulgence, and I thank the Chair of the committee for all of her work.
I thank the member for Forrest. The member for Canberra to move.
I move that the House take note of the report.
The debate is adjourned, and the resumption of the debate will be made an order of the day for the next sitting.
I move that the order of the day be referred to the Federation Chamber for debate.
And I'll put that question. Those of that opinion say aye. Those against no. I think the ayes have it. Clerk. I have to report that the Federation Chamber has been unable to complete its consideration of the Treasury Laws Amendment, Tax Incentives and Integrity Bill 2024, and has returned the bill to the House with an unresolved question. I present a certified copy of the bill together with a schedule of the question, which the Federation Chamber was unable to resolve. And I understand that it's the wish of the House to consider the bill immediately, and I call the Minister. The unresolved question is that the amendment moved by the member for Peterborough be agreed to, and I call the Minister. The question is that the amendment be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Those against no. The ayes have it. Okay, ayes have it. Division required? Ring the bells. They're everywhere. Okay.
I'll lock the doors. The question is the amendment be agreed to. The ayes will pass to the right of the chair and the noes to the left. I point the honourable members for Parkes and Gray as tellers for the ayes, and the honourable members for Werriwa and Bean as tellers for the noes, or the Chief Government Whip. I need a teller for the noes. The member for Cunningham. Order. The result of the division is ayes 50, noes 81. The matter was resolved in the negative. The question now is that this bill be now read a second time. I'll put the question. Those opinions say aye. Against no. I think the ayes have it, and I call the clerk.
second reading a bill for an act to amend the law relating to taxation and for related purposes.
I have received a message from Her Excellency the Governor-General recommending, in accordance with Section 56 of the Constitution, an appropriation for the purposes of amendments to this bill. Order of members can leave the chamber as quickly and as quietly as possible. The House will now consider the bill in detail, and I understand it is the wish of the House to take the bill as a whole. The question is that this bill be agreed to, and I give the call to the Assistant Treasurer, the Minister for Financial Services.
Thanks, Speaker. I present a supplementary explanatory memorandum to the bill.
I call the Minister.
Thanks, Speaker. I ask leave of the House to move Government Amendments 1 and 2 on sheet UG 105 as circulated together.
Is leave granted? The member for Petrie.
Yes, leave granted.
Thank the member for Petrie. The Minister may proceed.
I thank the member for Petrie. I move Government Amendments 1 and 2 on sheet UG 105 as circulated together.
The question is that the amendments be agreed to, and give the call to the member for Petrie.
Thanks, Mr. Speaker. I ask leave of the House to move Amendments 1 and 2 on sheet 1 to Government Amendment 2 as circulated in my name together.
Member Petrie, we're just dealing with the government's amendments first. I'm just stating that question. Okay.
For the House to move Amendments 1 and 2 on sheet 1 to Government Amendment 2 as circulated in my name together.
Hang on. Leave is granted. Member may proceed.
Thank you. I move Amendments 1 and 2 on sheet 1 to Government Amendments 2 as circulated in my name together.
The member for Petrie has the call.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you. My amendments to this bill will remove Schedule 2 from the bill. This strikes out the government's attack on small business, which denies deductibility for the general interest charge and the shortfall interest charge. It will also amend the government amendment on the instant asset tax write-off. Removing deductibility of ATO interest charges, Schedule 2 of this bill denies deductions for ATO interest charges, the general interest charge and shortfall interest charge. We believe, look, this is another attack on small business. We've seen some 27,000 small and medium businesses close in the last 3 years, and this is just another added burden to these businesses at a time when many of them are doing it quite tough. Small businesses at this time can least afford what the government is doing, and that is why I'm moving these amendments to remove the schedule. The current arrangements, Mr. Speaker, which allow for deductibility, take into account the uncertainty of the tax environment and that filed positions can be reviewed well after a tax return is lodged. The policy intent of these existing interest charges is to neutralise the loan benefit that a taxpayer gets due to the late payment of tax. The point of it is to put a taxpayer who is late paying tax in the same position as a taxpayer who has paid tax on time. But making these interest charges non-deductible goes beyond neutralising this loan benefit. It is effectively now an immediate penalty regardless of the debt levels or culpability of the late taxpayer. Denying these deductions is punitive. It risks exacerbating financial hardship for small businesses and their staff already facing challenges, as I said before, such as high inflation, elevated interest rates and cash flow constraints. These businesses are facing, as I said, record insolvencies. And instead of tackling this issue, the government is hammering these small businesses again. The government's proposed Schedule 4 of the bill continues Labor's attempts to decimate the instant asset tax write-off. As I've said before, the instant asset tax write-off previously was pretty well unlimited during COVID. And so winding it all the way down to 20,000 and not even making it ongoing, it should be ongoing. It should be standard business procedure for any small and family business in Australia that the instant asset tax write-off becomes permanent, 100%. And 20,000, I mean, you can't buy a vehicle. There's very little that you can buy
sort of thing in relation to items with 20,000. And so Labor's proposal would limit the instant asset write-off to that 20,000 and not make it permanent. The government has consistently been slow to provide certainty on the instant asset tax write-off, and this leaves small businesses in limbo and faced with uncertainty when they invest in their business. The Coalition 100% supports SMEs, and we're committed to lower, simpler, fairer taxes for Australia's 2.5 million small businesses. The Coalition's position, as outlined in this year's budget and reply, is to extend the value of the assets eligible and to make this deduction permanent. Now, I would love to make this lift it way higher. It should, as far as I'm concerned, it should be $150,000 plus for an instant asset tax write-off. But with the additional spending of the government, some $350 billion plus on top of the last budget that Josh Frydenberg handed down, it makes it difficult for us to lift it right now beyond $30,000. People will have to wait that hopefully a coalition government is elected very soon under the leadership of Peter Dutton, and we have to wait for the taxes to come in as businesses improve. So as business get more confidence and we see more company tax come in and income taxes go up as well, that's when we'll be able to, at some stage in the future, hopefully lift it beyond 30,000. But right now, 20,000 and not making it permanent, it's a disgrace. And it shows how little that they regard small and family businesses when it comes to the Albanese Labor government. So the Coalition is serious about providing that lifeline, and I call on the government to support my amendment. It's not a big ask. We haven't made it, as I said, 150,000 or unlimited like it was previously. We've just lifted it, Deputy Speaker, to the Minister through you, from 20,000 to 30,000. It's not a big increase, and it does, it's something the government should consider. You'd have bipartisan support to do that before the upcoming election.
I thank the member. The question is that the amendment to government amendment. The question is that the amendments to Government Amendment 2 on sheet UG 105 be agreed to. Those of that opinion. I'm going to put the question. Oh, the member for Brisbane has the call.
Sorry, thank you, Deputy Speaker.
Pardon?
No, it's okay. just to clarify, the amendment that the member for Petrie has moved, would you be able to clarify that you've only moved sheet 1? So my understanding is that these amendments that they only go to the instant asset write-off and do not remove Schedule 2 of the bill, just because the member referenced that while doing his speech. So just wanted to clarify.
The member for Petrie has the call.
Thanks, Deputy Speaker. Just to the member for Brisbane, no, it does remove Schedule 2 of the bill as well. Yeah. So it's removing Schedule 2 of the bill in relation to striking out the general interest charge and the shortfall interest charge. At the moment, small and medium businesses can, obviously we want them to pay, but they can receive that additional interest as tax deductions. At the moment, the government is taking all that away, and we're saying that at this time, when there is high inflation, when they've had 27,000 businesses go broke around Australia under the government, that we think it's the wrong time to do that. So it does remove that, and then also the change to the instant asset tax write-off, just lifting it from 20 to 30 and making it permanent. Thank you.
So the question is that the amendments to Government Amendment 2 on sheet UG 105 be agreed to. I'm going to put that question. Those of that opinion say aye. Aye. Those against no. No. Noes have it. Ayes have it. Division required. Call. Ring the bells.
How are you?
All right. And Pat will be here soon.
Oh, for the...
Lock the doors. The question before the House is the amendments moved by the opposition be agreed to. The ayes will pass to the right of the chair and the noes to the left. Appoint the honourable members for Werriwa and Bean as tellers for the ayes, and the honourable members for Parkes and Grey as tellers for the noes. Order. The result of the division is ayes 59, no 75. The matter is resolved in the negative. The question now is that the government's amendments be agreed to. I'll just give the call to the member for Warringah.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. I seek leave to move amendments as circulated in my name, Amendments 1, 3, 5 and 6 to Government Amendment 2 on sheet UG 105 as circulated in my name together.
Is leave granted? The Minister. Leave is granted. The member for Warringah may proceed.
I move Amendments 1, 3, 5 and 6 to Government Amendments 2 as circulated in my name together. It's really important that in this place there is always much said about support for small to medium business, but there isn't always the follow-through when it comes to the actions that will make a real difference. Small to medium businesses perform much of the heavy lifting of our economy. Together, they account for more than half of the nation's GDP and contribute to over $500 billion to our economy, providing almost 70% of local employment. Small businesses are struggling. The MYOB Business Monitor found that 33% of revenue decline in small business for December 2025. It also found that 24% of small business were struggling with maintaining cash flow. A fifth of small to medium businesses are still under pressure from late payment from customers, consistent with increased inflationary pressure we're seeing across the economy. Combined with the pressure of subsequent rental increases, cost of utilities, fuel prices, rising supply costs, lower consumer spending and, of course, much increased insurance premiums and the difficulty of finding and retaining staff, they continue to have a really negative impact on small to medium business. So we need to do more in this place to stand up for small business. And the government's amendment today has highlighted that small business sometimes is an afterthought, I would say, because I am critical that this bill is a bill that addresses a lot of issues and slaps a lot of things together. So the instant asset write-off is an important feature of the tax system and it should be made permanent. To that effect, I supported the amendment by the member for Petrie, but I would urge the opposition to now come and stand with me on this amendment because it is incredibly important we do more. Program incentives investment, but also improves cash flow. So, and I very much support that this should be made permanent so businesses can plan ahead. They don't have what we've had over this course of Parliament, an argy-bargy between government and opposition, which then sees these provisions not come into effect in the financial year needed, and business cannot plan for it and actually write off those assets. But this instant asset write-off needs to be increased to $50,000 at a minimum. It reflects the instant asset write-off measures provided to small businesses during the pandemic. We know that was effective and efficient. Small businesses are still struggling with impacts of the pandemic, impacts of lower migration, high supply costs. Supported by small business groups and industries such as COSBOA, the Australian Chamber of Commerce, MYOB, as well as industry groups such as the National Electrical and Communication Association. They all support that this instant asset write-off should be increased to $50,000. The move to increase it to $50,000 will assist with the rising cost of goods and services and the urgent need to stimulate growth in productivity. These businesses need room to breathe. The rise of online cybersecurity will see a significant cost impact on small business. There has been a 20% increase in the cost of goods since the pandemic. For construction businesses, building costs have risen 40% since 2020. Costs of commercial vehicles have increased 104% since January 2020. All of these issues identify how 20,000, whilst a good start, is simply not sufficient to genuinely help small business. So increasing it to 50,000 will provide that extra room for companies to provide wage increases and employ more casual and part-time workers. It will make a difference when we are looking at the challenges small businesses face, especially that opportunity to electrify, to get some sustainability within their operations and some efficiency within their operations. It simply cannot be done for $20,000. The reality is, for example, a small business that owns their premises, that wants to put solar on their rooftop or get a battery, electrify their fleet, if they want to get some efficiencies around their air conditioning operations, get new plant, new infrastructure, all of these things will be significantly more than 20,000. I've met with the Chambers of Commerce and many small businesses in my electorate. They are desperately asking the government and the opposition to come together with a meaningful change so that small businesses can improve their cash flow, invest in their structure and increase their productivity and ultimately employ more people within our community. So I urge the opposition, be more than just words, more than just promises at election time. Come and stand with us, and I urge the government, of course, to do it as well, to vote for this to be a 50,000 asset write-off for small businesses.
I thank the call the member for Ryan.
Very much, Deputy Speaker. I rise to speak in support of the member for Warringah's amendment to the Treasury Laws Amendment Tax and Integrity Bill. The Greens support increasing and extending the instant asset write-off, which allows small businesses to claim an immediate deduction for the business portion of the cost of an asset in the year the asset is first used. The Greens understand how important small businesses are to our communities and the broader economy. I very much understand this myself personally from deep and long-term experience, half a century as a former director of my own practice, small and then medium businesses. Small businesses make a huge contribution to Australian society and the economy. We also know that too many small businesses are struggling right now in the wake of the pandemic and with high inflation and interest rates, and these important employers of so many Australians need some extra support. Extending the instant asset write-off will give small businesses the certainty that they need, as the previous speaker, the member for Warringah, mentioned, to invest in their businesses, which will have flow-on effects for their customers, for workers, for the communities they're based in, and indeed for the whole Australian community. Thank you.
I thank the member for Ryan, and I give the call to the member for Kooyong.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I would like to speak to a slightly different piece of this legislation, if I could. With respect to the write-off of the instant write of the assets, I did want to draw the Chamber's attention to the fact that in many cases this bill, I think, is being misused by some consumers, particularly with respect to the write-off of the luxury car tax discounts. So essentially what the issue here is the issue regarding people using this tax law to write off utility vehicles when in many instances it's reasonable to conclude that the vehicles are actually being purchased for non-commercial purposes. If we look at the cars bought in Australia in 2023, nearly a quarter of them were light utility vehicles or utes. That's 3.1 million vehicles purchased in that year. There are only 1.94 million tradies in Australia, so it's reasonable to assume that in many instances these vehicles are not being purchased for commercial purposes, but rather are being used by individuals for non-commercial purposes. That being the case, it's not appropriate that the luxury car tax is being giving these people a tax cut. It would make sense that we change this legislation such as to exclude those luxury utility vehicles from the commercial vehicle exemption. I've written to the Treasurer about this in the past but not yet received a response. We know that tradies who are actually using their cars for work are unlikely to be adversely affected because of this, because the models that they're choosing are below the luxury car tax threshold. So I put that before the House and before the Assistant Treasurer in terms of the fact that it's inappropriate for us to continue to give tax breaks to people who don't need them and shouldn't deserve them, when really what we should be doing is working as actively as we can to use our taxpayers' money for good, rather than giving tax breaks to people who buy enormous super utes. Thank you.
Thank the member. Call the member for Petrie.
Yeah, thanks, Deputy Speaker. Just in relation to the amendment from the member for Warringah, as much as I think the instant asset tax write-off should be lifted higher, much, much higher, the reality is leading into this election, we have to have all our costings, up forward and put out front. We obviously want to make sure that our budget is better than what the current government is doing. And so that's why we've decided to lift it to $30,000 at the moment and make it permanent. But as a former small business owner and a former contractor and someone that worked in trades for 15 years, I understand the value of the instant asset tax write-off, and I think a lot of the coalition government do. In relation to the member for Kooyong, I've got no idea what she's talking about, Deputy Speaker, like no idea. An attack on tradies wanting to use utes? I mean, you've got to be kidding me. You've got to be kidding me. So I used to run a pest control business, and I had 9 pest controllers in it, and every single one of them had a dual cab ute or a extra cab ute, and they used that ute for work. And you know what? If they took their family on the weekend in the dual cab ute off for lunch or something and used it, you want to reduce that. Is that right? Is that what you want to do for the people of Kooyong and right around Australia? I mean, the ute is a genuine tax deduction. And I can guarantee you one thing, that if I'm Assistant Treasurer, he won't be getting rid of tax-free thresholds and any sort of deduction on utes. That is for sure. And the member for Kooyong, I'd challenge her to go out and talk to the tradies in her electorate, or perhaps we'll get Amelia Hamer to go out and talk to the people in her electorate, because it's an outrageous suggestion. It puts a slur on everyone who drives a ute to sort of say that, oh, this is some sort of tax dodge to have a ute. And it just shows how far some of these members in this place are and how out of touch they are, and that is definitely one of the worst amendments that I've seen in 12 years of this place, that someone would stand up and say something like that. It puts a slur over every tradie, every bricklayer, every builder, every person that works in the office as well, that works for those companies. It's wrong. It's wrong.
Thank the member. Member for Kooyong.
I'll withdraw for the moment, Speaker.
Thank you. Call the member for Warringah.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Through noting the comments of the opposition, I'd ask the Minister in terms of what costings and calculations have been made by the government, and ironically I would say the opposition as well, if they were willing to share, in why the decision to leave it at 20,000 or even the 30,000 proposal and not actually the 50,000 asset write-off that's been requested by COSBOA and all industry groups as being the meaningful threshold that would in fact raise productivity and assist businesses. Because this shouldn't be just a question of picking numbers that are convenient politically to one side or the other. It would be useful for the industry, for small businesses, to in fact understand why the calculation of the 20,000, because the very point of it is that it's meaningful for small businesses. 20,000 does not allow for putting a solar on the roof or putting a battery or getting efficiency and sustainability within operations.
I thank the member for Warringah. The debate is interrupted in accordance with Standing Order 43, and the debate may be resumed at a later hour, and the member will have leave to continue speaking when the debate is resumed. Are there any statements by honourable members? And I call the member for Leichhardt.
Thank you very much indeed, Madam Deputy Speaker. I rise here today to pay tribute to my very dear friend and colleague, the Honourable Warren Pitt, AM. Warren was a teacher. He was a serviceman in the reserves before serving as a member for Mulgrave, Labor member for Mulgrave, I might add, in the Queensland Parliament for nearly 20 years. He passed away peacefully in Gordon Vale, south of Cairns, on February the 7th. He and I shared a constituency in my early days at Yarrabah, and we worked closely together advocating for that community. He would frequently call me up and say, "Warren, I'm going over to Yarrabah to visit the constituents. Would you like to come?" I'd always say yes. I'd meet him on the Bruce Highway turnoff on the way to Yarrabah, hop into his vehicle, ALP1, and together the two Warrens would head over to Yarrabah to pay visit to our constituents. I handled the federal matters, he did the state. When Warren was diagnosed with cancer, I continued visiting Yarrabah on behalf of us both. My office working with his office in making sure that all of these issues were addressed. Madam Deputy Speaker, it was because of the friendship that we had and that friendship that endured through all of his illness. Warren, alongside with his wife Linda, who was always willing to be part of that whole supporting Warren. It's why I submitted a proposal to name an overpass after them. It had to be both of them. They were a pair from the beginning. We now have the Warren and Linda Way, which stands as a tribute to their work between Gordon Vale. And so I say, I wish him well in his next journey. We will never be forgotten.
Thank you. Member for Bairn.
Deputy Speaker, for some time now I've been engaging with Lara Kaput, a constituent of mine who is a former member of the Jehovah's Witnesses. Over many years, Lara and her colleagues have undertaken significant research into the abuse and obfuscation which has occurred within the organisation. The Royal Commission into Institutional Responses to Child Sexual Abuse found that the Jehovah's Witnesses was not an organisation which responded adequately to abuse. The research undertaken by Lara and her colleagues is comprehensive and builds upon this finding. Lara's research suggests that the lessons of the history of abuse have not been fully learned and taken to heart in the ongoing operations of the organisation. Disturbingly, Lara has told me that in 6 years of the operation of the redress scheme, there have been only 2 successful applications from victims of abuse within the Jehovah's Witness community. The report produced by the inquiry by the Joint Standing Committee on the implementation of the National Redress Scheme last year covers a great deal of ground on this subject. In particular, the inquiry found that it appeared possible that the Jehovah's Witnesses misled the Joint Standing Committee in its evidence. It's clear that a legacy of abuse and mismanagement must be addressed in all its aspects. The antidote, Deputy Speaker, is scrutiny. I look forward to continuing to work with Lara and advocate for action on this important issue.
Member for Lindsay.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. The Albanese Labor government is out in the cold when it comes to a lack of commitment to the reduction of gambling harm. The opposition leader took leadership on this issue nearly 2 years ago. The Coalition's position is to ban gambling ads 1 hour before, during and 1 hour after live sports broadcasts. Our bill was put to the Senate, but Labor and the Greens voted against it. Last week, the Greens put forward their own bill, and independents in both the House and Senate have come forward with their own positions on gambling. Everyone is activated about this issue, except for the Prime Minister. It is like the Prime Minister is dog paddling in the slow lane, while everyone else is in an Olympic race to end gambling harm. The Labor government has been sitting on a report from their own committee inquiry since 2023, yet all they seem to be able to do is to wait until after the election. The government could have supported our common sense bill back in 2023. A coalition government would ensure that families enjoying the broadcast of their favourite sporting event will be protected from gambling ads, which we know cause harm particularly to children. The Albanese Labor government is failing Australian families by doing nothing. It's been clear over the last week in particular that even though everyone else is coming to the table, everyone else has a plan, the Albanese Labor government has no plan at all.
Member for Werriwa.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. The federal redistribution takes suburbs like Macquarie Fields into the seat of Hughes. From my first day as a member for Werriwa, I have been proud to represent the hard-working people of Macquarie Fields. I have friends, too many to number, who call 2564 home. You'll never find more decent folk than those where Macquarie Fields is located. And to correct the record, Macquarie Fields does indeed have its own beach, Simo's Beach at the end of 5th Avenue. It's a beautiful area used by locals for years and years and years for swimming and picnics. But on a more serious note, Deputy Speaker, I'm proud of Labor's track record for Macquarie Fields, with my state colleague Annalek Chanthavon and the election of a New South Wales Labor government, Transport for New South Wales are upgrading Macquarie Field Station. In November last year, first works were started for the upgrade, so long overdue and neglected by successive Liberal governments. The Albanese government also has committed to a university study hub to give residents opportunities to go to university that they've not previously have. There's also been upgrades for James Meehan High School. The list goes on and 90 seconds can't do it justice. But making glib remarks about the people who live in Macquarie Fields isn't helpful and isn't okay. I will miss representing Macquarie Fields, but I know the friendships that I have there will endure.
Member for Indi.
Speaker, each summer, when the temperature rises to 35 degrees or higher, in towns like Bethanga, Bellbridge and Euroa, the power can simply switch off. Many towns across regional Australia are far too familiar with regular and lengthy power outages, especially in extreme weather. To be clear, this isn't because of renewables or even because of our ageing coal-fired power stations. Increasingly, small towns on the edge of the main grid have their power cut because of something called the Rapid Earth Fault Current Limiter. These sensitive devices switch the power line off instantly if a fault is detected to reduce the risk of a bushfire. And of course, this is an important safety measure. But the effects of a power outage are terrible. Businesses are forced to shut, and it's often the elderly and the sick who suffer the most when there's no electricity. Successive governments from both major parties have neglected these regional townships. They focus more on getting power to the major cities. But regional edge-of-grid towns deserve reliable and secure power supply. Microgrids involving a system of solar, diesel and battery storage connected to businesses, households and community buildings can be a solution. During extreme weather events, a microgrid can separate from the network to supply the power. We must invest in better energy resilience to ensure our businesses can operate, our food doesn't spoil and we can all stay comfortable as the climate changes. I call on the government, any government, do better for power supply to regional.
Bennelong has the call.
Yesterday, the government announced a $573.3 million investment in women's health to deliver more choice, lower costs and better health care for women. The package of measures includes the first PBS listing for new oral contraceptive pills in more than 30 years. Brands Yaz and Yasmin will go on the PBS, saving hundreds of dollars a year for over 50,000 women. It also includes the first PBS listing for new menopausal hormonal therapies in over 20 years. You've then got more choice, lower costs and better access to long-term contraceptives, with larger Medicare payments and more bulk billing for IUDs and birth control implants, saving around 300,000 women a year up to $400 in out-of-pocket costs. And then there's more endometriosis and pelvic pain clinics treating more conditions, opening 11 new clinics and ensuring all 33 clinics, including the one in Bennelong, are staffed to provide specialist support for menopause. Deputy Speaker, Labor will always strengthen Medicare. In less than 3 years, we've invested record amounts in bulk billing. We've opened over 80 new Medicare urgent care clinics, including one in Top Ryde, open 8 a.m. to 10 p.m, 7 days a week, fully bulk billed. And we've saved Australians over $1 billion on the cost of their medicines. And you just need to compare our approach on Medicare to that of the Liberals. It's in their DNA to oppose and attack Medicare, and it's in ours to make it better and defend it.
Member for Warringah.
Warringah are frustrated with outdated road infrastructure that foul our area's needs. Heavy traffic congestion plagues residents across the electorate and continues to impact the North Sydney area once the Western Harbour Tunnel has been completed. Both New South Wales Labor and Liberal governments have shelved the Northern Beaches Link Tunnel and have proposed no other solutions. While transport remains a state issue, it's essential that clean public transport be prioritised. More can be done federally to improve these issues. In 2019, Infrastructure Australia recognised that the Northern Beaches to North Sydney corridor is the fourth most congested in Sydney's evening peaks and remains on the Infrastructure Australia priority list. Last year, I was briefed by the New South Wales Government on the outcomes of their Northern Beaches network review. Two items of very high priority are $20 million funding for planning for upgrades of the Warringah Road, Pittwater Roads Office Works intersection and the Pacific Highway, Chatswood-Roseville intersection. The Office Works intersection was on Infrastructure Australia's priority infrastructure list in July 2021. This intersection is a key bottleneck along the Northern Beaches to North Sydney corridor. So I both require the federal government's support, and the state government have indicated that they would welcome a sharing of the costs and partnerships. So I call on the government to commit to working with the New South Wales government for 50-50 split for funding these works.
Member for Fraser.
Deputy Speaker, the Footscray community within my electorate of Fraser has long been a melting pot of cultural and personal expression. The area is home to many creative individuals and organisations who play a vital role in producing the art that defines and redefines our culture. Despite the existence of such a long-standing, storied creative culture in the West, many of whom have achieved nationally and internationally, the local arts industry has for many years been deprived of much-needed infrastructure. In particular, there are very few large performing arts centres in Melbourne's West. Without adequate investment in performance spaces, the artists of Melbourne's West will be limited in their opportunities. This will hamper the development of a sector that enriches us all. Creators and arts consumers of the West deserve the same access to the arts as their counterparts across the bridge. The Creative West project seeks to rectify this problem. The government recently committed $5 million to Creative West, which will be matched by Maribyrnong Council. This precinct will ultimately include outdoor spaces, contemporary library facilities and, critically, a 500-seat performing arts and entertainment venue. Not only will this investment create substantial economic and social opportunities, but it will also continue to foster the culture of creation and innovation that exists in Melbourne's West. I would like to thank the Maribyrnong City Council for joining the federal Labor government in making this vital investment possible.
Member for Farrer.
I rise on behalf of over 800 of my constituents from the town of Corowa. This community is like so many across Australia, struggling under a Labor government with the wrong priorities and making the wrong decisions. The last thing Corowa needed was to lose their bulk billing GP clinic. Corowa Mediclinic closed in December, declaring their business unsustainable with a lack of external support and medical staff. This was devastating for hundreds of mainly older patients, many now forced to hopefully find a doctor in Albury, a 90-minute round trip away. Unfortunately, in this place, the shutdown is no surprise. Despite those opposite happily parroting their party of Medicare mantra, it's a false reality. Last month, a study found bulk billing in retreat, out-of-pocket costs up $40 on average. Clean Bill Blue says almost 80% of available Australian GP clinics no longer offer bulk billing to adult patients. Delivered with the petition of 800 signatures was a request to review support, reimbursement and a staff retention strategy for country practices. I'm pleased to say this is all possible. We just need a change of government. The Coalition has already announced a $400 million commitment to incentivise junior doctors to train in general practice to help fill shortages. We've also pledged support to help recruit and retain healthcare workers to ensure Corowa, indeed all Australians, have access to timely and affordable healthcare, no matter where you live.
Member for Solomon.
Thanks, Deputy Speaker. I was honoured to attend a celebration of the life of a great Territorian, Stephen Goodall, last month in Darwin. And I'm wearing one of his ties and his matching pocket chiefs, little pocket square here. And I want to thank Karen Green for distributing those to Stephen's friends at the event. A great way to remember him. He made significant contributions to the Northern Territory's business, community, workforce and policy landscape with an unwavering dedication to the Territory's growth and development. Now, like some other great Australians, Stephen was actually born a Kiwi in New Zealand, but made Australia his home, and he personified the best of the Anzac spirit in that dedication to his new home of Australia. He was identified in the Australian Army as a leader in the military with ambition and true grit. He carried these qualities across into his civilian life, as evidenced in all the condolences from his many families, many friends and colleagues across Australia and overseas. Stephen touched the lives of us all with his kindness, his generosity and his mentorship. He built relationships, fostered collaboration and conveyed complex ideas to drive the Northern Territory forward. My condolences to his friends, colleagues and golf buddies, and know that he is now with his wife Alma, who passed away a year before him. To both Stephen and Alma, rest in peace. Thanks, Deputy
Member
Speaker.
for Maranoa.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Regional Australia is under siege by the Albanese government, and at the next election the Nationals have endorsed strong candidates who will stop the Labor rot and fight for our fair share. Alison Penfold, our candidate for Lion, is a local champion from Hannam Vale and Taree, and she's worked at the highest levels of agriculture, industry and government. Alison Penfold is fighting hard to improve roads, telecommunications and access to better healthcare. And in the mighty Hunter Valley, our candidate is local business leader and former registered nurse Sue Gilroy. Sue Gilroy has a vision for cost of living relief, cheaper energy, and she will proudly back our resource sector and all the jobs that depend on it in the Hunter Valley. In Parks, we have the former Mayor, Gunnedah Mayor Jamie Chaffey, a hard-working former business owner who will be a powerful voice for those diverse communities spanning Moree to Dubbo and on to Broken Hill. He's determined to travel the Western Plains and continue the Nationals' great legacy of delivering for Parks. In the Northern Territory, Lisa Siebert is leading the charge in Lingiari. A federal police officer, Lisa Siebert is committed to taking local action on crime and putting an end to Labor's waste in the Territory. A vote for these proud Nationals candidates will continue to help us turf out a bad government and bring some common sense back to Canberra.
Member for Robertson.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker, and I rise to commend Gosford's oldest train driver, Mr John Zabo, who is this year making 56 years driving trains in New South Wales. John is an incredible public servant whose career started following his high school in 1969. John began as a trainee engineman on steam trains in Sydney before moving on to driving diesel trains in 1976. Nowadays, John continues driving trains, Deputy Speaker, although they are a little different to the steam trains of yesteryear he started his career on. John drives trains all along the Sydney Central Coast Newcastle line, which has about 1 million passenger trips per month. A very busy line across the public transport network, and one that requires an experienced train driver like John. I know that our community is so appreciative of John's commitment over the past 5.5 decades. So I'd like to take this opportunity in the chamber today to formally recognise John Zabo in the Australian Parliament and to thank him for his unwavering dedication to public transport and to the people of New South Wales and our incredible place that we call home, the Central Coast. It is one of the greatest places in this country, if not the world. I know the member for Hunter might disagree with me, but the Central Coast is one of the best places on earth. And just a quick shout out to my mother-in-law, Mandy Hilton. Happy birthday. I hope you have a great day. Thank you, Deputy Speaker.
Member for New England.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. Madam Deputy Speaker, Professor Matthew Campen from the University of New Mexico has in a recent study come forward with a rather startling revelation that we may be walking around with up to a spoonful of microplastics, which are 100,000th of the width of a human hair, in our brain. They've crossed the blood-brain barrier and now exacerbating such conditions as dementia. Microplastics such as these come from tyres, cosmetics, clothing, but they also come from wind turbine blades, as clearly pointed out in the November 2024 report by the Department of Wind Energy Systems Technical University of Denmark. Up to 1 kilogram of microplastics per year per blade. Now, these microplastics blow off the blade and onto the pasture to be eaten by cattle and consumed by you and into your bloodstream and into your brain, or into the sea to be eaten by fish, to be consumed by you and into your bloodstream and into your brain. As Tamara Galloway, Professor of Exotoxicology from Dexter University, stated, you cannot treat the environment as one big dumping ground. Well, that is how your intermittent power targets and their wind turbine blades are treating our countryside and our sea. So you may not be able to see the intermittent power wind turbine blades in New England or off the member for Wannan's coast, but don't worry, because you get to eat some of them later on. But later on, you may not remember it. And just in closing, I also point a big shout out to Kimberley Hone for Richmond. Go Kimberley.
Member for Holt.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Last week marked 16 years since Black Saturday, Australia's deadliest bushfire disaster. That tragic day is forever etched in our nation's memory. Fuelled by extreme heat, nearly 400 fires burned across Victoria. More than 19,000 CFA personnel responded, selflessly sacrificing their time and, in some cases, their lives to protect others. The devastation reached communities across the state, including suburbs once thought safe. Homes were lost, even in our own community in Narre South. While we have learned valuable lessons that have helped save lives, bushfire seasons are becoming more intense. We saw this with Black Summer fires of 2019, the recent Los Angeles wildfires, and this year's fires in the Grampians. Investments in data and aircraft are vital, but they mean a little without firefighters on the front line. I want to thank all firefighters in Holt, especially those at Hampton Park, Narre Warren, Clyde, Devon Meadows, Torridon and Warned Blind Bight CFA for your dedication to protecting our community every single day. Thank you.
Member for Cook.
I'd like to congratulate Terry O'Hara for his OAM for 36 years at St Vincent's de Paul Society Oyster Bay Conference. He also volunteers with TOFs, who organise outings for retired or semi-retired men. Well done, Terry. I'm delighted to announce that an elected coalition government will invest $674,000 to upgrade the field lighting at Gawley Park's North Oval. This funding will ensure the members of the Tarrant Point Titans Rugby League Club, as well as the Tarrant Point Touch Association, can play and train safely in the evenings. Many thanks to the hundreds and hundreds of locals who signed the petition. Do you know the Cronulla Sharks NRLW team currently have no fit-for-purpose change rooms for female players? Female players don't have private showers, they don't have room for a physio, they don't have their own purpose-built change rooms. This is why, if elected, a coalition government will contribute $4 million to be matched by the Cronulla Sharks to construct change rooms for those teams. I'm proud to deliver for the thousands of locals who've got behind this initiative. In Oyster Bay, the Oyster Bay Oval is used by over 1,000 players and students from the local public schools and Georges Rivers Football Club. Preparing for the fields of this volume of use is no easy task, and the club is dependent on so many volunteers. That's why an elected Liberal government would contribute $35,000 to fund a new line marking machine.
Member for Reid.
At a Women's Health Forum I held with the Assistant Minister for Health, Jed Carney, women spoke openly about the challenges they've faced with the health system. They shared stories of being ignored, dismissed and discouraged. Their stories have stayed with me ever since. They deserve a government that is willing to invest in their health and their future. And that's what this Labor government is doing. We've announced $500 million in funding to support better health outcomes for women, listing 2 contraceptive pills on the PBS, increasing the Medicare payments on IUDs, more support for women experiencing menopause, more endometriosis and pelvic pain clinics. I've created a Reid Women's Health Reference Group to support the courageous local women who are helping shine a light on women's health needs. And I'm delighted that dozens of women are taking part in the group. They are GPs, surgeons, researchers, gynecologists, physios, and women with lived experience. They've identified the priority health issues for women in my local community, and it's wonderful to see some of those issues are already being addressed by the Labor government. A member of that group said to me, "Women shouldn't have to suffer in silence," and I'm pleased to be part of a government that is finally listening to women.
Member for Capricornia.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Rockhampton-Yeppoon Road is a critical lifeline connecting the Capricorn Coast to Rockhampton and beyond. It's a road thousands of locals rely on every day, but for too long it's been in desperate need of upgrades. I understand just how important road safety is for our community, whether it's families heading to work and school, transport operators keeping goods moving, or visitors exploring our region. Everyone deserves safe and efficient roads. That's why I fought hard and secured $85 million under the former coalition government's Investment Road and Rail program to deliver these much-needed improvements. This funding is making real change happen. Work is now around halfway complete, with major upgrades extending the roads to 4 lanes between Ironpot and Headlow Creek. Once finished, this project will significantly improve how people travel between Yeppoon and Rockhampton, reducing congestion, making journeys safer and ensuring a more efficient network for the 11,000 daily commuters who rely on it. But while the Coalition delivers for regional Australia, Labor does the opposite. Since coming to government, Labor has cut billions from regional infrastructure funding, delaying and scrapping critical projects in communities like ours. They take regional Australia for granted, and our roads and communities are paying the price. Only the Coalition truly understands the importance of investing in regional roads. Unlike Labor, we back infrastructure projects that improve safety, drive economic growth and support local jobs. I fought to secure this funding because our region deserves the infrastructure to grow and thrive.
Senator Hunter.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. There is a frustrating pattern in Australian politics at the moment, and it's coming from those opposite. They are a group so committed to saying no, they should be rebranded as the Blockers. I mean, Speaker, if Progress was a freeway, this lot would be the never-ending roadworks. They would be the workers in high-vis holding the slow sign, except they wouldn't let any traffic through. And when this government moves to cut the cost of medicines, what do those opposites say? No. We say fee-free TAFE. What do they say? No. We say pay rises for aged care and childcare workers. What do they say? No. We build Medicare urgent care clinics, and funnily enough, what do they say to this? No. They claim to stand for economic responsibility, but blocking cheaper medicines and better health care doesn't just hurt people, it costs more in the long run. The only thing the Blockers are constantly in favour of are taxpayer-funded lunches for the corporate bosses. They say no to pay rise for minimum workers, but yes to another round of oysters and champagne for their CEO mates, because nothing says economic responsibility like a 3-course meal on the back of the taxpayer dollar. Speaker, Australians deserve better leadership, and that works for them, not an opposition stuck in the past blocking ideas just because they didn't come up with them. It's time to stop playing political Jenga and start standing up for Australia with a better future. Thank you, Deputy Speaker.
Member for Petrie.
Thanks, Deputy Speaker. On Australia Day, we witnessed an extraordinary moment of recognition for some truly outstanding individuals within the electorate of Petrie. Today, I had the privilege of sharing with you the remarkable achievements of those who are honoured with the prestigious Order of Australia medals and a meritorious award. In the Petrie electorate, we are incredibly fortunate to have individuals who embody these qualities. These recipients represent the best of Australia, their selflessness, their commitment to service and their ability to make a difference having earned them this well-deserved national recognition. Mr Wesley Bleakley from Kippering, Medal of the Order of Australia for his service to people with a disability, and I've known Wesley for many years. It's thoroughly deserved. Mrs Teresa Burke from Redcliffe, Medal of the Order of Australia for her service to swimming as a coach and to people with a disability. Miss Wendy Patterson from Griffin, Medal of the Order of Australia for service to community health. Detective Sergeant Stuart Butler from Margate was awarded the Australian Police Medal. On behalf of the people of Petrie, I want to thank each of you for your dedication, your service and for what you do for Australia. Congratulations.
The call to a member for Patterson.
Thank you, Speaker. I'm a bit sleep deprived. I woke up at 2:30 this morning, fell back to sleep at about 5:30 and then the alarm went off at 6. Thank you, menopause. I'm not on my own. Thousands of women are like me right across the country. For generations we've been sucking it up, putting up with it. We're saying no more. Finally, we've got a government that cares about women and their health. We are going to be more productive. We are going to make it easier and cheaper to get health care for women, and that's a good thing. The other reason I'm a little bit tired, Mr Speaker, is I had about 100 21-year-olds at my house on Saturday night. And those young women and young men can party, but let me tell you, they care about their health care too. And when I talk to people in my seat, When I knock on their door, they say, Meryl, I care about the health of my kids, my parents, myself. We get that healthcare is the #1 priority for most Australians. We are taking it seriously because this is a serious government that puts serious policies in place. We want all Australians to be healthy from the cradle to the grave, and we are investing in your health. We care about your health, not like those opposite who wanted to impose GP taxes and rip the money out of health. We're putting it back in right now.
Order of members can take their seats as quickly and as quietly as possible in accordance with Standing Order 43. The time for members' statements has concluded. Order of members can take their seats as quickly and as quietly as possible. I'm pleased to inform the House that on the floor of the House we are joined by the Honourable Willie Tukar-Takei, the Speaker of the Parliament of Kiribati. On behalf of members, I wish you a warm welcome to Australia and particularly to the House of Representatives, and I thank the Speaker for his gift that I'm wearing today to bring peace and tranquility to the House of Representatives. I'm the eternal optimist. I have to report that the order of the day relating to the Prime Minister's motion of condolence in connection with the death of the Honourable Tony John Messner has been debated in the Federation Chamber and is returned to the House. I present a certified copy of the motion. I understand it is the wish of the House to consider the matter immediately. The question is that the motion moved by the Honourable the Prime Minister be agreed to, and as a mark of respect I ask all present to signify their approval by rising in their places. I thank the House. We shall move to questions without notice. Are there any questions? And I give the call to the honourable member for Page.
Thank you, Speaker. Peace and tranquility indeed. My question is to the Prime Minister. Did President Trump inform the Prime Minister that the United States would be imposing tariffs on Australian steel and aluminium prior to the measures being announced? If not, when did the Prime Minister last speak to President Trump?
Call to the Prime Minister.
I thank the member for his question, and the Australian people know I will always stand up for them. And I will always stand up for Australia's national interests, and it is in Australia's national interest to have free and fair trade. Yeah. This government has a strong record indeed of working with other nations to protect and advance Australia's trade interests. We will navigate any differences which are there diplomatically, and we will continue to make the case to the United States for Australia to be given an exemption to any steel and aluminium tariffs. We have raised with the US administration in recent ministerial discussions these issues. Australian steel and aluminium are core input to US supply chains and US-based industry. Indeed, just this morning I had a meeting with the global CEO of Rio Tinto. Australian companies have significant investments in US steel industry, creating thousands of jobs in both the US and in Australia. We will continue to make the case for Australia's national interests with the US administration, and what's more, we regard this as also being in the US's national interest as well. Because tariffs, of course, don't tax us, they tax the purchasers of our products. And that is something that's very clear, and it's also a fact that the US has had a trade surplus with Australia since the Truman presidency. I have a discussion with President Trump scheduled, and I will certainly keep the House and the Australian people informed after that discussion.
The call to the honourable member for Macquarie.
Thank you, Speaker. My question's to the Prime Minister. What investment is the Albanese Labor government making to support the health of Australian women? And is there anything that might undermine our health system and leave Australians worse off?
The call to the Prime Minister.
I thank the fabulous member for Macquarie for her question and for her ongoing advocacy, which is centred, of course, on her local electorate, but also on issues that affect all Australians, including, of course, Medicare. And yesterday we announced a historic $573 million investment in women's health, delivering more choice, lower costs and better health care for women. Our new investment includes the first PBS listing for new oral contraceptive pills in more than 30 years, since last century was the last time that a government made a difference here. More bulk billing and bigger Medicare payments for long-term contraceptives, the first PBS listing for new menopausal hormone therapies in over 20 years, more endometriosis and pelvic pain clinics treating more conditions. Now, these changes will save women thousands of dollars. Australian women asked for change and we are delivering it. This announcement builds on the other work that we've done to strengthen Medicare, tripling the bulk billing incentive so more people can see a GP for free, making medicines cheaper, saving Australians more than $1 billion already as a direct result of that change. 87 urgent care clinics. We promised 50, we've delivered 87. Healthcare when you need it. More than 1 million Australians have got free care as a result. So many of those Australians have been under the age of 15. And just last week we announced $1.7 billion of additional funding for public hospitals and health services next year. This will help to cut waiting lists, it will reduce waiting times in emergency rooms, and it will help with the ramping issue. Now, this is in stark contrast to the alternative approach. We know that the Leader of the Opposition was voted Australia's worst health minister. His idea of getting Medicare on track was a funding freeze and a GP tax. His idea of getting public hospitals on track was to rip $50 billion out of it and to have a new hospital tax. All the opposition leaders' tracks end up at the same place. Australians worst off and people paying more.
Give the call to the member for Page.
Thank you, Speaker. My question is to the Prime Minister. When the United States imposed tariffs on steel and aluminium in 2018, the Coalition was able to work with the Trump administration to secure an exemption for Australia. What steps has Ambassador Rudd taken to secure an exemption to the tariffs announced today?
The Attorney-General will cease interjecting. Give a call to the Prime Minister.
As the member is aware, Ambassador Rudd has had a meeting with President Trump, but also what we've had is our Defence Minister over the weekend met with the US Defence Minister. Our Foreign Minister was, of course, one of the few international representatives invited to the inauguration, and we will continue to engage diplomatically with the United States, not with loudhailers, but diplomatically. That is how we have got things done in our relationships right around the world.
Member for Cowper. Member for Cowper will cease interjecting. Give the call to the honourable member for Canberra.
Thank you, Speaker. My question is to the Minister representing the Minister for Women. What is the Albanese Labor government doing to deliver more choice, lower costs and better health care to Australian women? And how does this compare to other approaches that would leave Australians worse off?
The call to the Minister for Infrastructure, Transport, Regional Development and Local Government and the Minister representing Women.
Thank you very much, and can I thank the member for Canberra for a question. It's an enormous privilege to be a part of a caucus that has been delivering for women, and I acknowledge the member for Canberra's role in that, and I particularly, as the Minister representing the Minister for Women, want to thank both her as well as the fantastic Assistant Minister for Health. This package would not have happened without her and her incredibly hard work. This government is building Australia's future, and we are strengthening Medicare with an investment of more than $500 million to deliver more choice, lower costs and better health care for women. Women have asked the government to make their health care a priority, and we have listened. We've announced a comprehensive package, $500 million, that works together to give women more choices across their lifetime. Some of the most commonly used contraceptive pills are being listed on the PBS. They will save women who use them between $250 to $350 a year. And the PBS listing of common menopause hormone therapies will save women using these treatments up to $290 a year or up to $577 a year if you have a concession card. These new PBS listings, the first new oral contraceptive to be listed in 30 years, and the first new menopause hormone therapies to be listed in 20 years, will take effect from the 1st of March, just 3 weeks' time. We'll also boost Medicare rebates for the insertion of IUDs and birth control implants by up to 150%, saving up to $400 in out-of-pocket costs for women accessing these devices, and that's around 300,000 women. We'll also introduce a new Medicare rebate of around $110 for menopause health assessments so women can get the care and support they need from their family GP. We're also going to be trialling accessing contraceptives and treatment for uncomplicated UTIs, very common amongst women, but not just women, directly from pharmacists. This not only means that women can get the treatment that they need quickly, but without the added cost of a doctor's visit or in some cases having to go to emergency departments because GP clinics are simply not open. These are very common conditions, and I know will have a material impact on the way in which women can access care. This is a package that recognises that women bear a higher cost, but what we know from those opposite, that all this is at risk. The Leader of the Opposition has form when it comes to cuts to healthcare. I was the Shadow Health Minister when he tried to introduce a GP tax, something we fought against very hard. All of these investments are at risk under those opposites.
Concluded. Before I call the honourable member for Griffith, I'll just do some acknowledgements. Pleased to inform the House today in the gallery is Mr Matt Cross MP, the member for Davidson, the New South Wales Legislative Assembly, and Councillor Nicole Johnnick, the Deputy Mayor for the City of Ipswich, and also representatives from the Royal Australian College of General Practice from across Australia are joining us today. Welcome to you all. Give the call to the member for Griffith.
To the Prime Minister, in 5 years rents have increased 55%, house prices 49%. The income a renter needs to buy a median price house in a capital city is $197,000. Yet the Housing Minister says Labor wants house prices to keep rising. Will Labor stop giving property investors with multiple properties big tax handouts that turbocharge house prices and deny renters the chance to buy a home, and instead finally phase out negative gearing and the capital gains tax discount?
Prime Minister has the call.
I thank the member for his question, and indeed fixing the affordable housing shortage is a big challenge for Australia. We have a plan that is focused on supply, because that is the key. Whether you want to be a homeowner, or you're a renter, or you're someone in social and affordable housing. And that's why our $32 billion Homes for Australia plan is worthy of support of everyone in this parliament. And I note that eventually the crossbenchers reluctantly got there, sort of crab-walked their way to vote for some of the plans that were put forward. And in the last sitting week of December, we passed our build-to-rent incentives that are so important for private renters in Australia to make a major difference. Those opposite here are still opposed to it. They say tax cuts for corporates. This is the same mob that want every single person who has any vague connection with a business to have free lunch for themselves and their mates. They don't regard $10 billion for free lunch for their mates as something that's largesse, but they're opposed to funding for social and public housing. They're opposed to more investment in private rentals, and they're opposed to our shared equity scheme that will make a difference as well, which has been successful in Western Australia, the model. Now, we are getting on with the job of building 1.2 million homes, and indeed there are other things that we're doing as well. Training more tradies, more apprenticeships, 20,000 fee-free TAFE places in construction, the $10,000 apprenticeship incentives that I announced at the National Press Club, something unfamiliar to most of those opposite over there, just before Australia Day, or the local infrastructure announcements that we have made, 2 rounds of local infrastructure announcements facilitating the building of new homes, whether that be through connecting electricity, connecting water, making sure that any impediments to more housing supply be removed. Our social housing policy will lead to 55,000 homes being built. We also have provided assistance in the form of increased rent assistance in back-to-back budgets, now more than 45% higher than at the election, in addition to helping 200,000 people into their first home sooner.
Give the call to the member for Boothby.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. My question is to the Minister for Health. How is the Albanese Labor government delivering better health care for women? What has been the response to the government's policy?
Give the call to the Minister for Health and Aged Care.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, I wish standing orders allowed the Assistant Minister for Health to take this question. She worked so hard on this package, but I'm delighted to take the question in her stead from the member for Boothby, who's such a terrific advocate for good health policy in her community in Adelaide and in this chamber. Mr Speaker, this government has no higher priority than strengthening Medicare, and you simply can't be serious about strengthening Medicare without being serious about women's health. Women consume about 60% of all health services in this country, and they face significant costs. As every woman in this chamber and at home knows, they face significant costs simply because they're women, particularly costs around contraception and reproductive health, and costs during the period of perimenopause and menopause later in life. 2 really important Senate inquiries over the course of this term of Parliament have shone a spotlight on the decades of neglect and inaction and poor service that women have received in these 2 areas. And the Assistant Minister worked so hard with her Advisory Council to workshop solutions to this. Yesterday was a great day for women's health in this country, Mr Speaker. Finally, we reversed decades of that neglect and inaction and have delivered women more choice, better affordability and lower costs, and better access to high-quality service, Mr Speaker. More choice and lower costs in the important area of contraception. We have some of the highest rates of unplanned pregnancies and termination in the developed world. We have declining rates of prescription of oral contraceptives. We have some of the lowest rates of access to IUDs and implants in the developed world. And the reasons for that, Mr Speaker, are pretty clear. They're very hard to access, and too often they are far too expensive. Well, this package changes that. More training for GPs on insertions and removals, higher fees for doctors providing those services, and as the Minister representing the Minister for Women said, the first new listings on the PBS for oral contraceptives for more than 3 decades, Mr Speaker. The menopause inquiry also showed decades of poor literacy in our healthcare system and poor service for women going through perimenopause and menopause. Doctors are provided only 1 hour's training on menopause across their entire 6-year degree, Mr Speaker. Well, again, we'll provide better training, we'll provide better clinical guidelines and better funded Medicare services. Unsurprisingly, Mr Speaker, this package has been broadly welcomed by doctors' groups, by nursing and pharmacy groups, and most importantly by women's organisations themselves. We're so grateful for that support and so grateful for the input that they are having. This will truly deliver women more choice, lower costs and better services in the future.
The call to the member for Longman.
My question is to the Prime Minister. Prime Minister,
Australians are currently enduring a crippling cost of living crisis that also includes both a housing and power bill crisis. Now they're facing collapse in bulk billing. Can the Prime Minister confirm the rate of bulk billing has declined from 88% under the Coalition to 77% today under Labor?
Order. 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 The Minister has the call.
Thank the member for Longman for that question indeed, Mr Speaker. The 88% figure the member for Longman very unwisely took from his Tactics Committee was described by the College of GPs as a misleading and highly skewed figure. A misleading and highly skewed figure. I understand why the Leader of the Opposition would use it, but why would the member for Longman take a sucker punch like that, Mr Speaker? I thought the member for Longman was smarter than that. And the reason why the College of GPs said this was misleading and highly skewed is that it took into account all of those COVID vaccination and other services that were required to be bulk billed to be delivered. The actual story of bulk billing in the last decade is a story first penned by the Leader of the Opposition when he was the Health Minister, when he said that there were too many free Medicare services, Mr Speaker. Too many free Medicare services, echoing the view of his mentor, John Howard, who said that bulk billing was an absolute rort. Well, he tried to abolish bulk billing altogether and introduce a tax for every single Australian patient to pay every time they visited the GP.
The Minister for Defence Industry will cease objecting. I'm just going to invite the Minister to pause, and I want to hear from the Manager of Opposition Business.
Thanks very much, Mr Speaker. It was a very tight question in relation...
Order. Members on my right, we do not need laughter when someone is on their feet. Highly disrespectful. The manager is entitled to raise his point of order. And if anyone interjects, they won't be here to hear it. The manager's call.
The point of order is on relevance. It was a very tight question in relation to bulk billing having reduced under this government. The minister seems to have confirmed that, but he's now straying into an area that was not dealt with in the question and can't be directly relevant to the question.
On the point of order, the Leader of the House.
Mr Speaker, to the point of order, the question makes clear there are only two sorts of issues that can be discussed in this: bulk billing rates under this government and bulk billing rates as they used to be before this government. And given that the minister has spent all of his answer dealing with one or the other, he's clearly in order.
The Manager on a further point of order.
Well, thanks, Mr Speaker. It's incorrect to suggest that the minister has only dealt with the question. It's very clear that the minister is now straying into areas that cannot be conceivably related to bulk billing.
The question, and I'm going to listen carefully, but the minister is on topic because part of the question, and I'll quote, says, "Our figures are much lower than those when the coalition was in government." Now, I suggest to the manager and the House that the minister is potentially not agreeing with that and arguing the point in the question. And so whilst he was asked about figures, he was also asked about the previous government, because that was mentioned in the question. So he'll have to address that part of the question to talk about the previous government. If he wasn't asked about figures in a previous term or a previous government, he wouldn't be able to talk about that. But he is being directly relevant. But I just want to make sure that he, with his remarks, he's being directly relevant to that part of the question.
Yes, thank you, Speaker. And the history of bulk billing over the last several years, which is the point of the question, is very clear. When the Leader of the Opposition, the former Health Minister, was not able to get his GP tax through the Senate, instead he initiated a 6-year freeze to the Medicare rebate that the College of GPs said when we were coming to government had resulted in a free fall in bulk billing. Now, we have put record investments to turn that around. But if there is an issue with bulk billing in this country, and we'd like to see it higher than it currently is, it all lies at the feet of this man, the Leader of the Opposition, who, as the Prime Minister said, was voted by Australia's doctors as the worst health minister in the history of Medicare. And if that verdict is not enough, Mr Speaker, perhaps another verdict is that the former Prime Minister, Tony Abbott, thought he was so bad he didn't let him even deliver a second health budget.
That's right. Order. The Minister for Climate Change and Energy will cease interjecting, so I can hear from the member for Hunter.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. My question is to the Minister for Immigration. Why did the Albanese Labor government put an end to the golden ticket visa scheme What has been the response, and is the minister aware of any other threats to the integrity of our visa system?
Call to the Leader of the House.
Thanks, Speaker, and I thank the member for Hunter for raising what's a very important issue in what he's described as the golden ticket visa, or what's otherwise historically been known as cash for visas, for the very simple reason that it's a visa you qualify for because you have cash. Now, on the 31st of July last year, this government closed applications to that visa. No one has been able to apply for the visa since then, and it will take some time to deal with the mess that was created by the previous government on that. A mess which was contributed to by a lack of compliance staff. If I explain before I get to lack of compliance staff, just to go a little bit further on this visa, the Productivity Commission had made clear that in a program where you have a limited number of permanent visa applications that get approved, every one of these visas takes away from another part of the program, and when they have costed what it is to take away from permanent skilled migration, the cost to the Australian economy, not our figures, Productivity Commission figures, $2.5 billion. There are good reasons why this government got rid of applications for that visa. The problems became embedded with the nature of the visa as a visa you qualify for because you have cash, combined with an obsession from the Leader of the Opposition when he held my job to cut the compliance staff within the department. The people who were there employed to make sure that the system had integrity, they were the ones he targeted and took down from 360 of them down to 203 of them. From 360 down to 203, it was the compliance staff that he decided to target. Now, we first found out that this visa would be on the way back under the Leader of the Opposition, not through an announcement. We know from the Sunday Telegraph it wasn't because of a shadow cabinet process or a party room process. No. This came about, we found out, because someone asked him a question at a fundraiser, and once again there was a boom mic overhead. That's how the public found out about this. And I'll tell you what, for the Australian people, that was not a free lunch. That one was in no way a free lunch. The Nixon Review had found, under his leadership, mass exploitation of vulnerable individuals, as well as syndicates running brothels and engaging in sexual exploitation, even human trafficking. The Productivity Commission on cash for visas had said, and I quote, "There is no case for retaining this category of permanent visa. If you believe in the integrity of the program, you don't reintroduce cash for visas."
Call to the Honourable the Deputy Leader of the Opposition.
My question is to the Attorney-General. In October 2019, the now Attorney-General said in this place, and I quote, "Labor's opposition to mandatory sentencing is well known. It is no secret. It is spelled out in our national platform. Let me be clear, we do not support mandatory sentencing." With this in mind, and having been steamrolled by the Prime Minister on a bill that passed the House last week, can the Attorney-General please detail the benefits of mandatory sentencing, which he now strongly supports?
Order. The Minister for Climate Change and the Minister for Housing will cease interjecting. Order. No. Deputy's entitled to ask her question in silence out of respect to the House, and the Attorney hasn't even begun interjecting, so no one will interject. The Attorney has the call.
Thank you very much, Mr Speaker, and I thank the honourable member for her question. No government has done more to combat the abhorrent and shocking rise in anti-Semitism than this government. The Liberals talk about it, and this government acts.
Order. Members on my left and my right. That's far too much noise. The Attorney has the call.
The Liberals are still baying and shouting and talking. This government acts on anti-Semitism. We have legislated to ban the Nazi salute and hate symbols. We have legislated to criminalise the glorifying of terrorist acts and possessing violent extremist material. We've legislated to criminalise doxing. Those opposite voted against that. And now the Parliament has come together to pass a bill which criminalises hate speech. It's legislation that represents the toughest laws Australia has ever had against hate crimes. The legislation is a direct response to the hateful conduct happening on our streets, at our schools, in our communities. We're sending a clear and unambiguous message that advocating or threatening violence is not acceptable. It is criminal behaviour and it will be treated as such. We want all Australians to feel safe and valued in our community, and that's what good governments do.
Order.
They unite the country against hate.
Attorney General will just pause. The Minister was asked about the benefits of mandatory sentencing and he's reading to the House about the legislation and the requirements. So I just want to give the Deputy Leader some assistance, because if you're asking a question about what are the benefits, he's listing that to the House. But Minister, just if he can continue to make sure his answer is being relevant or directly relevant to the question and not straying to other topics, that will assist the House as well.
I thank the Speaker for that assistance. In the past few months, I've stood in the shadow of the main gate at the Auschwitz death camp. I've stood on the field where a music festival in Israel was turned into a bloodbath, and I've stood in the ruins of a burnt-out synagogue in my hometown. But those opposite have taken every opportunity since the 7th of October 2023 to politicise the trauma and the experiences of the Jewish people.
Order. Order.
I do not need the Leader of the Opposition or any of those opposite to tell me what anti-Semitism is or how seriously I should take it.
Order.
You're disgusting.
Order. 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 The Minister for the Environment, the Assistant Foreign Minister, the Manager is entitled on his feet. I'll give him the call.
Thanks, Mr Speaker. I move the member be no longer heard.
Order. Order. No, members on my right. Order. Members on my right will cease. Order. When the House comes to order, the motion before the House is that the Minister no longer be heard. I'll put the question. Those opinions say aye. Against no. No. The noes have it. Ayes have it. Division required. Ring the bells for 4 minutes.
You okay, Terry?
Lock the doors. The question before the House is the member no longer be heard. The ayes will pass to the right of the chair and the noes to the left. I appoint the honourable members for Parkes and Gray as tellers for the ayes and the honourable members for Werriwa and Bean as tellers for the noes. Order. The result of the division is ayes 52, noes 91. The matter is resolved in the negative. Order. Members can resume their seats as quickly and as quietly as possible. The Attorney-General has the call.
Thank you very much, Mr Speaker.
Order. Order. No. The members on my right. The manager on a point of order.
Thanks very much, Mr Speaker. I request that the Attorney-General withdraw his highly disorderly and unparliamentary remarks and offensive remarks. There's nothing more serious than the opposition being accused of politicising an issue like this. He also uttered the words disgusting on at least half a dozen occasions.
Okay, all right, we'll deal.
At least half a dozen, Mr Speaker.
We'll deal with this.
So we request a withdrawal.
We'll deal with this. We'll deal with this quickly, because I want question time to continue. I didn't hear, because of obviously the audible noise. I'm going to ask the Attorney-General, as he comes back to answer the question, he just withdraw the unparliamentary. I didn't hear what was said, so it's very difficult for me as the chair to make a judgment here when I don't hear. But I'm willing to hear from other members as well. The Prime Minister has the call.
On the point of order, Mr Speaker, the decision by the opposition to try to shut down.
Order. Order. No, the manager had a good go. The Prime Minister will be given the same. Just everyone, listen to each other. Prime Minister.
To try to shut down the minister, given the statements that have been made by many members of the opposition about a range of people on this side of the House, the idea that the minister should withdraw a statement is, quite frankly, totally inconsistent with things that have been said by those opposite over a considerable period of time. The minister, due to who he is, the idea that he is not a strong opponent of anti-Semitism, he is someone who feels this very personally and deeply. He was being interjected against by those opposite in behaviour that I regard as completely disorderly and completely unacceptable.
Okay. Look, the manager on further point of order.
Mr Speaker, a couple of points. Firstly, you've requested that the Attorney-General withdraw, which I think is the right course of action, so the Speaker has made that request. Secondly, the question was in relation to mandatory minimum sentencing. There was no invective in the question targeted at the Attorney-General. The Prime Minister somehow said that the Attorney-General was goaded into his unparliamentary remarks. That's not an excuse anyway.
MacArthur.
But, quite frankly, it's clear-cut here that there are few more disgusting accusations that could be made in this House. You've requested that the Attorney-General withdraw, and he should.
Order. Just so that we're clear, now that I'm in the picture, you're saying that the word disgusting should be withdrawn. That is not unparliamentary and has been used. Look, this is an emotive debate. I can appreciate that, and members have every right to feel grievances on either side. I want this debate to continue. I want question time to function, but I'll hear from the Leader of the House.
Mr Speaker, a second point of order was raised by the manager during that with respect to relevance. And just on that, I want to say that the question referred to an amendment to a piece of legislation, and the Attorney-General has been referring to that piece of legislation. You can't refer to the penalties without referring to the crime, and therefore it is completely relevant. It is completely relevant to what was asked.
Okay. The order. The member for Solomon. The manager on a further point of order.
Thanks very much, Mr Speaker. Just to be very clear, the words we are offended by and seeking that the Attorney-General withdraw is that we're politicising anti-Semitism. Politicising anti-Semitism. Now, that would be quite an extraordinary ruling for this House to allow an accusation like that to be made. To the Leader of the House's point, I only raised the context of the question in response to the Prime Minister, who somehow stated that the Attorney-General was goaded into his unparliamentary remarks, which was clearly not the case.
Order. The Leader of the House.
Now that the Manager Opposition Business has clarified what he wants withdrawn, withdrawal has to be made at the first opportunity. I would dispute that it was unparliamentary given what's been said by the opposition in a number of debates. But notwithstanding that, the Manager of Opposition Business after that point stood up, went to the dispatch box and did not ask for it to be withdrawn. He chose to have the House vote instead. The House has now voted and the answer should proceed.
I want the House... No, we've got to move on. I can appreciate the argument. I'm going to say to the Attorney-General, please use language which is parliamentary and that does not cause offence to any other members. Despite the emotive nature of this, the opposition are entitled to... Order. No, the Leader of the Opposition. I'm making a statement to the House. We need to get through question time. I want the Attorney-General to use language which is appropriate and not cause offence to any other members for the remainder of his answers. If he does invoke such language, he will be sat down immediately. The Attorney-General, for the last 34 seconds. The Leader of the Opposition on point of order.
Mr Speaker, to your words that you've just offered to the House, it is with long-standing precedent in this place that if offensive words are uttered by a Minister of the Crown, which in this case they most certainly have, that is not in dispute. The argument that the argument that the Leader of the House puts is that not that the words were unparliamentary or required. His point is that they weren't dealt with in the first instance. Now, again, that is an argument that fails because the course of action taken was, given the offensive nature of it, we responded in a way that was obviously proportionate to what were discussed in comments. Now, there is a long precedent, not to mention the fact, Mr Speaker, that your predecessors have required, even if they haven't heard the words themselves, for the minister to withdraw that statement. That was your instinct, rightly. That was your direction to the minister. And now, with the weight of the Prime Minister and the Leader of the House trying to—
Members on my right.
Mr Speaker, their words from the Prime Minister, that ramble that he provided before, should have no bearing on your decision whatsoever, and you shouldn't be bullied into a position which was against your natural and right instinct.
The order. Order. The original words were different, and now it's been clarified. I understand the point. I'm going. Yeah. Just, I'll get to you. The member for Warringah has been on her feet waiting for the call, so she's been very patient, and everyone deserves, if they have a view, to be heard on this matter. The member for Warringah on a point of order.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. I wish just to raise concern about the arguments raised in this respect around this is a policy issue, and it's clearly a decision of members of this House to disagree with government policy or to raise an issue in the context of question time around a policy. As such, describing that as politicising an issue is very much what it is. And so I would ask for, I would suggest, submit, or whatever the right way of putting it, is that if that is considered unparliamentary or grounds for withdrawal or refusal, it would mean any area of policy where there is disagreement becomes something that is objectionable because it is essentially being politicised. And so I am concerned at the way in which this is positioned, because it's the same as the nature of a policy being racist or anything like that. These are policy differences, and that is the very nature of this place.
I thank the member for Warringah. The manager on a further point of order.
I would just note, Mr Speaker,
members on my right,
you have directed the Attorney-General to withdraw, and there is precedent for members to be named where they refuse to withdraw unparliamentary remarks.
Okay. I'm not going to accept any further points of order on this. I'm drawing a line under this exchange, and I'm asking the Attorney-General to be careful with his language, to always respect members and not use inoffensive language, and I'll give him the call to conclude his answer.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. I'm the son and the grandson of a Holocaust survivor. I went to the commemoration of the liberation of the 80th anniversary of the liberation of Auschwitz, a place where 1 million Jews were murdered, a place where my great-grandmother was murdered on the 13th of October 1942. And I say to members of this House that we've had a wave of anti-Semitism in this country, and right now what we need is unity. We need bipartisanship, and that's the effort that our government made with the bill that was passed by this parliament last week.
Give the call to the honourable member for Chisholm.
Thanks so much, Speaker. My question is to the Treasurer. How is the Albanese Labor government helping Australians with the cost of living? What alternative economic approaches would leave Australians worse off?
Give the call to the Treasurer.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. I thank the member for Chisholm not just for her question, but for being a key part of our efforts to provide cost of living help by her work on our caucus Economics Committee. And because of the work of this side of the House, Mr Speaker, there are tax cuts flowing to every taxpayer. There is energy bill relief to every household. There's cheaper medicines. cheaper early childhood education, more rent assistance, better wages, fee-free TAFE, and after the election, if we win, more student debt relief, Mr Speaker. And we've been able to provide this cost of living help at the same time as we've delivered 2 surpluses in our first 2 years. Now, because of our responsible economic management, inflation is down, wages are up and unemployment is low. And on the inflation front, Mr Speaker, we got a very important and interesting contribution today from the economists at Westpac. And what they said at Westpac when they dramatically lowered their expectations for inflation this quarter and next quarter, Mr Speaker, is, and I quote, "Core inflation is moderating faster than anticipated," and I also quote, "The moderation in core inflation is fundamental." Now, they've lowered their inflation forecast for headline inflation to 2% in this quarter and 1.7% next quarter, not just within the Reserve Bank's target band but below it, Mr Speaker. And for trim mean underlying inflation, they're now expecting 2.7 this quarter and 2.4 next quarter, not just within the target band but in the lower half of the target band, Mr Speaker. And when we came to office, inflation was much higher and rising. Now it is lower and falling, Mr Speaker, and that's because this side of the House has been focused on the cost of living, while that side of the House is focused on cuts and conflict and culture wars, Mr Speaker. Now, after 3 years of opposition, those opposites still don't have any costed or coherent or credible economic policies. All they have is secret costs and secret cuts which will make people worse off. And the reason they will make people worse off on that side of the House is that they can't find $10 billion a year for free long lunches, or they can't find the $350 billion in cuts they say they want to impose. They can't find the $600 billion they need for this nuclear fantasy without going after Medicare again, without going after pension indexation, without going after housing, and without going after wages, Mr Speaker. And so the choice at the election is going to be really, really clear, Mr Speaker. That coalition of cuts and conflict and culture wars, making Australians worse off and taking Australia backwards, or this Prime Minister and his Labor government getting on top of this inflation challenge, rolling out the cost of living help, making things better for people when it comes to the tax cuts and energy bill relief, and building Australia's future.
The call to the member for Menzies.
Thank you, Speaker. My question is to the Prime Minister. The last time the Prime Minister stood with his close friend and factional ally, Premier Jacinta Allan, the Prime Minister thanked the Premier for her, quote, leadership. But Premier Allan has tanked Victoria's economy, piled up the debt and made Melbourne's suburbs less safe. Why is the Prime Minister taking the failed policies of the Victorian state Labor government to a national level?
Order. The last part of the question is in order, but really the first part, the Prime Minister is not responsible for other governments, but as long as he makes his answer relevant to what he's responsible for, it's in order.
I think it has to be pretty broad, that one, Mr Speaker. The member for Menzies has lost, Mr Speaker. He thinks he's in, I'm not sure what the street, the Parliament's in, Spring Street. He thinks he's in Spring Street, Mr Speaker. Well, what my government has done is to work constructively with state and territory governments across the board. We work constructively with the governments, for example, of Queensland Premier David Crisafulli and the Northern Territory Chief Minister Leah Finocchiaro, who I was with. There's a bit of an Italian connection with us three, of course. And we work constructively, not just on building the economy and creating jobs, but opposing his opposition's nuclear plan going forward, because that's absolutely friendless. And what I did when I would have been with the Victorian Premier was to sign an agreement to deliver additional schools funding for every Victorian student. And I make no apologies for that as well. Over $16 billion on the table to make sure that every student in the great state of Victoria, just like we want in every state, to get the best opportunity in life through a better education. And the way that you do that is by dealing with the reforms that were put in place and recommended by David Gonski all those years ago. 14 years ago. But it's taken the re-election of a Labor government to fulfil the vision of David Gonski and another great Victorian representative, former Prime Minister Julia Gillard. And that is what we are doing. Just like last week, we had $1.7 billion, including substantial additional funding for Victorian hospitals. Now, the question for the member for Menzies is he against that additional hospital funding? Is he against the additional education funding? Because the member for Menzies, when I was in his electorate, or what will be his electorate that he's running for at the next election just a short while ago, where the Leader of the Opposition was advocating his newfound love of China and all things that are connected with China for Lunar New Year. They were up there talking about getting back on track. Now, every Australian will know what that means. Back to rising inflation, back to wages deliberately low, back to aged care in crisis, back to bulk billing and freefall, back to childcare being out of reach, back to chasing manufacturing offshore, back to veterans waiting years for benefits they earn, back to chaos and multiple ministries. That's what they presided over. Keep that in mind next time you hear someone talk about back on track.
Give the call to the honourable member for Hawke.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. My question is to the Minister for Early Childhood Education. How is the Albanese Labor government reforming the early childhood education and care sector to support families with the cost of living? Is there anything that could put this at risk and leave families worse off?
Give the call to the Minister for Early Childhood Education, the Minister for Youth and the Minister assisting the Minister for the National Disability Insurance Scheme.
Thank you very much, Mr Speaker, and I thank the amazing member for Hawke for his question. The member for Hawke gets it. He gets it. An investment in early childhood education is an investment in an essential service that parents right across Australia rely on. A service that helps parents, especially women, get back into the workforce and allows children to access those really transformational benefits of early childhood education and care. And that's why, Mr Speaker, the Albanese Labor government has embarked on an ambitious reform agenda, one that is principled on 3 pillars, underpinned by tackling affordability, supply and accessibility, and workforce stability. And, Mr Speaker, we've made significant progress across all of those 3, but especially on affordability. Our cheaper childcare reforms have provided over 1 million Australian families with cost of living relief by cutting the cost of early learning. Our departmental data shows that a family earning $120,000 a year, accessing 30 hours of early childhood education and care a week, are better off by $2,768 since September 2023. Now, Mr Speaker, that's more than $2,000 better off because of the policies of this Albanese Labor government. And that's not all. We've linked our historic early childhood wage increase to fee caps, so providers can't increase their fees by more than 4.4% in the first year and 4.2% in the second year, lifting workers' wages while putting downward pressure on fees for families. But I am asked if there's anything that could put all of this at risk and leave families worse off. The risk, of course, is that the coalition will take us back to the days of high out-of-pocket expenses, when the cost of early childhood education skyrocketed by a staggering 49% when they were last in government. Now, the opposition doesn't have a policy, a plan or a vision for families or for early childhood education. Their only plan is a $350 billion worth of cuts and a taxpayer-funded long lunch. We'll invest $1 billion to build early learning in the suburbs and the regions where they need them. We'll guarantee every child has access to at least 72 hours of subsidised early childhood education and care per fortnight. We'll continue to tackle affordability and out-of-pocket costs. We'll ensure that early childhood education workers earn more and keep more of what they earn. Only a Labor government will take action
to ensure that Australian families have access to quality, affordable early childhood education and care?
Order. Give the call to the honourable member for Mackellar.
Thank you, Speaker. My question is for the Prime Minister. For the first time in modern history, our young people will be worse off than their parents. They face converging crises of climate, environment, housing, mental ill health and so much more. It's clear our short-term, siloed thinking is failing us. Today I introduced the Wellbeing of Future Generations Bill. Prime Minister, will you consider adopting my bill, which requires a long-term lens and the well-being of future generations to be considered in all government and public policy decision-making? And if not, why not? Thank you.
Give the call to the Prime Minister.
I thank the member for Mackellar for her question and for her advocacy, and I certainly commit to having a look at the ideas that have been put forward by the member for Mackellar, who plays a constructive role in this chamber. I certainly agree and have spoken about including in the speech that I gave at the National Press Club about the question of intergenerational equity, because it is a genuine feeling that people have arising out of the changed circumstances which are there facing young Australians. Young Australians are very concerned about not just their economic position and the fast-changing nature of workplaces and their experiences in life, but also about dealing with the challenge of climate change and the fact that people who say, oh, well, you can't make a difference immediately, forget the fact that generations that will inherit our climate are not ones that have benefited from the growth that came from fossil fuels in the 20th century and 21st century. Certainly one of the things that we've done is establish the Economic Inclusion Advisory Committee. The Minister for Youth is very active as well in re-establishing an Office of Youth Affairs. So it didn't exist before we were elected to government. We've delivered on our commitment to deliver a more robust intergenerational report in the middle of every year term. And also one of the things, reason why we're targeting debt is that makes a difference. It's now $177 billion lower in 24-25 than what was forecast at the time of the election. We're also, of course, investing in children's education, whether it be from early education, early learning, with our childcare reforms, the school reforms I just spoke about as well, moving towards fair school funding as identified by Gonski all those years ago, right through to free TAFE and to universities. The cutting of student debt by 20% is about intergenerational equity, is about acknowledging the concern and pressure that young people are on, and more than 3 million Australians will benefit by an average of $5,000 if we're re-elected as government. As one of the first actions that we do is to introduce that legislation in our second term. We're also, of course, building more homes for Australians, which is important. We're investing in future jobs through our Future Made in Australia. And our climate change action is the thing that young people, when I travel to, particularly to high schools, is raised with me perhaps more than any other issue around Australia, and I'm sure that's the case in the member for Mackellar's electorate as well.
Has concluded. The call to the honourable member for Werriwa.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. My question is to the Minister for Aged Care and Sport. How is the Albanese Labor government investing to help aged care workers upskill, earn more and keep more of what they earn? How does this compare to other approaches to aged care which would leave people worse off?
The call to the Minister for Aged Care and the Minister for Sport.
I thank the member for Werriwa for her question and for all the wonderful work that she does looking after recipients of aged care in Werriwa. The Albanese government is firmly focused on the issues that matter to Australians, easing the cost of living whilst fighting inflation, providing opportunities to upskill in a future made in Australia, And as the Minister for Aged Care, I would argue that our commitment to delivering on these issues is best reflected through us prioritising aged care workers. Since 2023, the Albanese government has invested more than $15 billion to increase the award wage for more than 250,000 aged care workers. And under the Albanese government, registered nurses are earning an extra $14,685 every single year. And with Labor's tax cuts, they're keeping an extra $1,745 in their pocket. Personal care workers with a Certificate 3 are more than $10,573 a year better off. With Labor's tax cuts, they're also keeping an extra $1,166 in their pockets. And while we're helping aged care workers earn more and keep more of what they earn, we're also making it more affordable for them to go to TAFE and to uni so that they can provide high-quality care to older Australians. This is helping workers like Elizabeth, whom I met at Southbank TAFE a few weeks ago. Elizabeth is one of the 130,000 students who have enrolled in a care course through Fee3 TAFE. Elizabeth has worked in aged care for 2 years. She absolutely loves it. She told me, and I quote, "I feel like I have 100 bonus grandmothers and grandfathers as a result of my work." And 2 years into aged care, Elizabeth was inspired to enrol in a diploma of nursing to become an enrolled nurse, something she could only dream of doing thanks to fee-free TAFE. But, Mr Speaker, I was asked how the government's cost of living support for aged care workers compares with the coalition's. And I can tell the member for Werriwa that Elizabeth would be significantly worse off under the coalition, because those opposite have never supported a pay rise for aged care workers, and those opposite have never supported fee-free TAFE. Instead, Mr Speaker, the coalition's big, secretly costed policy is allowing companies to take potential clients out to taxpayer-funded lunches and entertainment. So the news for Elizabeth is that under a coalition government, she wouldn't get a pay rise or tax cuts or affordable higher education. She wouldn't get help to care for her bonus grandfathers and grandmothers. But according to the coalition's publicly defined parameters of their own policy, business could spend up to $20,000 of Elizabeth's own taxpayer funds to attend something like, for example, the Super Bowl, to lather themselves in buffalo wings and baby back ribs nodding along to Kendrick Lamar, all subsidised by the Australian taxpayer. Mr Speaker, this is just another reason why those opposite are not like us. They're not like us.
The call to the Prime Minister.
Thanks, Mr Speaker. I ask further questions to be placed on the notice paper.
The Leader of the Opposition has indicated he is seeking the call for a personal explanation.
Thank you very much, Mr Speaker. I seek leave to make a personal explanation.
Do you claim to be misrepresented?
Most egregiously.
You may proceed.
Thank you very much, Mr Speaker. In question time today, the Health Minister claimed that I'd initiated a pause on the indexation of Medicare rebates, which is not true. The member for Sydney, under the former Labor government, was Health Minister at the time when the pause on Medicare rebates was initiated in the 2013 budget. This is clearly stated on page 177 of Budget Paper 2 of May of 2013. The then President of the RACGP said Labor's 2013 indexation pause would slash $664 million out of primary healthcare services. When I was Health Minister, the bulk billing rate was at 84. Today, it's at 77%.
The member for Kooyong has also indicated she is seeking an explanation, and I'll give her the call.
Thank you, Speaker. On indulgence, I'd like to clarify my earlier remarks this afternoon in relation to the Treasury Laws Amendment, Tax Incentives and Integrity Bill.
Does the member claim that she's been misrepresented?
Most grievously, Speaker.
Well, that's fine. You may proceed, but it can't be a speech you made. It'll have to be what someone... Order. If you could explain to the House perhaps what someone you claim has said, and then you can correct the record that way.
Thank you, Speaker. I believe that the member for Petrie grossly misinterpreted my comments earlier today. My intention was to suggest that the luxury car tax exemption for commercial vehicles should only be granted to those who purchase those vehicles for commercial purposes. For those who are not purchasing vehicles for commercial purposes, then I believe that that exemption should not apply.
We'll just move to papers with the Leader of the House.
Speaker, these documents are tabled in accordance with the list circulated to the honourable members earlier today. Full details of the documents will be recorded in the votes and proceedings.
Members can leave the chamber as quickly and as quietly, we shall move to the valedictories. And I give the call to the honourable member for Moreton.
Thank you, Speaker. And I begin by acknowledging the Ngunnawal people and thank them for their strong and continuing stewardship. The first word I heard in this place was Aunty Matilda House-Williams saying, "Welcome." Matilda meant it, and I've always felt welcome on Ngunnawal traditional lands over the last 18 years. The second word I heard here was sorry. Kevin Rudd's small word echoed big all around the nation and all around the world. It was long overdue and vital for us to acknowledge the manifest wrongs committed against our First Nations peoples. That word sorry improved our international standing. So I heard welcome and sorry on my first day, and actually my best day in Parliament. And sorry. And I'm forever thankful that Kevin Rudd and Julia Gillard and Jenny Macklin made that apology to the stolen generations happen. Since that first day, Uncle Pat Dodson spoke of the oldest art on earth being Aboriginal works in Western Australia. Auntie Linda Burney talks of the oldest constructions in the world being Koori fish traps at Brewarrina. And my almost cousin-in-law, Marion Scrimgeour, has also helped guide me through our nation's duality. I once taught English for 11 years, but now I know that the oldest words on earth are Aboriginal words. The old and the new, the black and the white, the then and the now and the every when. Pat, Linda, Marion and so many other First Nations colleagues and friends like Peter Brown and Wayne Long in St George, if you're listening, who have helped me better understand our past. What Australian wouldn't be proud of such rich history? Our then improves the now and uplifts all our tomorrows. And today, Prime Minister Albanese delivered the 17th Closing the Gap speech. As he said, there is much work to be done, but I know that our nation's future will always be brighter when truly reconciled with our past. Yeats says, "Too long a sacrifice can make a stone of the heart." But I know that our First Nations peoples are hopeful despite all. Most know how to hope without bitterness. When I was first a candidate, I remember a myopic Prime Minister who refused to say sorry. John Howard even accused those who spoke the truth of having a black armband view of history. At least armbands let people see the future. A white blindfold shows them nothing. And where there is no vision, the people perish. What is right will always outlast the denial of our history. Fighting flags and other divisive culture wars are not the answer. This place doesn't need any more flag inspectors. There is serious work to be done in our nation, as the Prime Minister and the Opposition Leader detailed today. Work to be done in our schools, in our workplaces, in our prisons, and most of all, in our hearts. And so in this, my final speech, I propose a word to sit alongside those first big words like welcome and sorry. And the word I humbly offer is soon. Soon doesn't mean I seek another referendum to settle down or a vote on an advisory body. Soon is simply to reassure all First Nations mob that the Labor Party won't ever forget you. Soon because we believe in a nation with justice and dignity at its core. Soon because Labor has a positive vision for our nation. I say soon in the context of 100,000 years of history and the everywhen, that Indigenous concept of time where the past, present and future are all interconnected. Sometimes those opposite try to distract you from their perfidy. They weaponise their very democracy and the idea of a First Nations advisory body or Makarrata or treaty. But hope and love will trump fear and division, soon. So right now I'm proud to stand in front of that flag, that Murray flag. I don't want to obliterate 60,000 years of history. I want to celebrate it. And I do so because I'm a patriotic Australian who knows our nation's history. No leader can prepare for the future if they're busy running from the past. One of those flags up there comes from Queensland, from the Torres Strait. Now, that's a long way from here. Some people don't realise just how big Queensland is, or how far away the Torres Strait is. Queensland is larger than about 183 countries, and we're also weirder than 183 other countries, with respect, Speaker. The first Blackfeet ever to set foot on this continent did so in Queensland, about 5,000 generations ago. The first Whitefoot, too, a Dutch sailor, Wilhelm Jensen, in 1606, up near Weipa in far north Queensland. And Queensland is where Lieutenant James Cook first raised his flag to claim present-day Queensland, New South Wales, Victoria and Tasmania for the British Crown. We were nearly 60 years ahead of Fremantle and Hindmarsh, claiming Western Australia and South Australia, respectively. My point is that Queensland is different. We know how to lead the way. Like we did with Eddie Mabo and native title, adversity helps us bend towards a greater truth, and despite the recent referendum result, I know that our Constitution, this little document, will eventually include our First Nations people. Our country needs the truth writ large rather than lies writ small. This, remember, a British Act of Parliament was passed by British white men with beards in Westminster. One day, soon, our Constitution will be amended by the modern men and women of Australia. And I remind those opposite that every election day our nation divides. But it is not a tear. Tears are sometimes shed, but it is not a tear. Australian democracy is a zip, and at 6 p.m, upon the counting of ballot boxes, the nation clicks right back together, irrespective of the results. Waging a fear campaign against this healthy democratic division is a failure to fundamentally understand Australians. We're much politically smarter than that. We're not scared of ballots or uncomfortable truths. In the Voice referendum, the Coalition campaigned on vote no and get nothing. And that's exactly what they delivered. Of course, I respect the democratic decision of the public because I'm passionate about democracy and I believe in democracy, but I also believe in justice. So soon, in the context of 5,000 generations, does not mean tomorrow, but soon is better than never. Soon we will have a reconciled nation. A change is going to come. I know this because 6,286,889 full people voted yes on October the 14th, 2023. In Moreton, in my multicultural community, 49.32% voted yes. And in the 16 months since, there have been more yes voters born and arriving, while no voters are slowly but surely fading away. A change is going to come, not now but soon. And while we're talking about changing this document, constitutional change, the Republican part of me requires some little placation. I will do that rather than talking about negative gearing or franking credits. I was at a citizenship ceremony in Brisbane in late November, standing next to a life-size portrait of King Charles III. Now, I love citizenship ceremonies. They're the best part of my job as an MP. And normally I do them with Lewis Lee, who's sitting up in the gallery there. But standing there as someone who had Queen Elizabeth on the English throne for 57 years, I realised that there's only space for one monarch in Queensland, and my one true king will always be Wally Lewis. A change is going to come. When Arthur Phillip arrived in Sydney Harbour with 11 ships filled with convicts, it was only 5 years after the American War of Independence and just 18 months before the French Revolution kicked off. That Sydney Cove experiment sandwiched between crucial revolutions with fervour for change, dangerous ideas like freedom and equality, bookending our convict change. Eventually, the United States would help deliver our Westminster system of government, where we have senators, not lords. Except you, Murray, obviously. And as Graham Perret, I think our nation also owes a debt to the French and their notion of liberty, equality and fraternity. There are so many reasons to be a republic, including the 1 million Australians with Chinese links, or 1 million Indian Australians like my wife's family, the Afghan Cameliers and Italians, even the Italians, Prime Minister, the Germans and Vietnamese, the Koreans and Somalis and Sudanese, and all those other connections that make our nation the tastiest salad on earth. Because Tony Burke told me 20 years ago that unlike melting pots, salads protect the individual flavours of all ingredients. And salads are healthier too, apparently. So my Italian, Irish and French tangle roots don't define the tree. Australian soil lets each tree grow their own way. So I refuse to believe that no Australian is good enough to be our head of state. It won't ever be easy to change this document, I know that, but the harder fought, the better won. So, I know it's been a while, but 3 words: after, welcome, sorry and soon. I now turn to some thanks. And I start with my wife, Lee, the woman who talked me into joining the Labor Party because she was sick of me whinging about John Howard. Thanks for putting up with me, Lee, through thick and thin. Not as thin as you would like, but still. At the Class of 07 Baby MP talk, we were told that 85% of federal marriages fail due to long periods away from home, too many drinks and nighttime shenanigans. Sadly, I've missed all of that. Although once late at night in Monaco, Darren Chester did offer me a lift home. We'll never know how things might have worked out, Darren. But seriously, Lee, I am the luckiest bloke in the world to avoid that 85%. It helps that I started with a wife who's smart, tough and funny, and a delicious dollop of beautiful as well. Thanks for raising our wonderful boys, Stanley, who's at work, and Leo, while kicking off your own amazing legal career. At best, I was a part-time assistant. I remember once when the Comcar pulled up into our driveway in Maruka after a fun week in Canberra with Darren, and I remember you were pushing a kid's mattress out the upstairs window, and gracefully you yelled out, "Graham, hose the vomit off this mattress and put it out in the sunshine and get up here and help with your bloody kids." Speaker, I'm just checking, Lee doesn't have a right of reply or anything. Those should be good. Anyway, like every MP with young kids, I nearly got back in that Comcar. But I didn't, because you're my big, big love, and you taught me that even the running kind can learn how to stay. So, Lee, thanks also for reminding me constantly that I was a part of the Labor government that abolished the $5,000 baby bonus while you were pregnant with Leo. Jim, I look forward to us both being under the same roof rather than working 1,000 miles from home and 2,000 miles from each other. Stanley was here for my first speech. He was up in that top gallery of a babe in his mother's arms. He's now at work in uni, and his younger brother Leo is here today, both growing into fine young men who are caring and kind. Most men either try to live up to their father's expectations or attempt to make up for their failures. I'm certainly in the latter camp, but I do sometimes wonder what camp my boys will be in. I've heard many politicians say in their valedictory speeches that they're leaving to spend more time with their families. Well, I've checked with the Prime Minister and Leo, that's not compulsory. So I love you both very much, Stanley and Leo, and I look forward to watching where you put your oversized feet out in the world, whatever paths you choose. Remember the golden rules of our household. 1, be kind. 2, work hard. And 3, vote Labor all your life. Also, hello to my sisters Kerry and Megan. You're both still Narragar. And hi to my friends Annie, Phillida, Chris, who are listening in the United States. Go Eagles. The majority of Queensland MPs in the 42nd Parliament were Labor, 15 out of 29. Sadly, we let the nation down recently at the last election. There are 4 party leaders from Queensland, and I acknowledge 2 of them sitting here. And sadly, none of those 4 Queensland party leaders have a positive plan for our nation. It does look tough for Queensland Labor right now, but that is when my state's true character shines through. In the late 1800s, when employers were crushing worker dissent, the shearers at Barcaldine formed a political party. Soon after, in 1899, Queensland delivered the first Labor government anywhere in the world. When Joe... not quite a fortnight, sadly. When Joe and his gerrymander were outlawing street protests and dissent in the 70s, the Saints responded by delivering punk to the world. Eddie Mabo's Truth showed that terra nullius to be a lie, and then Paul Keating delivered the native title to our nation. Some people think that north of the Tweed is a conservative state, but we actually have a radical heart. I know Queenslanders will come through at the next election, starting with Julianne Campbell in Moreton and a few others around. I'll be working hard to make sure that happens, as will the wonderful Labor volunteers in Moreton. Not Gorton. Did you say Gorton? No, Moreton. There are way too many people to mention, but I thank them for turning out at pre-poll and on election day, and for door knocking and phone calls and doing visibility and chatting to friends and neighbours about the mighty Labor Party's positive plan for this nation. Thank you to all my campaign directors, Joe Justo, Karen Struthers, the fearless Ros McLennan, the always astute Terry Wood, Julianne Campbell, and finally the woman who is the heart and soul of the Progressive Labor Party on the south side of Brisbane, my good friend Sasha Marin, sitting in the advisors box. In my opinion, Sasha's the best thing to ever come out of Lightning Ridge, and that includes opals. When I was first elected, there was no NBN or NDIS. Schools weren't fairly funded, and the perils of climate change were largely being ignored. I'm proud that Labor provided Australians with high-speed internet access. Labor created the world's first disability insurance scheme. We implemented the Gonski education reforms, or are implementing, sorry. We introduced Commonwealth paid parental leave, and it was Labor that enshrined net zero emissions by 2050, and I could go on. All those reforms are due to Moreton volunteers like Alana, Sasha and others like them, obviously led by Ros and Sasha and Terry. Thank you all. In every one of my campaigns, I've received great assistance from the trade union movement, from the CFMEU and UWU and the Medes, QTU and QIEU, my union, but especially from Rowan, Emery, Angus and others at the amazing AMWU. Thank you, comrades, one and all. The unity of Labor is the hope of the world. It was true in Barcaldine back in 1891, and it's still true today, while political parties trot out leaders who masquerade as hard men and friends of the poor. There's a great line in one of my favourite movies, Mattawan. There ain't but two sides in this world, them that work and them that don't. And I'm proud to be on the side of the workers. I believe the Labor Party is the political wing of the union movement. If we ever lose this core purpose, we will be set adrift. I've seen up close what happens to a party when it is led by a soulless shapeshifter with no moral core. That way destruction lies. Labor must keep union values in our heart and our industrial comrades right alongside. This combination can achieve a fairer Australian society. And the modern union movement looks like modern Australia. People like Sally McManus, Michelle O'Neill, Wendy Streets, who I think is in the gallery, Jed Carney, to name just a few. They're the modern unionists. And a special shout out to the class of 2000 Organising Works graduates. There's one and there's another. Mary Doyle and Senator Lisa Darmanin, 3 from the one class in federal parliament, must surely be a record. Speaker, in my first speech I talked about bringing a bit more poetry into Parliament. This isn't something I've always managed in every one of my TLAB speeches. But there is a verse from that tragic Australian poet Adam Lindsay Gordon that I've loved ever since high school. Life is merely froth and bubble, two things stand in stone. Kindness in another's trouble and courage in your own. I haven't always been as kind as I could, nor as courageous as I needed to be, but I've done my best. And so to all of my staff, past and present, who have put up with my lack of kindness and or courage, I say thank you, especially to Sasha Marin, my Chief of Staff, Lee Lunny, Michelle Howe, who's also sitting over in the advisors box, Isaac Kavanagh, also over in the box. Don't you have work to do, you three? And Peter Shaw, who's actually been with me for 18 years, and in that time has never once laughed at my jokes. To Kane, Kylie, Kate, Norma, Matt, Michelle, Sarah, Ben, Jen, Sandy and Angus, and so many other wonderful people, thanks for looking after the light on the hill in Moreton. I know that Jules Campbell will tend the same flame with a little bit of help from you. Not because we ask you to, but because you feel you must, because you all believe in providing kindness during another's trouble. So thank you all. Thank you all. I thank all the MPs and senators who've helped out in Moreton over the years, especially Tanya Plibersek, Mark Dreyfus, Brendan O'Connor, Penny Wong and Murray Watt for the friendship, guidance and good humour. To my good friend and neighbour, Jim Chalmers, I still vividly recall all the doors we've knocked on together. and the good times we've had at the Sunnybank Tavern after eating way too much at the Landmark. Thank you, Jim. Thanks to you too, Mr Speaker, for the many events we've shared, and also Senator Anthony Chisholm, who I'm not sure is here, who was, when he was State Secretary, was prepared to take on organised motorcycle gangs and their supporters in Moreton. You ask him about it. That was during that most difficult elections in 2013 where Labor lost 17 seats. But in Moreton, we actually received a swing to me. Thanks, Chiz. To all the voters in Moreton who are prepared to support Labor throughout the last 7 elections, I say thank you. All MPs think their electorates are special, but multicultural Moreton really is. The word privilege is thrown around a lot, but I really do feel privileged to have represented all my different communities. I'm proud of how we work together, how we've taken the time to listen to each other's points of view and how we've learned from each other, how we share cultural and religious celebrations and stay connected despite our differences. This occurs because of the generosity of people like Lewis Lee, OAM, who's up in the gallery next to Jocelyn. I'm well paid to do my job, but Lewis is a volunteer, as his lovely wife Jocelyn can attest. Lewis leads by example. He has managed 61 citizenship ceremonies and fosters important community connections by promoting and attending cross-cultural events. Our country needs more people like Lewis. They are the glue that holds us together. And to those who can never bring themselves to vote for me, I can't tell you how much I appreciated working for you, despite having parliamentary privilege. There are so many great friends and good comrades in the Moreton community and the Labor caucus. There's too many good people to mention, so it'll be easy if I only mention the bad ones. You're first, Rob Mitchell. No, just kidding. Where's Josh Wilson? Who flogged me at tennis again this morning. It's especially lucky that Nick Champion, my good friend Nick Champion, has left the Parliament, but I do take this opportunity to mention that, despite one spurious media report to the contrary, I always beat Nick Champion when we played squash. On several occasions, the gymnasium staff asked us to stop swearing loudly, and I assert that all the foul language was exclusively Nick Champion's. In another class of 07 valedictory speak, Bill Shorten tabled a list of all of his 192 staff to avoid reading them all into Hansard. So in a similar spirit, I table the names of all the people I've injured on the football, rugby, touch football, basketball and netball courts by playing too enthusiastic. Your name's on there, Ed, don't worry. So I'll table that too. But to be fair, 28 of the names on this list are Keith Wallahan's. So I do particularly thank Andy Turnbull for making so much sporting diplomacy and cross-party friendship possible in this place. Sport is a great way to make unusual friendships and international connections that are useful for this nation. Those contacts all help lubricate the gears of our wonderful democracy. And early morning sport also gets you to bed early, because nothing good happens in Canberra after midnight. And I say that with all respect to Darren Chester. Thanks to all the co-chairs of the parliamentary friendship groups I've been involved with over the last 18 years. I've enjoyed working with Rowan Ramsey, Ken Wyatt and Judy Moylan to fight diabetes. Similarly, I've enjoyed championing Red Cross, Amnesty, anti-death penalty, support for Palestine, education and arts groups, especially arts groups, and several countries. The diplomats and lobbyists who work in Canberra to ensure that politicians are better informed do a good job. Declared registered lobbyists can make for better policy positions. As long as there is no secrecy, I believe that they're an important part of this fragile, beautiful thing called democracy. I especially want to mention the Parliamentary Friends of LGBTIQA+ group that I helped form with Warren Entsch a long time ago and Senator Sarah Hanson-Young. I know it's in good hands, but with my good friend and comrade Louise Pratt and Warren leaving soon, I'm concerned that the 48th Parliament might not be ready for the US-style attacks directed at the trans community. In Queensland, in fact, some might say those attacks are already here. Bullies and fascists always seek small groups to target. They are not alone in seeking out the trans community in this way, trying to turn real people into another. Remember that Jesus Christ is no weather vane. He loves all people always, not some people sometimes. He loves they and them and even you. And perhaps if some politicians have become obsessed with how kids go to the loo, maybe it's time to leave the cult and go and see a therapist. Dehumanising due to difference is a pathway to hell. It hollows out communities wherever it occurs, everywhere from Yappin to Yeppoon. But sometimes bathrooms and pronouns and flags are merely political dead cats to distract from 34 criminal indictments or a nuclear policy with all the structural integrity of wet cardboard. Nevertheless, such attacks can be dangerous for people. An ABS study found that nearly 30% of trans Australians had experienced suicidal thoughts. Suicidal ideation due to gender dysphoria is real. The Coalition held a royal commission into the home insulation program following the deaths of 4 young workers. So I'm placing you all on notice right now. If you let politicians determine private health matters, kids will die. The young trans community needs kindness, courage, and champions working for them right here under the big flag, because this building belongs to all Australians. Good people don't ever let bullies win elections via targeting the vulnerable. So I know that the Parliamentary Friends of LGBTIQA+ will never let caring become a crime. It's also been an honour to work with all, well, actually not all, nearly all of the chairs and deputy chairs of all the parliamentary committees I've been on. I did name that person, but my office said to take it out. So, good committees where there is respect and professionalism are an essential part of this parliament, essential for policy and friendships and the strange links that glue this building together, glue that is needed during the hard times of politics. I spent way too much time with Keith Pitt in this, the 47th Parliament, and also the late Kevin Andrews dealing with family law reform in the 46th Parliament, and Karen Andrews in the 45th Parliament, but all effective committees bond over doing the right thing for this nation. My Liberal, National, Greens and independent colleagues have all been passionate about their communities and their policies, and I've always respected their contributions, despite the fact they're usually wrong. So, no, just kidding. Nevertheless, thank you for your contributions, for your professionalism and for your friendship. Committees don't function without their secretariats, so thank you to all those helpful people who are behind the scenes, but they make it all work. And there are a lot of them in this building, and I think my friends Anna and Siobhan are in the building somewhere at the moment. There they are. And all the librarians, the Hansard and all the rest who make this place very easy for politicians to work in. I give a special thanks to the Leader of the House in his capacity as Leader of the Band. Thanks for inviting me into Left, Right, Out. I've had an absolute blast. And finally, we did our own original song last Tuesday. I'll leave that to the Leader of the House to reveal when it's coming out. Playing with the Wiggles in the Great Hall was a highlight, and for the Pharmacy Guild in the same venue. And that gig only cost Mark Butler $26.5 billion over 5 years. Gigs with some of my rock heroes like Mark Callaghan and Buzz Bidstrup were amazing, but truly not as much fun as jamming here on a Tuesday night. Thank you for the music and friendship, and I look forward to buying that single. I also thank John, Brendan, Sharon and Brendan from my old band, Once I Killed a Gopher with a Stick, yes, that's their name, for doing fundraising gigs every 3 years for me since 2004. To the men and women of the Press Gallery, who I've always seen as an essential part of a healthy democracy. I don't think any other parliament in the world has put the press inside the building, complicit in this precious grand project called democracy. Obviously, that means you must do so much more than provide space in a Harvey Norman catalogue. Unfortunately for me, you've always accurately reported what I said, which has been the source of half my troubles. As the media business model changes, I wish you all the best in your devotion to truth. And now that the news and social media are polarised by design, some monsters are skillfully and ruthlessly exploiting fear and ignorance. The consent of the governed is harder to corral, and more journalists are being killed in the line of duty or arrested or sued for just doing their job. Nevertheless, the job of a good journalist, like a good politician, is to seek the truth and make it known. And so in this cold, hard, complicated post-truth world, I hope that the honour in journalism continues to provide you all with purpose rather than inconvenience, and clicks too, and paid subscribers, because good journalism costs money. Unfortunately, so does bad journalism, but that's a whole other problem for Rupert and Lachlan. May you never be deserted by the Muse, and anonymous sources. And if you ever run out of former politicians prepared to comment on the politics of the day, don't ever phone me. Prime Minister, I want to thank you for many things. They say in life that you should never meet your heroes, but Prime Minister, thanks for introducing me to Billy Bragg, to your friend Billy Bragg, who was even better in person. And thanks for the Kessels and Mains Road and the Coopers Plains overpass, just $500 million or so. Thank you for being a good friend to Moreton and a good friend to me. Thank you especially to the Foreign Minister Penny Wong for facilitating the release with you, Prime Minister, of Scott Rush and the remainder of the Bali 9. I thought I'd be leaving this place with that as unfinished business. Instead, Scott had his first Christmas in 20 years with his parents, Lee and Chris, in Gracehall. I've enjoyed the work of the Brisbane Olympics and Paralympics Games Committee with Minister Wells. There have been some challenges with both the professional parties of protest in my state campaigning against the Games, but we will get there. We will get there, and I look forward to Queensland and Australia putting on the best Games ever in 2032. And mainly, Prime Minister, thank you for being a steadfast leader, the sort who makes a promise and keeps it. I've loved seeing family law and education policies that I was involved with developing in opposition, now Australian law and practice. As the parties of protest become louder, while the walking Jeremiah and his echo acolytes become more shrill, I take great comfort from seeing a Prime Minister focused on delivery. And while the coalescence of whinges on the fringes gets louder, I know you will steer our nation on a sensible, egalitarian path towards sustainable prosperity. There's a quote I love in your mentor Tom Uren's autobiography, Straight Left. We consider it a moral obligation of the fit to look after the sick, of the young to look after the old, and of the rich to look after the poor. This is a good platform for any re-election campaign, and I know the wind is swinging in behind Labor as the fourth quarter gets willing, so good luck. In conclusion, I note that when I made my first speech in 2008, my long-separated mother and father were in the gallery, sitting together. They're both gone now. You're young and then you're not. Mum's been gone for over a decade, but I still associate her with Canberra, probably because I always found the time to call her when I was away from my own family. Peggy Perrott always gave me good advice, especially after she passed away. She was a strong guide, and I hope I always made you proud, Mum. I see my brother Simon and his partner Michael with the beard to rival Dan's up in the gallery. They were here in 2008. I'm glad that there are some things in this world that have not changed. This can be a hard place to maintain your pride. I've seen politics land blows on all sorts of people. It's a tough place for those who come here seeking some work of dignity and noble purpose. As a species, we do have that capacity for infinite kindness and infinite cruelty. But the everyday people of Moreton lean heavily towards kindness, and the poorer they are, the more kind and generous they seem to be. We must, through times of disagreement, remain focused on bringing people together. As I said in my first speech, I wish to remind all Australians that the price of harmony is hard work. Each and every one of us must be eternally vigilant when it comes to community relations. We must knock on all our neighbours' doors and offer a helping hand. We must build understanding, trust and friendship, irrespective of race, religion, age or political beliefs. So if you're a representative of the Australian people and you exploit conflicts overseas to stoke fear and tension and divide people, then hopefully you will have no place here. Labor will continue to fight against racial and religious vilification and those who use division for political gain. Now, they say the only thing you can count on in politics is your fingers. I had just turned 42 when the 42nd Parliament started, and I wish I didn't know now what I didn't know then. But now here in the 47th Parliament, as a 47-year-old, I come to the end of the best job in the world. There are always more dogs than bones in the world of politics, and I was never great at snarling or howling or learning to work with wolves, but I've enjoyed it. And so there comes a time for a bit of contemplation as the early promise of life melts into later regrets. I'm so thankful to the mighty Labor Party for gifting me some sense of completion, almost satisfaction. Not quite, obviously, because the work of equity and freedom is never done. But thank you all for letting me help our wonderful cause. Some say politics is a grubby crawl towards noble things that you never see, but I've seen plenty of good in this place. I'm looking at it now. We only get one wild and precious life, so we must find some usefulness. And the big purpose of every life is little kindnesses. So I hope to distribute some more kindnesses in a different place. It really has, Deputy Prime Minister, been an excellent adventure. And I love yous all. So after welcome, sorry, soon and thanks, I'd like to make my final words in here a bit of poetry from the always pithy Dorothy Parker. My land is bare of chattering folk, the clouds are low along the ridges, and sweets the air with curly smoke from all my burning bridges. Thank you.
And on indulgence, I call the Prime Minister.
Thanks very much, Mr Speaker. Well, in his first speech in this place, the member for Moreton promised to bring some poetry and literature back to the chamber. And in his final speech, he's done both. And Graham has certainly held to that commitment. I'm sure that all members would agree that whatever the issue that was before the House, it's always worth listening to the member for Moreton's contributions to the debate, both for the substance but also for the way that they were presented, with humour and insight and, importantly, with heart. Graham has been an extraordinary colleague for a long period of time. He has friendships quite clearly across the chamber, some, as we've learnt today, with Darren Chester, closer than we knew about. But I'll leave that to those two to deal with. Whenever you visit Graham's electorate of Moreton, two things came across. One was his pride in his community, everything he's worked to deliver over 18 years as an MP. I reckon my visits to Moreton are probably up around 30, 40 at least. everything from multicultural events to Mains and Kessels, the most expensive overpass anywhere in Australia, it's got to be said, more than $300 million on an intersection. But Graham was absolutely determined to do so, and what it has done is unclog that part of Brisbane, a real investment that we went through the processes and found that, bizarrely, it did stack up in terms of productivity and the difference that it has made. But that was just one of the many projects that Graham has advocated, from level crossings to a range of infrastructure projects to community infrastructure projects as well in the electorate. The other thing that you noticed about Graham, and I'm not sure the name of the shopping centre in Sunnybank Plaza, where we did a walk through shopping centres. I'm someone who does that. Some people would advise against doing this sort of activity, but I do, because it's the only way that you actually get engagement with people that is not pre-planned. And with Graham, on at least 2 occasions in that shopping centre, going through, there are 2 things that you noticed. One was the people he knew, which was a lot of them, and that showed a member in touch. The second was the people he didn't know, the genuine warmth and engagement and interaction and respect that he had. Whether they were raising issues that were easy to solve, whether they were raising problems to be dealt with, Graham dealt with them in exactly the same way, respectfully and with courtesy, and aiming to do, if he could, what he could for them, or where he couldn't because of differences, where he thought that the issue they were raising was not one that he supported, he'd tell them up front as well. We did multiple multicultural roundtables in that very diverse electorate as well, and for my first cousin Helen, who lived in Sunnybank, and I'd get regular reports about Graham's effort as a member. The thing about Morton was he won the seat off the Liberal Party. He won the seat off the Liberal Party and held it. It has been a marginal for all of that time, and he has extended the margin out over a period of years. And when we launched Julianne Campbell's campaign for Morton, there was the Parrot Army that has been translated over to work for Jules, and no doubt that she will follow him as a member for Morton and will do a fantastic job. There was some misinformation out there from the media as well about Graham's pre-selection. I want to put this on the record. I went to Graham and said, mate, if you want to run again, you're absolutely in. He was like, I'm done, I've made my contribution. It's time. That he had come to that decision himself, and I respected that, even though I was disappointed. But he also did something that not everyone in this place does. He lined up a fantastic successor in that electorate who can carry on with his legacy. To Lee, thank you for what you've given up as well. Thank you for lending us your hubby for such a long period of time. And to Stanley and Leo, I think a definition of good parenting is defined by the fact that Stanley is a South Sydney fanatic. That shows good parenting, particularly given Graham's St George. Well, that deserves compassion because it's been a hard time and it's going to get worse as it goes on. But to the family, I've been to Graham's home on a number of occasions, and watching the boys grow up has been a great privilege as well. We will miss your company here, but we will treasure your friendship forever. I am pleased. I've never seen anyone more excited than in Billy Bragg's dressing room when he got to meet Billy and insisted on 1,000 photos with Billy Bragg. I look forward to an ongoing friendship and engagement with you, mate, and look forward to catching up for a beer after the election.
I'm going to give the call to the honourable member for Cornwall.
Thank you, Mr Speaker, and I just want to congratulate the member for Moreton for his lovely speech, and we'll have a lot to say to each other afterwards. It's been almost 23 years to the day when I rose in this very chamber to make my very first parliamentary speech. In fact, I was sitting on the other side. I was trying to locate where exactly, but I don't remember. It's a speech. In that speech, I recall, I spoke largely about the nature of the community I would represent and serve in this place. In that first speech, I said, and I quote, that multiculturalism is one of the modern foundations of our nation. It is one of our proudest achievements, and nowhere is it more evident than the electorate of Cornwall, where 2/3 of residents are either first or second generation Australians. In the last 23 years, there have been many challenges to multiculturalism. It is a fact that external events, international developments have had a profound impact on Australia's social fabric, testing the resolve of our multiculturalism from both a national security and social cohesion perspective. And of course, I'll say a bit more about that after, Mr Speaker. But first, it wasn't always my plan to be a Member of Parliament, and I certainly never really intended to stay this long. But I'm proud to be the first Greek-born woman to enter Australia's federal parliament. I'm also proud of all that we, my staff, my community, my constituency, my colleagues from all sides in this place have achieved together. I had always been interested in politics, but I never aspired to be a politician. I officially joined the Labor Party in 1982, but my very first foray into active politics dates back to 1975, when I was a very enthusiastic Year 11 student of politics at Princess Hill High School. With the dismissal of the Whitlam Labor government, 1975 was a very intense time for Australian politics. In fact, the entire 70s was a time of change and reform. The establishment of multiculturalism as a social policy was by far one of the greatest reforms in modern Australian history. My interest in politics and the drama of 1975 led me to the Victorian Trades Hall Council, and I ended up working with the Migrant Workers Committee that had been established to re-elect the Labor government. The people I met there, people such as George Zangalis, Christos Tsirkas, my friend and mentor, Theo Sideropoulos and Giovanni Scrow, and others, were incredible role models who taught me a great deal about the passion of politics, its capacity for empowerment and change, and the art of campaigning. I also remember meeting prominent feminist Germaine Greer when she came to speak at Trades Hall. I was 16 and absolutely in awe of her. I went on to study arts and then a Diploma of Education at Melbourne University before I went on to teach at Thornbury High School. I spent 2 years coordinating the Greek Festival, which is the predecessor of today's Antipodes Festival, Melbourne's largest street party, and I'm sure some of you will be attending that in a few weeks' time. When I decided to leave teaching in 1987, I applied for 2 jobs. One was as an electorate officer in the office of the former member for Cornwall, Andrew Theophanous, and the other with the Red Cross Blood Bank. I was offered both jobs, but Andrew offered me the job first and I accepted. I often wonder what might have happened or what could have been if the Red Cross had got in first. Labor adopted affirmative action quotas in 1994, and when the opportunity to stand for pre-selection in a federal seat came up, I was encouraged to throw my hat in the ring, despite some reluctance on my part. At that stage, I had 2 young children, Stavros and Stella, and the thought of coming to Canberra weighed heavily on me. My husband and family, and indeed my comrades in the Labor Party, especially so my good friend, the former Senator Kim Carr, urged and encouraged me to run. So despite my reservations, I stepped up. The 2001 election campaign proved to be a very difficult one. It was the Tampa election and the CIVEX, and it was 2 months after the horror of September 11 and the beginning of the War on Terror. I was standing for a seat that was one of Australia's largest concentrations of residents who observe the Muslim faith, in excess of 15%, home also to one of the largest concentrations of Turkish-born and Turkish-identifying Australians who started arriving here in large numbers after the White Australia policy was officially axed in 1967. Today, the number of constituents in Cornwall of the Muslim faith stands in excess of 25%. It was also home to many migrants of Lebanese heritage. They were part of a broader community of post-war migrants from Greece, Italy, Scotland, Ireland, Croatia, Serbia, Malta, as well as the more recently arrived refugee communities from Iraq and later Syria, and now the growing number of residents from India, Pakistan, Bhutan and Nepal. The electorate of Cornwall is also the home of the original inhabitants of the Wurundjeri and the Marambullock clans of the Woiwurrung tribe. And the matter of ultimate recognition and reconciliation with our Indigenous Australians is still outstanding. And whatever form reconciliation takes in the future, it will be the role of this place to decide in consultation and partnership with the Indigenous and broader community to decide what that looks like. As a migrant myself, I share a common story with my local communities, and this experience has been critical to my ability to represent them in this place. Mr. Speaker, I would often be asked, both here and abroad, how it is that a person of Greek heritage could be supported by migrants of Turkish heritage. The answer has always been simple, that as an Australian, I live in a multicultural country where waves and generations of migrants have settled with a common purpose. And it's our shared migrant experiences that bond us as Australians and outweigh the polarised divisions emanating from the original homelands. A successful multicultural society is one underpinned by the principles of access and equity for all its citizens, enabling a shared destiny and a common identity, one capable of accommodating cultural diversity and differing historical, geographical and ideological backgrounds. For after all, the idea, Mr. Speaker, of multiculturalism is to, and I said in the Chair's Forward report, in the report that we conducted in 2013 called Inquiry into Migration and Multiculturalism in Australia, the purpose of multiculturalism is to provide the framework through which to plan for successful settlement that promotes integration and leads to fuller participation in the wider community and society. It also recognises that freedom to maintain one's cultural and linguistic inheritance is an important factor in developing a confident sense of self and a sense of belonging. Historically, post-Second World War migration to Australia had a nation-building purpose. I want to pay tribute to Arthur Cornwall, Australia's first immigration minister, and credit him and the Labor government of the time for seizing the opportunity to lay the foundations for modern Australia. In fact, Cornwall, and even though the term was not used at that time, can be considered as the father of multicultural Australia. 9/11 and the Tampa incident in 2001 tested our nation on how we managed our borders and our sovereignty. It also tested multiculturalism in Australia. On September 12th of 2001, the day after, my constituents of Turkish, Lebanese and Arabic heritage suddenly found themselves defined only by their faith as Muslims, and to many, they were suddenly seen as a threat. In fact, I remember visiting a constituent in Broadmeadows at their home, and just as I was leaving, with some hesitation, they asked me if they should be concerned about their next-door neighbours, who they had known for 20 years and had always thought of them as wonderful people. Their neighbours were Muslim of Turkish heritage. I reassured them that they would have more chance of being hit by a car walking to Broadmeadows shopping centre than their neighbours causing them any harm. This was to be the beginning of dramatic changes in mainstream perceptions and views about multicultural Australia. At the heart of these changing attitudes was fear and loathing amongst some elements of the Australian community towards fellow Australians of Muslim faith. This affected in particular Muslim women and young people who had to endure racist taunts, innuendos, attacks and endless allegations and suspicions about their loyalties to Australia and doubts about whether their Muslim faith and their values would allow them to integrate and adapt successfully into the broader community. It was feared by some that Islam was not a religion of peace, and that we were facing in this country the imposition of Sharia law. My local council, under the leadership of the late Gary Junworth, who was mayor at the time, had already put in place, before September 11, 2001, the Hume City Council's Interfaith Network. Gary's commitment to social justice and belief in Multicultural Australia led him to form a social justice charter in addition to the Interfaith Network. He was a visionary councillor and served the Hume City Council with distinction. The Interfaith Network represented a diversity of religious faiths, with Christians, Muslims, Buddhists, Hindus and Sikhs participating. Of course, I was honoured to be its inaugural chair. We were able to hit the ground running, and our local faith leaders led the way in building bridges and fostering understanding between our local faith communities by encouraging tolerance, urging restraint and calling for dialogue. In the wake of the highly charged atmosphere of Tampa and September 11, we all understood what lay ahead for our local community of Muslim faith. You see, from this time forward, some in the political class, the media and the national security agencies began to define identity and refer to migrants and refugees in terms of their faith rather than their ethnic or linguistic heritage. And Islam itself was under relentless scrutiny. So were those who identified with Islam. Suddenly, multiculturalism became a matter of national security. We began to police the integration process because it wasn't about nation building now, it was about terrorism, hotlines and being on alert for foreign interference and homegrown terrorism. I don't want to downplay the concerns or the threats, but I've always rejected the takeover of multiculturalism policy by the security agencies. Sure, they have a job to do protecting Australians from credible threats from wherever they emanate, but we don't throw the baby out with the bathwater. We are better than that. And here the media has a grave responsibility in how it portrays, amplifies and perpetuates a view, not based necessarily on facts but opinion, thus becoming knowingly or unknowingly accommodators of prejudice, hate and division. I want to pay tribute to those faith leaders such as the late Yasser Solomon, a local constituent and friend who at the time was president of the Islamic Council of Victoria and worked hard to convey the true meaning and practices of Islam. Others included Father Malcolm Holmes from the Uniting Church in Broadmeadows, the then Imam of the Broadmeadows Turkish Mosque, Imam Yunus Jan, and the late Sheikh Fahmy Imam, leader of the Arabic Muslim community in Victoria. When I reflect on the last 2 decades, I realise that a whole new generation of young people have grown up under the shadow of September 11 and the War on Terror. I can say that many young people in my community endured challenges to their identity as both Australians and as followers of the Muslim faith, and all because of the external events, which were very much beyond their control. Despite this, however, they have risen to the occasion and they have succeeded. It was education that transformed and enabled my generation, and it's education that has seen my local young people of Muslim faith excel and contribute in a variety of positive ways. I want to pay homage to a dear friend, the late Ibrahim Dalal, a true teacher and a wise man. He was an Australian of Turkish Cypriot background who led the way in supporting and nurturing young people of Muslim faith by providing educational opportunities, because he knew this was the path and the only path to success and contribution. I worked with Ibrahim in my first term as he set up one of the first non-government Muslim schools, known then as Ishik College. Many more have subsequently followed, not only in my electorate, but in electorates across the country. In my electorate, I note the dedication and commitment of the teachers of both Elim and Sirius colleges. I have enjoyed the many visits to these schools and witnessed firsthand their academic excellence and community spirit. Ironically, I stand here today in the wake of continuing destruction and tensions and conflict following the terrible events of October 7, 2023 and the subsequent Israeli assaults on Gaza and Lebanon. Once again, we are facing challenges to multiculturalism, concerns about the fraying of social cohesion and a diminished capacity for community dialogue. It is often said that different migrant communities should not bring their troubles and conflicts to Australia. This is a naive view. It is inevitable that communities with histories and families in other parts of the world will feel passionately about conflicts and catastrophes that take place in their original homelands. It is an affinity, a connection that we should not reject, but understand and even utilise. We Australians in general have an interest in and opinions about world affairs. We also have an affinity as a middle moderate power, especially but not exclusively from the Labor tradition, of being peacemakers, problem solvers and conflict resolution internationalists. Resolving conflicts and mitigating differences are never easy. There is never complete clarity about who is right and wrong, especially in contexts where they are sourced overseas and out of reach or our influence is inconsequential. But people shouting at each other in the streets is not what multiculturalism is about. And I reject the notion that multiculturalism is a failure and a liability because of some of the ugliness that we have witnessed recently and throughout the post-9/11 period. The important point is that we must work to ensure that such issues and differing opinions are not used as political weapons to further divide people. That is what threatens our social cohesion. Social cohesion is not about everyone agreeing. It is not about wanting everyone to become devoid of opinion or passion or difference. It's about working to build dialogue, civilised debate and a respectful society within which people can express their views and, where possible, work for common beneficial outcomes. In the last 23 years, I've represented communities that carry with them historical, ancestral, protracted and ongoing differences. Working with them in a constructive and respectful manner has helped achieve many significant outcomes that could only happen in this country and can only happen because of our multicultural ethos and demeanour. A great example of the sort of mediation and facilitation I'm talking about is on an issue that is very close to my heart, the reunification of Cyprus. And I acknowledge the presence, of course, of the High Commissioner of Cyprus, Mr Antonis Samoutsias, who's in the gallery. Now, a small intervention of what can be achieved was set by two Australian men, one of Turkish Cypriot background, Yalçin Adal, and the other of Greek Cypriot background, Stavros Prots, who together walked across the length of Cyprus for 16 days in 2018, from east to west, they called it. Theirs was a mission of peace, reconciliation and of healing to a still divided island. I paid tribute to my friends Yalçin and Stavros for their courage and their humanity. I was honoured to be involved in their campaign when they both came to Canberra to meet with the then Senator Pat Dodson. They asked him where they could source a native tree to plant at the end of their journey in Cyprus, which they did. I also paid tribute to my constituent and friends Peter Minas and Tumed Mimi, Greek and Turkish Cypriots, who have worked with us over the years to promote rapprochement between the two communities, both here and in Cyprus. Our rapprochement work saw me become the first Australian MP to cross the border into the north of Cyprus in 2002 to visit my husband's home, AUSParliamentLive in the northern part of Cyprus, that he fled in 1974, and to visit Greek and Turkish Cypriots who were and still are seeking a way forward to reunite the island. It was the Rudd-Gillard Labor governments that officially supported the Cyprus academic dialogues that sought to give Australia a practical role to play in building capacity for peace and resolution through the network of academics and civil society. I credit my husband, Dr Michalis Michael, for pursuing this important initiative through his work with the then Centre for Dialogue at La Trobe University. By partnering with Greek and Turkish Cypriot counterparts, both here and in Cyprus, we were able to establish an ongoing collaboration where civil society took a lead in dealing with the complexity of issues. It's a fine example of Australia's citizen diplomacy. This was followed more recently with the Famagusta dialogues that involved the local municipalities. Here, our peacemaking middle power internationalist disposition, combined with our multicultural ethos and access to diasporas, enabled Australia to mount these second-track peace dialogues. To sustain them, and hopefully others like them, they need support and resources, as with foreign aid, they are but a fraction of what one item of military hardware costs. It's a worthwhile investment in peace. My advocacy for Palestinian self-determination is well known. It has always been about supporting the right of the Palestinian people to determine their future through their own statehood. I have visited the region on many occasions, and I've worked with both Palestinians and Israelis over the years with a shared common purpose. I want to thank the former ambassador of the General Delegation of Palestine, Dr. Izzat Abdul-Hadi, for his friendship and advice over the years. And I also want to thank APAN, that I've worked with over the years, and also my very good friend Wendy Turner, who would be known to many of us in this place. The Israeli-Palestinian conflict, especially during the last year, has caused major disruption and angst both here in Australia and elsewhere in the world. It remains an outstanding issue that needs an amicable solution, one that is just and one that brings peace, stability, prosperity and security not only to the region, but importantly also to Palestinians and Israelis. My support for the Palestinian people and Palestinian statehood does not preclude my support and hope for peace, security and prosperity for Israel. I've been critical of the state of Israel over the years, as anyone and everyone who believes in human rights and international law should be. But I have a great affection for the Jewish people, and the current wave of anti-Semitism in our country is of great concern to me. The horrors of civilian deaths in Gaza and the destruction of Gaza cannot go unnoticed, and it begs outrage, and rightfully so. But we cannot ignore the extremities that are happening in our own community. These acts are conducted, as usual, by anonymous cowards who harbour dark intentions that have little to do with Palestine. Equally, those who seek to exploit anti-Semitism for their own interests should exercise restraint, responsibility and civil diligence, for they sow the seeds of hatred and division. When my family came to Australia in 1963, we settled in North Carlton. The inner suburbs of Melbourne were home to newly arrived migrants, to Cornwall's New Australians, largely because of the textile, clothing, food and car factories they were located there. And the typical migrant story was to go where the work was and where family and communities were settling and forming. Carlton was where the first Jewish Holocaust survivors settled as refugees until they started to move out in the late 1960s and early 70s. It was Arthur Cornwall who accepted the first ship of Jewish refugees to Australia when other countries wouldn't. My parents worked in the local factories. My mother worked at the Ivan Porter shoe factory in Fitzroy with many other migrants. She befriended a woman named Rosa. Rosa was a Polish Jew who had survived Auschwitz. They worked together in this factory and walked home together. Excuse me. When my mother first invited Rosa to our house, I was 8 years old. I remember Rosa vividly to this day. My first impression was a very highly strung woman. Today, we would recognise this as post-traumatic stress disorder. And my good friend, and known to many of you, Paris Aristotle and his organisation, the Victorian Foundation of Survivors of Torture, or Foundation House, would have been able to render assistance. Mum spoke very little English, so I had to be the interpreter. Rosa carried with her in her big purse photographs of her family members who had perished in the death camps. She carried the mark, as she called it, a numerical tattoo on her forearm, and she cried as she spoke of her dead family members. I had to translate all of this to my mum, but she understood anyway. She understood empathetically what was going on. She and Rosa didn't need to speak to each other in English. My parents had experienced the German occupation of their village, AUSParliamentLive in Lefkada on the Ionian Islands. They were 10 years old when the war started. AUSParliamentLive's village sits at the back of the island, and the German command set up their communication stations at the top of the mountain just above the village. What's left of the ruins today are referred to by the locals as the German remains, and people don't really want to venture there. My parents, aunts and uncles often spoke of the brutality and cruelty of the German soldiers. They were terrified of them, and the German command made sure of this. They also spoke about the concentration camps and the gas chambers and the killing of Jews. As children, we would listen to these stories, and these experiences and memories were our family's legacy. It is what they and other post-Second World War migrants brought with them to Australia. It is what more recently arrived refugees and migrants bring with them also. They shaped and influenced my generation's thinking, and they will do the same for current generations within the context of our multicultural Australia. In this period of post-Second World War migration, it always strikes me as incredible that my parents would finally meet the Jewish people they had heard about during the war, that they would live amongst them in Carlton, and they would work alongside them. My mother and Rosa shared the pain of lost homelands and loved ones, the experiences and memories of the devastation of the Second World War. My formative years were shaped by these stories and these people. I know they shaped and haunted my parents' generation and all those who endured the violence and devastation of World War II. I paid tribute to them all because they were resilient. Australia gave them opportunity, safety and a new home. They embraced their life circumstances and became nation builders. We owe them a great debt. We owe them our modern Australia. We have a responsibility to honour and protect their legacy and to follow their lead. Of course, Rosa has been in my thoughts constantly lately. The 85th anniversary of the Holocaust reminds us that we cannot ignore what is happening in our community at the moment. As parliamentarians, we can't just offload the challenges to others to deal with. We have to work here and within our own communities with genuine intent and lead initiatives to bring people together. Talk is cheap. Politicalisation of conflict is dangerous. In the 23 years that I've sat in this parliament, the weaponisation of immigration, refugees and multiculturalism has not helped social cohesion, it has threatened it. I want to thank the member for Monash, who, in recognising these dangers, tag-teamed with me to establish the Parliamentary Friends of Multiculturalism in 2015. Our purpose was to reaffirm the importance of multiculturalism and to encourage the restoration of a bipartisan support. And SBS news item described us as the odd couple of federal politics because we were on opposite sides of the political spectrum, one of Greek heritage, the other of British stock. So let me give the House an example of what a practical response to encouraging social cohesion in our community looks like. And I want to refer to an event that I organised in partnership with the now member for Macnamara, Josh Burns, when he was a young staffer in this place. At Josh's initiative, we held an event for progressive young Jewish and Arab people to come together as a way of breaking barriers and confronting stereotypes resulting from September 11. So in November 2012, that was quite a while ago, we hosted an intercultural dialogue event at the Banksia Gardens Community Centre in Broadmeadows. We had two inspirational speakers, the Honourable Justice Emilios Kirou, AO, the first Greek-born judge to be appointed to the Supreme Court of Victoria, who now heads the AAT. Emilios grew up in Broadmeadows and endured, like myself and others of our generation, the rejection and racism of the time. The other speaker was renowned author and activist Arnold Zabel, himself a Jewish migrant, who, like me, attended Princess Hill High School. It was a good school, Princess Hill High School. Quite a few notable people have been there. They both recounted their experiences growing up as migrants, experiencing racism and being outsiders. Yet despite this, they were able to rise beyond it all and become successful members of the Australian community. This event had a major impact on the young people in that room, not just because the speakers themselves had walked in their shoes previously, but more importantly, because in that space on that day, they were able to sit together, Jewish and Muslim youth in one place at the same time. Their paths would never have crossed otherwise. I want to thank Josh for this initiative, and I look forward to Josh being returned as the member for Macnamara to this place, as he has a very important contribution to make. It helped convince me, Speaker, that it is our responsibility to lead the way. We have to make dialogue happen in a way that brings people together, especially those who have such entrenched views about each other. We can make a difference. 50+ years of multicultural policy shows us the way. And now, 13 years later, we find ourselves in yet another crisis where old hatreds resurface and where we risk another generation of young people experiencing these fears and prejudices. We must do better if we are to protect and preserve social cohesion, and we can only do this through initiatives that encourage dialogue, not marketing or advertising it, but actually conducting it. But multiculturalism, Speaker, is about much more than managing intercommunal tensions or by focusing exclusively on immigration and refugees. It is a practical policy framework to ensure social inclusion and equal access to services and opportunities. And one of the keys to access and inclusion is language and communication. A prime example of what this might look like is the initiative to translate the instructions on the bowel cancer testing kits into multiple community languages during the Rudd Labor government. When I approached the then Health Minister, the member for Sydney, to explain that one important reason for the low take-up rates of the free bowel cancer testing kit was that we all received in our letterboxes after turning 50 and thereafter was a lack of understanding, especially amongst communities whose first language was not English. She was very quick to respond by directing her department to rectify this. The information became available in multiple community languages, and of course from my part I continue to tell my constituents that when you turn 50 and onwards, as I had at the time, the Australian government sends you a birthday present in the mail, and I advise them to open it and make use of it. I hope they did. I will. It was such an obvious but significant dissemination of the Health Department's information with potential to change and indeed save lives. And this surely is the point of multicultural policy, to ensure that everyone has full access to information and services, that everyone, regardless of language or culture, can fully participate in our society. This is the multiculturalism that I and so many others have fought for and will continue to do so, despite the naysayers. Of course, Speaker, I believe that all migrants should be given every opportunity to learn English. No doubt, they have to. But like my constituent and good friend, the late Stefan Romanu, I believe in the importance of supporting the retention and teaching of community languages. Stefan sadly passed away last year, and he'll be greatly missed by the community languages sector whose advocacy he led, but he'll also be missed by the local Ukrainian community. The retention of language is not only important to our diaspora communities, but because building multilingual capacity is a valuable resource and asset for Australia, especially so in our bilateral relations and our interactions with the world, and more so with our Asia-Pacific region. It was a significant achievement with the then Education Minister, Julia Gillard, developed the national school curriculum, which included community languages. The member for Adelaide and I carried into this place a petition of some 22,105 signatures supporting the inclusion of the modern Greek language on the national school curriculum as a language of cultural, community, historical and economic importance to Australia and the Australian people. Now, the Greek community is often held up as an example of successful integration. It is very much that. Its success is a result of multicultural policies and its own cultural and social resilience. My generation was encouraged to retain culture, language, faith and traditions while simultaneously proudly owning and bringing this inheritance along with us in our integration process. I hated going to Greek school, but I'm grateful that I was forced to by my parents, because today I'm bilingual, and that is an asset. Successful integration, and I can tell you one more thing, multiculturalism helped my generation, and I say this to a lot of school kids, deal with the double life we were living in our formative years, because it is a double life. Successful integration doesn't happen by chance, and multiculturalism has and will continue to enable the integration of migrants and assist their journey to becoming Australians. It will enable our newer emerging communities who are coming here from our region with the same aspirations and desires to hold on to language and culture, and who are making and will make their contribution to the great Australian story, for they are the next wave of nation builders. We saw this last week at the SBS television's celebration of Lunar New Year here in Parliament. This event was hosted by SBS's Friendship Group, again convened by the member for Monash, myself, and the member for Fowler. And it saw myself and the member for Monash dress in traditional garments of a Korean groom, which is quite fun. The acknowledgement of country was conducted in Korean, a poignant example of contemporary Australian multiculturalism in action. SBS is a vital piece of our multicultural infrastructure, and its in-language focus is critical to our nation, to our social inclusion, and to our national security. My passionate belief in multiculturalism is why, in this place, I have always sought to be a member of the Joint Standing Committee on Migration. I have served on this committee over 6 or so parliamentary terms, both as chair and deputy chair. I'm especially proud of the committee's report inquiry into migration and multiculturalism in Australia in March 2013. This inquiry looked at the economic, social and cultural impact of migration in Australia, and it was, as I had said, an audit into migration and multiculturalism following a decade of criticism and fear-mongering. Other reports followed, including No One Teaches You to Become an Australian and the most recent Migration Pathway to Nation Building. These reports made many recommendations, but they also affirmed that, in general, Australians support multiculturalism, accept that we are a multicultural nation, and that they also support migration as a nation-building enterprise. Now, another area of public policy that's been consistently close to my heart throughout my time here, Speaker, is health. Started off specifically taking an interest in support for people with cancer, and even more specifically breast cancer. My very first private member's business in this place was in 2002. It was about mammary prostheses. It called on this House to note the recommendations of the February 1995 report of the House of Representatives Standing Committee on Community Affairs to amend the Medicare rebate schedule to include provision of mammary prostheses. The report noted at that time, some 23 years ago, that women diagnosed with breast cancer who underwent mastectomies were forced to endure not only the emotional and physical stress of the disease itself, but also the financial burden of breast prostheses. Many had to use crude birdseed-filled prostheses, like the one my mother did, or they had to make do with reused prostheses from women who had died. This motion came about after I accepted to meet with this amazing woman named Ros Hill, who herself had breast cancer and a mastectomy. She led the Canberra-based organisation Caring for You, and together with the Melbourne-based Breast Cancer Action Group, advocated for the Medicare rebate. When I spoke to my private member's motion, seconded at the time by my colleague, the former member for Charlton, the late Kelly Hall, who had mentored me in my first term, I used a prop. As a former teacher, this seemed to me to be the best way to illustrate my point to the House. I demonstrated what a more sophisticated version of a breast prosthesis looked like and should be available to all women regardless of their financial status through the Medicare rebate. Its appearance startled and bemused the Deputy Speaker, who at the time was the dry-witted former member for Scullin and later Speaker of the House, Harry Jenkins. The mammary prosthesis was a version of the real thing, and it caused Harry to pause for a moment, a very long moment. I eventually got the message that I should put it down. It also caused a flurry in the media across the country the next day. Everyone was outraged as the headlines screamed, "Birdseeds in bras and dead women's breast prostheses resold." As a result of the public outrage, the then Shadow Minister for Health, Stephen Smith, although unable to implement the recommendations of the 1995 report to amend the Medicare schedule, he did, however, commit to provide a nationally funded, dedicated breast prosthesis program to public hospitals to ensure funding went directly to the provision and availability of these prostheses. A commitment we implemented when we came to government in 2007. It proved to me that advocates could make a difference and influence policy in this room, in this place rather, and in this room. I went on to become good friends with Ros Hill, and she encouraged me to keep going over the years when I had doubts about staying. Ros was a 2-time breast cancer survivor but sadly passed in 2015, almost 40 years after her first diagnosis. So I've spent many terms up here involved in raising awareness about breast cancer through the Parliamentary Friends of the Breast Cancer Networks. My own mother died of it at 53 years of age. Her experience and mine of losing her at a young age devastated our family, and I know, as many of us do, the impact of such diseases on the individual, the family, the community, and of course on public resources. Breast cancer support became the first of many other vital areas of health that I have taken an active interest in. I believe strongly that everyone, regardless of socio-economic status or English language capacity, should have access to information and preventative screening programs that are designed for early detection and saving lives. Raising awareness on public health issues has been critical to my work. People and communities cannot flourish without good health, and from an economic point of view, screening programs, awareness raising, early detection programs not only save lives, but they're also cost effective. I've also co-chaired the Heart Stroke Friendship Group for many years, and I believe that friendship groups have a very important role to play in this place. I, like most of you, are on scores of them, and I particularly want to thank another wonderful woman, Tanya Hall from Heart to Heart, for her advocacy and tenacity. My involvement in these groups has always been about how I can assist and better inform my local communities. I also want to acknowledge the colleagues that I worked with to achieve the passing of the presumptive legislation that provides protection for firefighters. With the support of the Victorian United Firefighters Union Secretary Peter Marshall, I bypassed unwittingly my own caucus's internal processes, teamed up with the member for Melbourne and the member for Monash, there's a theme here, and secured tripartisan support for this crucial bill. Now, over 23 years, I have witnessed many changes in both my workplace, the main one being my electorate, but also the second one being here in this building. When I first came up here, there were far fewer female MPs. This place was very different. We sat longer hours. It was not uncommon to sit well into the early hours of the morning. And I remember one time I was listed to speak at around 3 a.m. on a particular bill, and I had to stay awake, only to discover that the bill was finally guillotined just before I was due to speak. This happened often in those days. I know it happens in the Senate, I think, more regularly, but this is the House of Representatives where government's formed. So when I was first elected Speaker, my children were aged 6 and 8. Children were not accommodated for in these halls, and members of Parliament were expected to function in spite of rather than alongside being parents. With more women here, and both women and men of different ages and life stages, the culture has changed, and it's changed for the better. Sitting hours have become a lot more family friendly, and we actually have a childcare centre on site, something, believe it or not, that was vehemently rejected when this house was first planned and built. These changes have not only benefited women, it has meant that male colleagues have been more comfortable talking about their children, bringing them to Canberra and involving them in their working lives. I recall an incident, and there were many of them, but in 1993, it's going back a while, when I was here as a staffer to former Senator Kim Carr, who he had his 8-month-old baby, he had to hand Ruth over to an attendant before entering the Senate for division because strangers were not allowed on the floor of the chamber. Of course, now it's much more common for members to bring their babies into the chamber, and that makes a real difference to a lot of the women here, but also a lot of the men. Admittedly, it took some years for these changes to evolve, and I'm sure they never would have happened without more women being elected. I'm also pleased to note the increasing number of women from diverse cultural backgrounds being elected to Parliament. It is very important for our migrant communities, both established and emerging, to see people like them in positions of representation, power and influence. Not only does it give them the courage and confidence to aspire to their own goals in public or community life, but it helps to ensure that cultural nuance is more likely to become embedded in the making of public policy. In my inaugural speech, I said that effective representation involves empowering the community you serve so that it can help itself, and it will be my job and proud duty to share in this work. I also said that it was especially important for recently arrived migrants, and in particular migrant women, to take up leadership roles where they can make a real impact on decision-making for the benefit of our community. I'm pleased to say that there are many such women in my electorate today. They may not necessarily become members of Parliament, but they are already leaders in my community. I have always found that approaching women in my communities is the most efficient and effective way of learning about the issues that matter most to people, to help spread awareness of and access to the services by the people who need them the most. And it's usually the women who understand the needs of families, of children, of the elderly. They are the ones who get the jobs done. I became an MP because I was always interested in being involved, or as I often explain to school students, because I don't mind my own business. It's been gratifying, rewarding and sustaining to have met and worked with so many others who also don't mind their own business, many of them for no financial reward. I've met so many amazing people over the years, but I would like to highlight just a few of the extraordinary women from my electorate that I've had the privilege to work with. And I'll start with Nayana Bandari. She leads the Urja Foundation, a community group she helped establish to help the growing Indian community. Thank you, Nayana, for the wonderful work you do and for giving me the opportunity to be part of bringing to Australia the film Geeta, an award-winning documentary about acid attack survivor Geeta Mahor and her daughter Neetu and their fight against gender-based violence. We showed this film in Parliament House Theatre, and I want to thank its director and producer Emma Macy Storch for her amazing work in helping to make arrangements for Neetu to give evidence by phone from India to the Human Rights Subcommittee inquiry into violence against women and girls. Ravinder Kaur from the Sahara organisation, which is another community-based organisation, Ravinder is fearless and kind and passionate about helping the elderly in the community navigate their way into a new life in Australia. Maria Listro, who approached me many years ago to help her persuade a hospital to give her 13-year-old son, Sammy Joe, life-saving treatment for his rare condition, trichothiodystrophy. Maria fought for him and established the Friends of Sammy Joe in 2006 to raise awareness and to support other families in similar situations. Sammy Joe was not expected to live beyond 25 years of age, but today he's 36 years old, largely due to his mother's sheer and unwavering determination. To Agnes Nosofwa, who established the Australian Sickle Cell Advocacy Group, which I'm proud to have been the inaugural patron of, this very important organisation. It was a real highlight to launch ASCA at the Royal Children's Hospital in 2018, and even more so, Agnes lobbied and succeeded in getting newborn screening for sickle cell disease added to the newborn blood spot screening program, and I want to thank this government for actually implementing it. It's made a huge difference to the community. Wendy Dykoff for the central role she has played in raising awareness and advocating for the forgotten Australians. Wendy overcame the impact of childhood trauma and abuse to educate herself and fight for the rights of all caregivers. The apology that Prime Minister Kevin Rudd delivered to the forgotten Australians was a milestone in Wendy's life, and it encouraged her to continue, not only to stop campaigning, but to continue to campaign to improve the lives of many others. Dorette Sayegh, who is no longer with us, but who made such an impression on me when I attended her 80th birthday party in 2014. Dorette was the first woman to qualify as a dentist in her hometown of Basra in Iraq. There are many such qualified medical practitioners and other professionals from Iraq and Syria living in my electorate. Like Dorette, they have made me acutely aware of the enormous talents, skills and qualifications within our diverse communities, especially the refugee communities, which we should respect, support, harness and recognise, find a way at least to make them and allow them to participate. Gina Dougal, a dynamic and inspiring CEO of Banksia Gardens, a wonderful community organisation in Broadmeadows. Gina and I have been working together in our shared community for about the same amount of time, and thanks to her leadership and vision, Banksia Gardens has hosted many of the most significant community gatherings that I've been proud to be involved in. To the wonderful Ainu Simsirel, teacher and education advisor, who is now Elim College's new Chief Executive Officer. I've worked with Ainu over the years, but more recently following October 7. She has been instrumental in guiding the school's response to the consequences of October 7. In her caring and compassionate manner, she has set up support groups for the children who lost family members in Gaza and later those who came to Australia from Gaza. They have settled in Cornwall, and my local community has embraced them with love and support. Speaker, mental health is one of the greatest challenges of our time, and along with addiction, the sheer weight of its impact is wreaking havoc in the lives of our constituents, especially young people. The mental health of our community is as vital as is its physical health. As it currently stands, the mental health system is overstretched and therefore limited in its capacity to respond at all times. This is especially critical in the non-English speaking communities where attitudes to mental health and addiction are influenced by cultural nuances such as shame, lack of information about getting help, and an inability to navigate the system. We need to support and partner with the mental health professionals, the mental health advocates, and the grassroots community groups who are well placed to be part of a more holistic approach. One such example is the Mental Health Foundation Australia, a grassroots organisation focused on providing a referral service for multicultural communities. They do amazing work and they're effective, but they don't receive any government funding. Now, I'm joining their board and hope to use my knowledge about how this place works to convince government that they should be supported. If community is prepared to step up, then government must be prepared to step up also. We shouldn't stick to the usual funding script alone. A big shout out to the team Grow Clinical Psychology, a psychology clinic in Roxford Park, using their professional expertise and cultural and linguistic know-how to help our local Turkish-speaking community. The practice recently received one of the inaugural Stronger Medicare Awards, recognising its exceptional service. Speaker, despite the changes in demographics over the years, Cornwall remains a predominantly blue-collar constituency. The loss of the car industry, and particularly for us, the closure of Ford, continues to have a huge impact on the local economy and employment opportunities. A lot of local people have lost jobs through the decline of manufacturing, once a mainstay of Melbourne's northern suburbs. But I'm proud to say that this government has not given up on Australian manufacturing, and we have seen new industries grow, including in food production, medical and advanced manufacturing. When I was first elected, Kangan TAFE boasted a state-of-the-art aviation school. Sadly, that is now gone, but Kangan, with the support of the state government, has built a new health and community centre of excellence, which is opening this Thursday, which the Minister and I visited recently. Maybe we can get leave to go and share some birthday cake with them. No, that's always been a problem, you know. The leave business has always been a problem. Anyway, while we have faced change that is not always welcome in my community, we are resilient and resourceful, and we're always looking to the future. The electorate has changed in shape and complexion. Where Craigieburn was once the outer fringe of Cornwall, it is now the geographic centre, and the northern growth corridor stretches ever further north. And the member for McEwen and I have always tussled and had fights about Craigieburn because we keep bouncing back to him and I during the redistributions. I've got all of it back now on this. The electorate now reflects the new sources of migration to Australia, including from the subcontinent, countries of India, Sri Lanka, Pakistan, Nepal and Bhutan, and in addition, as I've already mentioned, to the large refugee communities from Iraq and Syria. Faith is central to many people's lives in Cornwall. Our faith communities now include the rapidly growing Sikh, Hindu and Buddhist communities. And I've enjoyed my long-standing relationships with a number of temples, and particularly with the Tibetan Buddhist Society and one of their very important leaders, the Venerable Anna Goldstein, that I worked with many, many, many years ago in the office of Joan Kerner when she was the Education Minister. Life has a strange way of coming around. It is ironic, therefore, that I, who vehemently and publicly opposed Australia's involvement in the Iraq War in my first term here, would end up representing in this place the biggest constituency of refugees from the region who are Christian Chaldean and Assyrians. The churches play a central role in their lives. For many years I've worked closely with Father Mahia and others, and I even helped to bring the then Governor-General Sir Peter Cosgrove to attend Mass at the Chaldean Church of Our Lady of the Plants. The community was thrilled to have the Governor-General in their church. It was a powerful sign of connecting to this country's highest office, and it made them feel that they were truly included in Australian society. I want to add my praise for the caring principal of the Good Samaritan Primary School in Roxburgh Park, Paul Sejunari, and his wonderful staff. I thank them especially for the work they do with the young refugee children. 70% of their students are refugees from Iraq and Syria, and recently from Gaza. And this school and its staff, including the beautiful Barn, who is their liaison officer, go above and beyond the call of duty. And of course, the many incredible public schools and non-government schools throughout my electorate who continue to do a wonderful job of teaching and supporting our young people. Visiting as many of them as I have been able to has been one of the highlights of my parliamentary career and has allowed me to continue to practice my teaching skills that I've come to the conclusion if I'm back into the classroom now, I'd be in all sorts of trouble. I would be completely out of date. So in closing, I want to begin by thanking Mary Elizabeth Corwell for her friendship. She has remained a constant and loyal friend, ensuring my connection to Labor history, Labor values and the legacy of her father, the man who my electorate is named after, remains strong and well informed. Arthur Corwell was a visionary operating within the context of his time. As such, he can only be described as bold, courageous, and with a firm commitment to acting in Australia's national interests. To my staff, and there's been so many over the years, too many to mention, and I'll try and do that another time, but for now, I just want to say thank you to all of you, current and past. Some of you have gone on to do exceptional things and I'm very proud of you, but I do want to make a special mention to the longest serving members of my team. To Helen Patsika Theodoru, otherwise known in our community as the Pink Mayor, on account of her having been Mayor of the City of Hume twice during her diagnosis and treatment for breast cancer. In our office, she is known as, if anyone can, Helen can, because of her unyielding assistance to our community and her determination to solve problems, and she does. Joanne Dougal. Joanne was with me from the beginning, and after a break she returned to the office. It's only fitting that we retire together. And to Carol Fabian, who I met when she interviewed me for that electorate officer's job in 1987, we often joke that I went on to become the boss, and I am the boss now. I hope I'm a good boss. And to Bassem Abdo, who now is the Labor candidate for Cornwall. I look forward to watching Bassem take our community forward into the future. He's young and smart, and I have no doubt will make an excellent contribution, both in here and in the electorate. And finally, to my family, there they are. Hello. Guess who's back? My husband Michalis, my daughter Stella and son Stavros, 6 and 8 when they were here, so it gives you an idea of just how long I've been here. It hasn't been easy for you guys, but it's been very hard for me. The 24/7 job I stepped up for meant I had to find ways of accommodating its demands and expectations with those of my family and personal life. I have missed so much when I was up here all those years. I tried to manage it by ensuring that I always knew where my kids were and I always took their calls, no matter where I was, and there's some stories, or who I was with, and I won't name that Prime Minister. I took helicopter parenting to new levels. Today it would be drones, and I reckon they would have been more useful. I solved problems ranging from finding socks to what to have for dinner and everything else in between. And I did all that over the phone. Zoom and video weren't available in those early years, and now that they are, no one at home really has the time to sit and Zoom with me while I'm up here, and I don't think they want to either. My life revolved around a parliamentary sitting calendar, and so did my family's. They were sometimes resentful, but we remained close and intact along the way, and I want to thank you for the many times you have said to me, "It's okay, Mum, don't worry, we're good." I've known so many people in this building. So many wonderful people make up the sum of who we are in this place. In my opinion, ours is one of the best parliaments in the world and the most architecturally elegant, and no one should say anything other than that. I've enjoyed being here. It's been a privilege to have sat in this chamber. It truly is a measure of our success as a modern multicultural democratic nation that we are given opportunities to participate and to be heard, no matter who we are, where we come from, what our colour is, what our creed or whatever. But it's been an even greater privilege to have been given the opportunity to serve my local community of Cornwall, and I want to thank them for 8 consecutive terms of support. I've grown to know them so well, and I'm very proud of them. Thank you all. We are a great country. We're a successful country, but we shouldn't take our lucky country for granted. It's our responsibility to protect it, regardless of our difference. And to you, Mr. Speaker, I hope I've been of some use to you over the years as a mentor in the early days before you rose to fame. But you've been a really good speaker. So I want to leave you with this. Γεια σου, σε ευχαριστώ και καλή συνέχεια. Loosely translated, see you later. I think you all know what Yasu means. Thank you, and may you go forward successfully. Thank you.
And on indulgence, the Prime Minister.
Thanks very much. I want to congratulate the member for Cornwall on giving a final speech, a valedictory, that reflected her career and her character. It was full of grace and gratitude, and particularly concentrated on the importance of supporting multiculturalism and Australia's diversity, something that she has done in her entire time in this place. Her electorate, of course, is one of Australia's most multicultural. In any visit that I've made to that electorate, Maria is someone who has engaged with those multicultural communities, brought people together and enhanced social cohesion. She can be proud of all she's given in service of the Labor Party and our nation. And in Bassam Abdo, whose campaign I was happy to launch with Maria there at an early learning centre in her electorate in Cornwall in December. She has found a replacement who will carry on a commitment to multiculturalism and to looking after the people of Cornwall. So after a long and successful career, I congratulate Maria and I wish, on behalf of the Australian Labor Party, all the best for her future and that of her family.
And I now give the call to the honourable member for Bradfield.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Like just about everybody who gets to this place, my journey was not entirely straightforward. In 2007, Manuela, Gabriel and I were living in Surrey Hills, a lovely part of Sydney, but not very fruitful territory if you want to be a Liberal MP. So we moved to Miranda, and I sought Liberal pre-selection for the seat of Cook, covering the Sutherland Shire of Sydney. As history records, I did not succeed. But just 18 months later, Dr Brendan Nelson announced he would be stepping down in Bradfield. Manuela and Gabriel and I were now back in Surrey Hills, living in a recently and rather expensively architecturally renovated terrace house, with our family expanded by the happy arrival of Hugo, then around 6 months old. So when I told Manuela that I was turning my attention from the southern suburbs of Sydney to the northern suburbs of Sydney, she took a moment to gather her enthusiasm. But very soon she was fully on board for this latest quest, and if the Princes Highway heading south had been the boulevard of broken dreams, the Pacific Highway heading north turned out to be the yellow brick road. Within a few short months, I was standing in this chamber giving my maiden speech, as it happens, precisely 15 years and 1 day ago, although it feels like 5 minutes. And in that speech, I said I wanted to be, quotes, a voice for rational policy making which recognises some basic realities. The reality that we are a small country in a large world which does not owe us a living. The reality that the prosperity we enjoy today is not guaranteed but needs continual work. The reality that our prosperity depends much more on the efforts of the private sector than the public sector. Well, how would I assess my performance against the aim of being such a voice for rational policy making? In the marking scale used when I was a student at Sydney University in the 1980s, I would not give myself a high distinction or even a distinction, but I think it's probably worth a credit. I was lucky to work on some issues where I had relevant expertise. After the 2013 election, I was made Parliamentary Secretary to the Communications Minister, Malcolm Turnbull. He asked me to take charge of the Mobile Black Spots program, our election commitment to spend $100 million on better mobile phone coverage in rural and remote Australia. I travelled all around the country holding community meetings and visiting black spots as we finalised the rules of the scheme and kicked it off. A lot of people said to me, Telstra has the best network in regional and remote Australia, so just give all the money to them. But I thought we could design a reverse auction process to maximise the competitive pressure on the three telcos, Telstra, Optus and Vodafone, and in turn maximise the number of new base stations we would get for the money. When the telcos lodged their bids, it was clear the strategy had worked. For this relatively modest sum, they collectively committed to build 499 new mobile base stations. I drew several lessons from this experience. First, well-designed competitive selection processes are a good way to get value for money for the taxpayer. Second, you should aim to have government intervene just enough to get the outcome needed, but no more. In this case, what was the smallest subsidy we could pay to get a telco to build a new mobile base station? Third and most important, in politics, we are often seeking to deliver emotionally important outcomes. But the more work you put into developing a rational and carefully designed policy, the better your chances of getting the outcome you seek. Because of careful policy work, we didn't get 200 or 300 or 400 new base stations, we got 499. I am certain that for every one of those, there are people alive today because a 000 call could be made and help obtained quickly after a farm accident or a car crash on a country road. The emotional outcome, enormously important, is saving lives, and all of the other benefits from people being able to make or receive a phone call in areas where before this program it was impossible. But we got a much better outcome because of good policy design. All too often in this place, the fact that the objective is important, that it is emotionally compelling, is the excuse for poor, ill-disciplined, wasteful policy design. As I will touch on later, I regard the National Disability Insurance Scheme as suffering from this problem. I drew on these policy principles time after time as a minister. Working on the News Media Bargaining Code with Josh Frydenberg and Scott Morrison, we wanted just enough intervention to bring Google and Facebook to the negotiating table with Australian news media businesses. The process we designed worked as intended, securing some $200 million in payments from the platforms, not only improving the profitability of Australian news media businesses, but also leading to a lot more journalists being employed. It is a shame that the current government has not been able to continue our work effectively. On the other hand, I am pleased that in other areas this government has continued directions I established. I welcome their support for the E-Safety Commissioner, and I'm delighted to see Julie Inman-Grant in the gallery today. I welcome the more sensible approach to extending the NBN fibre rollout. Instead of building fibre to every home, now there is fibre built down the middle of the street, with a connection to the customer's home done only when the customer orders a high-speed broadband service, a much more efficient use of taxpayers' capital. I'm pleased that the changes I made to Australian content rules for free-to-air television have not been reversed. These rules required commercial TV networks to show multiple hours of specified content, including drama and children's content, each week. But not many people watched it, and much of this content was low-cost, low-production value material produced solely to meet the quota. The changes I made aligned with what I saw as the broader strategic goal for the Australian screen production sector, how to make shows that would sell globally, including to the global streaming services. So we needed to remove perverse incentives to create content that was not globally saleable. We also needed to give better financial support for the production of television content, including streaming, so we increased the producer offset for television from 20% to 30%. The Screen Producers Association strongly opposed these changes, but I believe they were a positive for the screen sector. While there are ups and downs from year to year, over the past few years we've seen a clear upward trend in Australian screen production. One of my most challenging times as Communications Minister was the 2019-20 bushfires. On the worst day, there were around 150 mobile base stations off the air across New South Wales, Victoria and South Australia. No mobile coverage means no FPOS, as well as no capacity to call or text for help. It was a reminder of something we too often overlook: the sustainability of the physical telecommunications networks which underpin the internet and, in turn, the digital economy. These networks are built and maintained by Telstra, Optus, TPG, NBN and the rest of our telco sector. In many places, these networks are vulnerable, with little or no network redundancy. This is an economic issue, as well as a network design issue. The margins made by the telcos in building and operating networks are modest, while the global tech firms which ride over those networks are making supernormal returns. This disparity presents a growing risk, in my view, and needs policy attention. Mr Speaker, the issues in communications were interesting and important. Equally fascinating were the issues in cities and urban infrastructure, a portfolio in which I served under various names from 2015 to 2018, and then again for nearly 18 months from late 2020, when it was added to my continuing responsibilities for communications and the arts. The high point, undoubtedly, was working on Western Sydney Airport. When Malcolm Turnbull asked me to take responsibility for this project, I set out to learn as much as I could about airports in general and about this project in particular. I visited Changi Airport in Singapore, Incheon in Korea, Heathrow, Gatwick and Luton in Britain, Schiphol in the Netherlands and Dallas-Fort Worth in the US. in each case meeting the Chief Executive and other members of the executive team. All of them were extremely generous with their time and insights. This was a policy nerd's dream trip. I also spent many months engaging with Sydney Airport Corporation. This company held a legally binding right of first refusal to develop Western Sydney Airport, but in the end it decided not to take up that right. We were well prepared for that scenario and announced almost immediately that the Commonwealth would establish a special purpose company, WSAco, to build the airport with funding of $5.3 billion. This will not just be a new airport. It is the core of a new Western Parkland city, a new third city for the Sydney Basin. We'll have parks and recreational space. We'll have a 23-kilometre long metro rail line with 6 stations running north to south as the spine of the new city. It will have medium and high density housing around the stations. Because of the airport and the businesses the airport will attract, there will be jobs locally for people who live in that housing. This is urban policy, economic policy, transport policy and environmental policy all coming together. None of this would have happened without the leadership of Malcolm Turnbull as Prime Minister, the key role that Lucy Turnbull played as Chair of the Greater Sydney Commission, and the strong backing for this vision from New South Wales Premier Gladys Berejiklian and her government. I worked particularly closely with the New South Wales Minister for Western Sydney, Stuart Ayres. We also, Stuart and I, worked closely with the 8 councils who had joined with the Commonwealth and New South Wales governments in the Western Sydney City deal. I was impressed with the way the councils stepped up to think about what was best not just for their area but for the whole of Western Sydney. And I want to acknowledge the advocacy of key Western Sydney leaders like David Borger. Anybody who's had the chance to drive down the Northern Road and have a look at the massive Western Sydney Airport site and how well developed that project is will agree with me that this is going to make a very big impact for our city and our nation. In years to come, I believe Western Sydney Airport and the associated policy framework, including the Western Sydney City Deal, will be seen as a template for urban policy making in Australia. It's important for a host of reasons, including the huge challenge of housing affordability. If we can deliver new planned cities like this, with a combination of medium and high density housing, extensive parklands and local economic activity delivering local jobs, we have a powerful policy tool to bring a growing supply of affordable housing in areas which offer a good quality of life. Part of the solution to housing affordability, I believe, comes with delivering better public transport connections, particularly rail, between our big cities and surrounding regions. This lets people buy homes in more affordable areas while remaining plugged into the economy and jobs markets of our big cities. We did significant planning work between the Commonwealth and state governments on what we called faster rail. And in the 2022 budget, we announced funding for 3 rail corridors, $1 billion from the federal government between Sydney and Newcastle, $1.1 billion Brisbane to the Gold Coast, $1.6 billion Brisbane to the Sunshine Coast. And I do want to acknowledge the 2 members for the Sunshine Coast with whom I worked very, very closely on securing that announcement and the on-again, off-again, but ultimately on-again, as best can be determined, commitment from the current government. On the 90-kilometre Brisbane to the Gold Coast corridor, our funding was targeted to a 19-kilometre segment between 2 stations roughly halfway along the corridor. This would double capacity from 2 tracks to 4 and realign and straighten the tracks. Why should you care? Because having a stretch of 4 tracks means you can run more express trains and all-stops trains. It gives benefits along the whole corridor, allowing faster, more frequent and reliable services. And it's not a coincidence that that was also what the funding for the Newcastle to Sydney corridor was dedicated to, similarly increasing from 2 tracks to 4. Now, this may not be as exciting as very fast trains, but it's targeted, it's cost-effective and it will deliver tangible benefits within a few years. It was a privilege to work on these issues. It was also a privilege to be the Commonwealth's Arts Minister. This brought some extraordinary experiences, such as visiting the set of Thor Love and Thunder in Sydney and giving then 11-year-old Hugo the chance to meet Chris Hemsworth and Taika Waititi, who were both extremely charming, I must say. Equally special was a day spent visiting artists in 4 Indigenous communities in the APY lands in the north of South Australia, travelling with then South Australian Premier and Arts Minister Stephen Marshall. We met some remarkable Australians, including Robert Fielding and Betty Kuntuwa-Pomani, winner of the 2017 Win Prize. There is no more distinctive feature of brand Australia than Indigenous art. As Arts Minister, I spoke very deliberately of wanting to build the market for Indigenous art. I visited Desert Mob in Alice Springs, Darwin Aboriginal Art Fair and the Cairns Indigenous Art Fair. These are important marketplaces where artists, very talented artists, can earn an economic return and buyers can purchase remarkable works. When COVID came along, almost immediately, performances were cancelled, venues were closed, and artists and crews lost their gigs. I felt a tremendous sense of responsibility. Could we devise policy settings to help sustain the arts sector and get it going again once COVID was over? We could, and I want to acknowledge the strong support of Scott Morrison and Josh Frydenberg. The Morrison government provided unprecedented support to the arts sector, with more than $10 billion in wages and cash flow support under programs like JobKeeper. Our $200 million RISE fund supported 541 projects, created more than 213,000 jobs, and stimulated a 2-year pipeline of events with an estimated total audience of many millions of people. We managed to get money into art forms that have been underfunded for a long time and money into suburban and regional Australia, which normally does not see a very big share of the Commonwealth arts funding. Left-leaning journalists at the ABC and the Sydney Morning Herald, I acknowledge that phrase is a tautology, take it as an article of faith that the arts sector receives stronger support under Labor than the Coalition. So let me give you this fact. In 2021-22, under the Morrison government, there was record Commonwealth government funding for the arts of more than $1 billion. And I want to say particularly to those coalition supporters in the arts sector, yours can seem a lonely and dangerous existence, I know. But I know you're there, and actually in quite surprising numbers in some places. After all, artists and theatres and bands are businesses. Today we think of Shakespeare as a genius playwright, but he was also an entrepreneur, taking risks, employing people, building a business. I reckon old Will would have understood the solid policy case for giving small businesses with a turnover of less than $10 million a capped tax deduction of up to $20,000 for business-related meal and entertainment expenses. In communications, arts and infrastructure, I was lucky to have had some prior interest and exposure, but when new Prime Minister Scott Morrison asked me to become Social Services Minister in August 2018, I was coming into a portfolio about which I knew little. I only did the job for 9 months. I learned a lot in a short time. I lived in constant fear that a journalist would start an interview with the question, "Minister, what is the job seeker payment for a single adult under 55? Since you ask, it's $778 a fortnight. The portfolio included the National Disability Insurance Scheme. We need to acknowledge reality. The costs of this scheme are running wildly out of control, and the governance and controls are deeply unsatisfactory. I referred earlier to the tendency in this place to use high emotional importance as the excuse for poor, ill-disciplined, wasteful policy design. This is what I believe has happened with the NDIS. Its advocates promised that by spending more money on people with disability, the scheme would increase their capacity to work and make a productive contribution and in turn generate economic benefits. That is a very worthwhile goal, but there is little evidence that it is happening. We need a well-designed, well-targeted, efficient scheme to support people with a disability. But what we have is very far from that, and every Australian taxpayer is being hit with a big and rising annual bill. There is a lot of work needed to fix this. Something else our nation would benefit from, in my view, is a scheme under which older Australians can use some of their superannuation balance to purchase an annuity from the Commonwealth. I was interested to see recently the Grattan Institute advocating such a scheme. Just to be clear, my view is this should be a choice. I would strongly oppose compulsion. Let me mention another policy in another portfolio I think we should adopt, a system of per-kilometre road user charging for electric vehicles. I advocated this unsuccessfully as Urban Infrastructure Minister. pointing out in one speech that under our current fuel excise system, somebody driving an old Holden Commodore is effectively paying 4.5 cents a kilometre through fuel excise to use our roads, but if you drive a Tesla, you're paying nothing. In other words, we have a fairness problem. But we also have a problem that as the share of electric vehicles rises, revenue from the fuel excise will drop. Today, this is a revenue stream in net terms of some $11 or $12 billion, which is money we rely on to pay for building new roads and maintaining existing roads. In my view, it would be fair and sensible to impose a federal per kilometre charge on electric vehicles, set at a rate derived from the average effective rate per kilometre paid by users of petrol and diesel vehicles through the fuel excise system. Today, electric vehicles are relatively expensive and they're bought by more affluent Australians, so such a charge is unlikely to discourage electric vehicle sales. Rather than undermining the transition to electric vehicles, I see this as a policy measure which supports this inevitable and desirable transition by getting our road funding arrangements set up for a world in which more and more vehicles are electric. It's one of a number of things I think we need to do, along with rolling out better and more comprehensive charging infrastructure. As for those who would criticise this as a new tax, my answer is, on the contrary, it's about updating an existing tax to deal with technological change. Liberals want to see the lowest possible taxes charged fairly across the broadest possible tax base. If most Australians have no choice but to pay a tax, but a small minority avoid it by buying an expensive vehicle using the latest technology, then we have a problem with the design of the tax and we need to fix it. Mr Speaker, when you're a minister, you regard Parliament as an annoying constraint on your work. You have to answer all those pesky questions, and when you have a bill, you have to get it through the chamber. But in this term, as manager of opposition business, I've had to pay a lot more attention to the workings of the Parliament. I want to thank and acknowledge you, Mr Speaker. Working collaboratively with you was an unexpected pleasure. But I have formed some clear views about how this place works and how it could improve. Our voting process is inefficient. It should be electronic. In my view, once the Speaker says ring the bells for 4 minutes, then after members have come in and the doors are locked, members would hold up a smart card or their phone to a reader, the vote would be captured and electronically tallied, and it could all be done in a minute or two. Having question time at 2 p.m. is inefficient. So much time is spent across this building every day, preparing for possible questions in ministers' offices and working out questions to ask in other offices. It should be at 11 a.m, with the standing orders providing for it to conclude automatically by 12:30 p.m. at the latest. This would free up lunchtime for meetings and events and would reduce the amount of the day committed to fairly unproductive short-term work in preparing for question time. 3-year terms are inefficient. To move to 4-year terms should be a no-brainer. Under our current system, within about a year and a half, you start to hit the pause button on doing anything significant because your first consideration is how it might play in the next election. Well, you might conclude from some of these comments that you are listening to a grumpy, splenetic man, leaving the Parliament disgruntled that his greatness has not been recognised and spraying around a collection of uncharitable observations as a parting gesture. On the contrary, I leave this place not disgruntled at all, but feeling a deep sense of gratitude for the opportunity to serve in our Parliament and as a Cabinet Minister. It was only possible because of the Liberal Party and the committed and dedicated volunteer members of the party in Bradfield and across Australia. Our democracy is a precious and fragile thing. People who commit their time and energy and often money in being a member of a political party make an absolutely vital contribution to that democracy. I'm so pleased that quite a few people from Bradfield are in the galleries today. I can't mention everybody who's helped me, but I want to acknowledge my 3 FEC presidents, Alistair Henskins, Carolyn Cameron, John Stewart. I'm going to mention just a few others: Nick Campbell, Jimmy Chen, Namoy Dougal, Penny George Farlow, Ros and Jeff Jarrett, Robin and Roger Kerr, Charles and Belinda Kong, Brett and Vicky Kvisler, Michael Lee and Michelle Lamley, Simon and Alicia Lennon, the entire Lennon family, Alan and Lindy Lippman, Jenny Powell, Victoria Cho, the late and much-missed Jeff Selleck and Jane Selleck, Les and Lorraine Taylor, Barbara and Gary Ward, Jan and Tony Ward, James and Leanne Winter and Di Woods. I've missed out many others and I apologise, but I've recognised and appreciated all of your support. My Liberal Party involvement goes back to 1981, when I joined the Young Liberals, and 1983, when I joined the Sydney University Liberal Club. I retain close friends dating back to those days, including Stephen Cootes, Patrick Fair, Don Howan, Maurice Payne and Michael Thaddeus, all of whom helped me very considerably as I sought out a seat in Parliament. For those engaged in careful decoding, yes, all are self-proclaimed New South Wales moderate Liberals, as am I. So too are other good friends who helped me on my journey, including Matthew Abbott, David Begg, Simon Birmingham, oh, he's a South Australian moderate, Scott Briggs, John Brogden, Matt Cross, Matt Daniel, Jason Felinski, Joe Hockey, Matt Keane, Brendan Lyon, Natalie Ward, Sam Witheridge and Trent Zimmerman. I may be a moderate, but I'm first and foremost a Liberal. I'm a strong believer in the diversity of opinion in our party room. The Liberal Party is at its best when both our conservative and small L traditions are respected. Most Liberal Party members, and overwhelmingly our voters, have zero interest in factions and arcane internal ideological squabbles. They simply want to see a strong, capable, sensible centre-right government which is careful with their money, which works to build a stronger economy and which keeps a careful eye on our national security. And in that regard, I want to say how proud I am of our coalition parliamentary team and the discipline and focus we have shown over this term under Peter Dutton's leadership. We are a real prospect for government, which seemed a most unlikely thing 2.5 years ago. My parliamentary career was only possible because the people of Bradfield saw
And on indulgence, I give the call to the Honourable the Leader of the Opposition.
Well, thank you very much, Mr Speaker. On behalf of the Coalition, I want to formally congratulate our colleague Paul Fletcher for the amazing contribution that he's made to the Liberal Party, to many areas of endeavour in different portfolios, but most importantly to the betterment of our country. He has been in our leadership group as Leader of the House. As he said, he's served under 4 leaders in our party, and we have each seen great qualities in Paul, and he hasn't let us down. He's been able to contribute to many debates because of his business background, because of his intellect, and his capacity has been on display around the shadow cabinet table and the cabinet table for a long period of time. We will miss him in his seat, but I know that he's done a lot of work to help Giselle and provide support to a transition which is going to be incredibly important, because we want to maintain that seat and we want Giselle Kapteria in this parliament as the next member for Bradfield. Can I just say thank you to all of Paul's supporters who are here today, and most importantly to his beautiful family. Families often make a sacrifice, and that's true in the Fletcher household as well. But Fletcher has an incredible next career ahead of him, and he has been a dear friend, a confidant, a great supporter to many of us for a long period of time. We wish him every success in the next phase of life.
And I give the call on indulgence to the Leader of the House.
Thanks very much. On behalf of the government, at a personal level, I remember after my 3rd year of not being selected for the Sydney Uni debating team, I asked who the selector was, and that was the first time in my life I heard the words Paul Fletcher. That's right. Paul has made an extraordinary contribution for his side of politics. The role of Manager of Opposition Business is where we have worked most closely together, and on that I simply say this. The most important thing about that relationship is, in the worst and most heated moments, you can trust that you will always be honest with each other. Paul has been impeccably honest and has kept to every agreement that was made. And when he couldn't make an agreement, he just said so. And in terms of the running of the parliament, I don't think you can ever ask for more than the integrity that comes with that. In terms of his portfolio, for his side of politics, the legacy is extraordinary. And I'm glad he focused so much on Western Sydney Airport, which has been an issue that has gone back and forth, certainly before I arrived here, before the Leader of the Opposition arrived here. It was a live issue when the Prime Minister first arrived here, and to have played a significant role in that development is something he'll be forever proud of. Can I simply say, on behalf of the government, as someone who, like the member for Bradfield, there's nothing wrong with being loyal to a party, and to be able to say so. It's one of the reasons, not why all of us are here, but it's why most of us are here. And for your side of politics, you have been true to your party, true to your values and true to yourself, and you leave here with your head held high.
Now I give the call to the honourable member for North Sydney.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Standing to give a valedictory speech after just 3 years as the independent federal member for North Sydney is nothing short of surreal. No one, well, except maybe Anthony Green, could have predicted this plot twist, especially given that when as a community we decided to take our voice and our vote back in 2022, we had plans that reached well beyond one parliamentary term. At the time, we were deeply dissatisfied with what we saw as a lack of direction or ambition offered by either of the major parties. And regardless of what our MPs said to our face and our electorate when they came here, they would always cast North Sydney's vote the way the party instructed them to. The blue tie, red tie dynamic was too focused on working for itself for us rather than for us. Where we wanted faster action on climate change, we were witnessing prevarication and outright denial. We were literally told we were overreacting and we needed to calm down. Where we inspected integrity, transparency and accountability from those in Parliament, we were instead offered $10 million in regional sporting grants to fix our iconic and not so regional North Sydney Olympic pool. It seemed the expectations for appropriate conduct set by us ordinary folks were too pedestrian, and we were told that if we had a problem with that, we could take it up at the next election. Well, we wanted to see a society where everyone could reach their full potential regardless of gender, racial, cultural, sexual or religious background. We were offered a government hell-bent on advocating for women only when it was not at the expense of anyone else, and who openly castigated those who wanted true equity as woke. So after 115 years as a safe Liberal seat, we did the unthinkable, and we turned up en masse to take our parliamentary voice and vote back, rather than simply handing it over yet again to an unresponsive and disrespectful party system. As one of the first seats ever established in Australia, North Sydney has a long history of not just looking out for ourselves, but for doing what we can to ensure no one is left behind. And while some have decided to describe us as woke, latte-sipping, inner-city dwellers, my community has contributed much to our country, from innovation to leadership and economic stimulus. As my community's champion in this place then, I've done everything I could to ensure our authentic voice was heard here. Not one filtered through a party backroom, but one that has been raw, honest and at times controversial. And that has taken courage. But courage is something North Sydney has in spades, as was evidenced by the way we approached the Voice referendum in 2023. Now, offering my respects to the traditional custodians of the land that I'm speaking on, the Ngunnawal and the Ngambri, as well as to the traditional custodians on the land on which my seat sits, the Camaragal and Wallamadigal, isn't something I do because it's politically correct. I do it because I was taught that we should respect those who have come before us, honour the legacy they have left us, and aspire to learn the lessons they passed to us. In the case of our First Nations people, for many years our country has not listened for what we might learn, instead often choosing to pursue agendas which assume we know better than those who are living the experience firsthand. And this attitude has seen what is often described as well-intentioned policies pursued relentlessly, even as those impacted by them have asked us to step back and listen. And we seem determined to carry on in that fashion. I don't say this from some high horse, but as someone who's been an active member of the Parliamentary Joint Committee on Human Rights and who in that role has witnessed some of the most reductive thinking I have seen from people in this place when it comes to recognising and honouring First Nations people's capacity to make decisions for themselves. But in 2023, my community's courage, compassion and wisdom to vote for the voice to Parliament reaffirmed that I was absolutely representing the right people. Ultimately, I believe we must confront our past, embrace the learnings and pursue true reconciliation with the First People of this continent in a way that prioritises fairness and respect. Now, I want to take a step back and share a very personal truth with you. That being that, as my parents will attest, as a child, I dreaded the game musical chairs. It was such an anxiety-provoking experience for me, as I hated the thought of having to race or fight for a chair, and I worried how the person who did miss out would be left feeling. Fast forward to today, and I can't help but laugh at the fact that I seem to have found myself once again in a game of musical chairs and have no seat left for me. As my seat in this place is abolished, however, rather than feeling anxious, I feel really deep gratitude for the extraordinary experience serving my community has been. From the rapid learning curve through to the sheer volume of information I've had access to, the great minds I've heard speak, the people I've met, the processes I've witnessed, the learnings I take from this place will last with me a lifetime. Because as an independent in this House of Representatives, on this House of Representative crossbench of the 47th Parliament, I've been one of just 151 people in this country who has had the opportunity to develop, discuss, debate and decide the laws that govern us. And that is a pretty bloody extraordinary thing to have done. While the boundaries of my electorate have ebbed and flowed over time, with Warringah created in 1922 and Bradfield and Bennelong in 1949, North Sydney has always held its own until the most recent Australian Electoral Commission review of our electoral boundaries. Over 124, North Sydney has been a seat of many firsts. In 1900, we were one of the original 75 divisions created who contested the first federal election in 1901. In 1990, we elected Ted Mack, who was the first independent in the modern era of politics, breaking an 89-year-old hold on the seat by Conservative Party politicians. In 2015, we elected Trent Zimmerman, the first openly LGBTIQA member in the House of Reps. In 2021, we were the first new seat to announce our intention to run an independent in the 2022 election. And in 2022, I became the first woman and only the second independent to win the seat. In 2025, then, we're the first Federation seat and the first seat held by an independent to be abolished. And to be honest, I could have done without those last two firsts. But while I think ending as an independent seat held by a woman is a great way to go out, I do want to acknowledge the members for North Sydney who came before me, all who contributed more than what they took from this place. Moving forward, our community will be absorbed into Warringah, Bradfield and Bennelong. And while it is the end of an era, I know the courage, conviction and compassion of the North Sydney community will strengthen those electorates. I've tried not to take a single minute for granted in this place, with people much wiser than me, including the interminable Cathy McGowan sitting up there in the wings, counselling me very early on that I needed to work like I had just one term. And thank goodness I took your advice. Working with my community, my team and others in this place and key stakeholders across society, I've introduced 3 private members' bills to Parliament to drive broader discussions and legislative reform. One, to bring Australia into line with the rest of the world and give people access to cleaner cars. Another, to end indefinite detention and finally make it illegal for the Australian government to hold those fleeing for their lives and seeking our protection for more than 90 days or to detain children. And the final one, to apply a human rights framework to housing and homelessness policy and bring consumer voices to the front of that debate. Recognising the power of working across political lines and building consensus and awareness, I've also worked with parliamentary friendship groups, including establishing the Parliamentary Friends of Youth Mental Health and co-chairing the groups for Cancer Care and Cure, Women and Work, Amnesty International, the Australian Red Cross and the Hazara community. I've served on 3 joint parliamentary committees, including the Joint Select Committee into Parliamentary Standards, which developed the first ever binding code of conduct for parliamentarians and everyone working or visiting parliamentary workplaces. The Joint Standing Committee, overseeing the operations of the Parliamentary Library, which provides invaluable research and data to everyone in this place. And the Joint Parliamentary Committee on Human Rights, which not only scrutinises every bill that passes through this Parliament for human rights compatibility, but has also held inquiries into the potential for a National Human Rights Act, income management in our country, and is currently investigating anti-Semitism in our universities. If you can believe it, I've spoken 143 times and moved 82 amendments to 19 different pieces of legislation. And I can see the Manager of the House smiling as I quote those stats, as many of them have been done with himself. And each of those amendments were designed to improve transparency and accountability, whether that was in climate policy or to small business, improve economic inclusion or superannuation reform laws. And in total, I've made 238 statements, including questions to the government, amendments to legislation and constituency statements. But more important than numbers are the truths they reflect. I was there, fighting to legislate 43% emissions reductions as a floor, not a ceiling. I was there, fighting for a binding code of conduct for everyone in this place and for better behaviour. I was there, fighting for human rights for all. I was there fighting for HECS reform and rebates for young Australians. I was there fighting to lift the single parent payment. I was there fighting for greater protections for small and family businesses. I was there fighting for families to enable access to a home and fairer childcare fees. I was there fighting for the best and cleanest transport for our kids, and I was there fighting for our environment. Each of these actions fundamentally helped shape the debate in this place and helped create what I hope is a new path towards consensus. As my term in Parliament comes to an end, I wanted to share my key takeouts in the hope that they will inspire others to choose optimism over despair. Firstly, there is power in understanding our democracy is the direct result of our individual voting decisions and actions. If we are unhappy with the direction our country is headed in, fixing it is on us. No one else is going to come and save us. Secondly, winning the seat of North Sydney says everything that needs to be said about exactly what one person can do. The community movement in North Sydney showed that a group of committed people united behind a common idea can achieve extraordinary things. Thirdly, though, there is still so much work to do. While the environmental catastrophes of the 2019 and 2020 summer and the appalling treatment of women in this place were enough to drive momentum for change in 2022, the past 3 years has seen us continue to struggle as a nation to find our way forward, as some have actively sought to divide and undermine our national character. And finally, despite progress, we continue to move too slowly to embrace the economic opportunities that come with addressing climate change, too slowly to help the most vulnerable, as more and more everyday Australians get left behind while vested interests double down to protect their margins and the status quo, too slowly to end debates that pit us against one another, whether that's man versus woman, city versus country, or those born here versus those who've immigrated, and too slowly to change a political dynamic which gets stuck on being so focused on maintaining short-term power that it's incredibly difficult to drive the necessary long-term reform. As a nation, we've faced significant challenges over the course of the last 3 years, including increasing global conflict starting with the Russian invasion of Ukraine, the Iranian regime's crackdown on its citizens, the October 7 attacks in Israel and the ongoing war in Gaza. And every instance has left us shocked as we've witnessed the brutality that people have levelled against one another, with far too many innocents caught in the crossfire. Meanwhile, democracies have been under siege globally as far-right movements sweep through previously progressive societies. Here at home, the campaign around the Voice referendum unveiled a schism in our society that stunned many, while more recently the rise in all forms of racism, and in particular anti-Semitism, has created a sense that hate is boiling over. And this is further reflected in the abhorrent increase in the rate of violence against women across our community. Economically, many have been left feeling like they just can't get ahead, as wages have struggled to catch up with inflation and young Australians are being left behind in the race for home ownership and long-term financial equity, drowning under levels of educational debt not previously seen in this country. And underlying it all, the increasing frequency and severity of climate disasters that sees our emergency services fighting fires in one place while responding to catastrophic floods in another, with the knock-on effects driving a cost of living crisis. In my electorate, these issues have translated to a significant loss of green space as open land is sacrificed to infrastructure and greedy owners seek to increase their property value by killing trees along our foreshore, while a housing crisis has pushed essential workers and young people out of our community. It's also created challenges to our social cohesion, with various members of our community feeling increasingly unsafe, whilst worrying rates of youth mental health distress, unprecedented numbers of women and children seeking refuge from domestic abuse, and more pensioners living in our community struggling to stay in their homes, is leaving us with more people living in vulnerable situations than we've ever seen. In contemplating everything I've just outlined then, I can't help but feel we must ask ourselves, what is it that we believe in today, and what are we prepared to do to fight for those beliefs? As Robert Menzies, the father of the modern-day Liberal movement himself, once said, it happened because we had something to believe in, not just something to oppose. So while many of my experiences in the last 3 years would suggest our current political frame has sunk to a place where opposition for opposition's sake is all that matters, I have hope. Hope that is driven by an understanding that any government derives its power and authority from the people. In this way, democracy is not reserved or an entitlement for certain parties, groups or individuals. Rather, political equality amongst all of us means no single person's vote is any more important than another's, and that truth is not only important but must be protected. A healthy democracy requires public awareness of personal responsibility, understanding of democratic processes, and I believe active participation. I've seen the power of that level of participation, not only through our day-to-day work in our electorate, but during the deliberative democracy forums I've hosted on topics as contentious as housing availability and supply, access to early childhood education and care, and support for small businesses. As my independent predecessor Ted Mack said, and I quote, "Government should be open to public scrutiny. Elected representatives should enable people to not only participate in all decisions, but find ways to have people make decisions for themselves, as a decision taken by the public as a whole will be right more often than decisions taken by an elite group." But currently, our Parliament operates on the basis that, because I have the numbers, I am right and you are wrong, and that is holding us back. The alternative is a democracy where independents bring authentic community representation to this place and force conversations that are focused on building consensus across the chamber to move us forward. Forward on tax reform, forward on economic development, forward on renewable energy, forward on nature protection, forward on gender equity, forward on human rights. And in 2022, communities like North Sydney disrupted the system. And as more and more communities announce their intention to run their own independence in 2025, I am truly hopeful that courageous and ambitious thinking and debate will be brought back into this place. Community independents run because their community asks them to, and because they believe our democracy will be stronger if their community has a genuine voice which is heard during the political debate. On the other hand, communities send independents because they want their parliamentary voice to be heard for its individuality in this place, not because they think they have all the answers or they think they have a greater right to be heard, but because they believe that by sharing their collective experiences, opinions and ambitions, they will add value to the national discourse. And unfortunately, they know at the moment that neither of the major parties are providing that level of discourse for them. They want to see a parliament that's diverse, vibrant, resilient, responsible, responsive and optimistic, a place where people listen as often as they speak and are prepared to work together to help move our nation forward. When I made my first speech in this place, I talked about 4 values that I believe had led me here and would guide me in my time as the member for North Sydney. They were community, curiosity, compassion and courage, and they have indeed been the foundations of everything I have done. During the election of 2022, the traditional two-party system touted the rise of community independence as a risk to stability and predictability, and we're hearing those same threats thrown around today. They argue that without party domination, our parliament will descend into chaos. Well, we've proven them wrong during this term. And rather than chaos, I believe people like me have brought a level of debate and consideration to this parliament that has not been seen since the earliest days of our democracy, and that is a good thing. This parliament should serve the people, not the politics. Yet for this to happen, people must continue to stand up, turn up and speak up. As I leave this place, then I do so with a very deep sense of optimism that through greater community representation in Parliament, we can develop a deeper understanding of what it means to be Australian, to recognise and respect everybody's fundamental human rights, to get comfortable with the conversation around racism so we can recognise it, name it and act on it, to achieve true gender equity with our expectations of appropriate behaviour and integrity modelled from the top down, and to, as a nation, fully embrace the huge economic potential that comes with no longer shying away from the challenges presented by climate change. But this will take true leadership, leadership that inspires and encourages us all to push for something better, and that will need to come from a place that is grounded in compassion and courage. And to me, that sounds a lot like the community independent movement has more to offer. Extraordinary things can be achieved when we take the time to truly listen to each other. And that must be the ambition for this process and this place. It cannot just be about power and control. Doing politics differently is incredibly tough. It's isolating, sometimes overwhelming, and it requires courage, conviction and support. So in closing, I want to thank the thousands of people who have helped me in this experience. And I have to preface it by saying I haven't named names for fear of missing somebody out. So to my community, to the board for Kylie Tink Independent Limited, to the incredible volunteers, the people who take the time to speak with me, the advocates who turn up and reach out to me time after time, to my donors and supporters, my friends and the wider community independent movement, thank you for seeing what you did in me. To those in Parliament, the people who keep it working, the clerks, the security team, the cleaners, the gardeners, the stewards, the hosts around this house, your smiles have made every one of my days in this place better. Thank you. To my peers, colleagues in both the House of Reps and the Senate, while we've not always agreed, I've always valued the opportunity to listen to the arguments you have made and have respected the fact that progress is only possible through the open and honest exchange of ideas. Thank you for continuing to fight for what you believe in. To the political leadership, especially the Speaker of the House, Milton Dick, thank you for your patience, humour and guidance. This is a crazy environment and I'm so appreciative you were willing to help me try and make sense of it. And to the ministers in this government, thank you for being prepared to listen to my arguments and to have those conversations. I have truly enjoyed that interaction with you and I believe you are 100% committed to making this place a better place. I also want to thank both the Manager for the House and from the opposition side, because you taught me things that I still don't think I've learned everything, but I'm very prepared and looking forward to watch my crossbench colleagues continue to challenge you. To my team, thank you for holding the line, for turning up in a way that has prioritised listening to our community, working incredibly hard to digest and critique every piece of legislation that's been presented to us, and for always having my back. My trusted advisors, you know who you are. You are the people that when you say no, I hate it, but I listen. And when you say go, I ask you how far you need me to move. Thank you for pushing me. My family, my mum and dad, I am so grateful you have been there every moment. Thank you for wanting to protect me when I've been under attack, and for reminding me that this is just another chapter in my life, not my entire story. To my brothers and sister, thank you for getting interested in politics and again for being there to shield and support me when vitriol was being hurled my way. To my kids, you are my world. Back in 2021, I only said yes to running because I wanted to be able to honestly say to you that I had done everything I could to leave this place better and to leave it as something you deserve. I'm actually really sorry this experience has been so disruptive for our family, but we did it together. And I think Uber's been very grateful that I've spent 3 years here. And for a family like ours to do something like this together, well, that's pretty bloody incredible. to my current crossbench colleagues, you are such an extraordinary group of human beings. You are articulate, you are intelligent, you are courageous, and it's been an absolute privilege to get to know each of you, and to leave calling you friends is a true blessing. You've got this next election. Our country needs you, so please hold the line. And finally, to those community independents who will run in the upcoming election, including Nicolette Buller in Bradfield, if you remember nothing else, remember this. First, they will ignore you, then they will laugh at you, then they will fight you, and then you will win. Go get them, Tigers. And thank you.
Call the Minister.
On behalf of the government, allow me just to acknowledge Kylie Tink's first speech showed an infectious enthusiasm, and that enthusiasm and optimism has been the story of this whole term. When redistributions come by, the loss that is immediately go to isn't as though a community won't be represented, because the communities all go somewhere. The loss that everyone was talking about immediately was the loss of Kylie Tink. And what many people outside of the oddness of our occupation won't appreciate is the number of changes that are made that are not in the public view. I know legislation of my own in some briefings where at the end having provided a briefing of legislation I was intending to introduce, it was almost shell shock in terms of some of the responses I got sometimes. But there were changes that were made to legislation before it was introduced. The one that comes to mind immediately was a variation in how same job, same pay was done. Even though it still didn't have the support, there was a fundamental shift in how we did it because of feedback that was given by Kylie Tink because of her business background. There are changes in legislation that story will be all across the parliament. But I think most importantly, beyond that, there was a change of tone because Kylie Tink's optimism was part of the parliament. And North Sydney was better served because you were here. The parliament was a better place because of your role here, and Australia is a better country because of what you've done in the 47th parliament. And so thank you for your work.
Call the Assistant Minister. Member for Gippsland has the floor.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. And in the same vein, on behalf of the opposition, I'd like to extend our congratulations to the member for North Sydney on her service this place. Not bad for a kid who went to Coonabarra Brown High School and rose to great heights. And it's I think a lesson for a lot of young people in regional Australia today to never sell themselves short, always aspire to be their best and try to make a difference in our community. I know the member didn't expect her career in this place to end at the whims of a boundary change, but I have every confidence in the world that whatever she pursues in the future, she will pursue it with integrity and vigour, and she'll continue to make a difference to Australian society. And I wish her well. And I want to extend on behalf of the opposition to her family, thank you for letting Kylie serve with us. And you have the good fortune of spending more time with her. Unfortunately, I'm not sure whether she's a good cook or not, but Uber may suffer as a result. But I do sincerely wish you all the best for the future, and thank you for your service to the Parliament.
Call the clerk.
Government business. Next order of the day. Treasury Laws Amendment, Tax Incentives and Integrity Bill 2024. Further consideration in detail.
Does the Minister? The question is that the amendment to Government Amendment 2, moved by the member for Warringah, be agreed to, and I'll put that question. Those of that opinion say aye. Those against no. No. Noes have it. Ayes have it. The Minister, yes, the Minister may assist the Chair, yes.
If I can assist the Chair and assist the House, I'm very conscious of the fact that we've got colleagues up the back very keen to congratulate the member for North Sydney on an excellent valedictory speech. Those very same members are very engaged in the amendment before the House. So it might be, if it suit the will of the House, it would be good if we could re-put the question.
I'll restate the question. The question is that the amendments to Government Amendment 2, moved by the member for Warringah, be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Those against no. The noes have it. Division required. Ring the bells.
Lock the doors. The question before the House is the House agreed to the amendments moved by the honourable member for Warringah. These are amendments to government amendments. The ayes will pass to the right of the chair and the noes to the left. I point the honourable members for McKellar and Warringah as tellers for the ayes, and the honourable members for Werriwa and Bean as tellers for the noes. Order. The result of the division is ayes 15, noes 53. The matter was resolved in the negative. The question now is the government amendments be agreed to. I'll put the question. Those opinions say aye. Against no. I think the ayes have it. Now I give the call to the honourable member for Petrie.
Thanks, Mr Speaker. I ask leave of the House to move amendments 1 and 3 on the sheet 2 as circulated in my name together.
Is leave granted? The Assistant Treasurer. Leave is granted. The member for Petrie may proceed.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. I move amendments 1 and 3 on sheet 2 as circulated in my name together.
So the question before the House is the amendments be agreed to. Does the member wish to? Yes. Does the member wish to speak to them? Okay. I'll put the question. Those opinions say aye. Against no. I think the noes have it. The ayes have it. Division required. Ring the bells for 4 minutes. Lock the doors. The question before the House is the opposition amendments moved by the member for Petrie be agreed to. The ayes will pass to the right of the chair and the noes to the left. I point the honourable members for Parkes and Gray as tellers for the ayes and the honourable members for Werriwa and Bean as tellers for the noes. Mr. The result of the division is ayes 59, noes 77. The matter was resolved in the negative. The call to the Assistant Treasurer and Minister for Financial Services.
Thanks, Speaker. I move that further consideration of this bill be made an order of the day for a later hour.
The question is the debate be adjourned and the resumption of the debate be made an order of the day for a later hour this day. I'll put the question. Those opinion say aye. Against no. I think the ayes have it. Debate is adjourned. Resumption of the debate will be made an order of the day for a later hour. Order. If members can leave the chamber or return to their seats as quickly and as quietly as possible. And I shall call the clerk.
Government business. Order of the day number 1. Customs Amendment, Expedited Seizure and Disposal of Engineered Stone Bill 2024. Resumption of debate on the second reading.
The question is that the bill be now read a second time. And I give the call to Member for McEwen.
Thank you, Speaker. As I said last time we spoke on this bill, Joanna told me about how she was going through her problems and what it meant for her and her daughter's future. She contracted silicosis while working in a quarry in Montrose, where she worked in admin and some of the more hands-on work. She said, no matter where you were in the plant, you would be exposed to dust. It would be all over your clothes and all over your skin. There was no escaping it. There was no protection for the workers who were doing an honest day's work for an honest day's pay. She talked about how there was no information about the danger from her employer. And despite it being a multinational company, there was no education or warning about the risks. And understandably, she talked about her anger when she said, I fear this will affect my life and my family's life. And I'm angry. I should never have been exposed to this disease. Since then, I've been on the tail of this, writing to ministers, lobbying, working in the government for reform. And I'm pleased to report that this government has not rested in our attempts to protect Australian workers, to make sure no worker is subjected to the long and agonising deaths that are linked to silicosis and silica-related diseases. In cooperation with states and territories, we have implemented a world-first prohibition on use, manufacture, supply, processing and the installation of engineered stone benchtops, panels, slabs that cause these diseases. And this legislation does prevent greedy businesses putting their workers at risk and vulnerable positions to suffer the consequences of this disease. Closing loopholes that put Australians at risk by prohibiting the illegal importation. The ban complements the government's work on Australia's domestic ban under the WHS laws. Because of now, all engineered stone in Australia is manufactured overseas and imported. That's why this government, the Albanese government, is acting decisively to add more layers of deterrence at the border, giving border forces more mechanisms to prevent this silent killer from slipping through the cracks and doing irreversible damage to people. Regulation to enact the import prohibition is currently under development. To ensure the effectiveness of these measures, the Australian government has committed $32.1 million of funding for over 2 years, as highlighted in the 2024-2025 budget. The Customs Amendment, Expedited Seizure and Disposal of Engineered Stone Bill 2024, is a key component required to support the proposed prohibition. The amendments in this bill will support ABF's operational effectiveness by allowing ABF officers more efficiently administer and dispose of seized engineered stone at the border. It's building on previous policies that the Albanese Labor government has implemented to protect Australian workers, like the National Occupational Respiratory Disease Registry Bill, because only a Labor government will stand up and fight for workers. Labor's commitment to ongoing industrial reform continues to be at the forefront of our agenda, something the Coalition fight at every single turn. Because while they say they're for the Australian worker, they're really for their mates who supply the private jets and the fat wallets. This change is needed not only to protect Australian workers, but to make sure our border forces and customs have mechanisms and processes to deal with a product that will not compromise their ability to effectively manage other priorities at our border. It's important because it's a bulk good, and the government recognises the practical challenges for management of seized engineered stone products. What this amendment seeks to combat is that with the prohibition on imported engineered stone, this will cause an increase in the volume of seized good required to be stored and associated work at ABF's and affect ABF's capacity to effectively regulate and administer other operations. The legislation streamlines the logistics and administrative tasks related to managing seizures for the intended new engineered stone prohibition. It will allow for more efficient compliance processes. Another important factor about this legislation is that while it will have exponential effects on the health and safety conditions for workers, it is only importers who are still attempting to import engineered stone containing the crystalline silica who have their prohibited goods seized will be affected by this change. And I'd like to remind the House this amendment we are debating today is just one of the steps we've taken to do so. On July 1, 2024, we joined with the states and territories to implement the world-first prohibition of the use, manufacture, supply, processing and installation of these engineered stone bench tops, panels and slabs in Australia. These are all steps taken by our government to reduce the rates of silicosis and related diseases, because without the measures that our government introduced, the rates of silicosis and other respiratory diseases are unacceptably high. Back in 2023, there was an ABC report showing that despite the increased awareness, there are still many Australians missing out on the diagnosis. The dust-borne diseases are preventable, yet it was shown that bosses in bad workplace practices and a lack of oversight was putting workers at risk. Too many young Australian workers are diagnosed with this preventable illness and they are suffering an entirely preventable death. Dust-borne diseases impact workers from a wide range of industries: construction, manufacturing, tunnelling, mining and quarrying. And sadly, we know the numbers will rise given workers' exposures to a very high level of crystalline silica in the engineered stone industry since the early 2000s. Medical experts have warned that at the time that it takes from exposure to the time of diagnosis means the number of cases will more likely increase over the next few years. And work has already been undertaken to address silicosis by Safe Work Australia. Jurisdictions have also taken immediate steps to address the increase in silicosis, including through legislative changes, developments of code of practice, education, awareness campaigns and compliance audits. and the establishment of a collaborative mechanism such as the Heads of WorkSafe Authorities Working Group on Silicosis. This is all good work, but we need to maintain the momentum and ensure the safety of workers. With all that said, let's go back to the basics about what we're talking about here. Silicosis is a lung disease mainly caused by inhaling silica, a mineral commonly found in certain rocks and soil. Silica dust is created when cutting, drilling, grinding or polishing certain types of stone, rock, sand and clay. Over time, inhaling silica dust causes inflammation, which leads to scarring of the lung tissue, which then causes stiffening of the lungs, making it difficult to breathe. Silica dust particles are 100 times smaller than a grain of sand. So small you can't see it with the naked eye. If inhaled, these particles become trapped and will cause irritation throughout the lungs, causing an irritation that the immune system cells will try to attack. The attack will be unsuccessful and cause the immune system cells to die, which then causes inflammation and scar tissue in the lungs. The development of scar tissue inhibits a person's ability to breathe, and so showing signs of silicosis and in severe cases autoimmune disease. It's pretty clear why we need to be proactive in responding to this disease, because of the devastating and debilitating effects on workers. Curtin University's study shows that between 80 and 100,000 people may have silicosis. Cancer Council estimates that roughly 600,000 workers have the potential for exposure each year across a wide range of industries, whether it's cutting marble for fancy bench tops or from the dust cut from the rocks at mines. Silicosis is not often diagnosed until it's in its advanced stages. Approximately 350 Australians contract silicosis a year, but for that, around 230 people are diagnosed with the advanced prognosis. The ABC report I mentioned earlier noted that a surveillance program in New South Wales missed over 200 workers. These statistics are emblematic of why the Australian government needs to continue to be proactive in preventing engineered stone coming to our country and putting workers at risk. It's only a Labor government that will stand up for workers. It is in stark contrast to the opposition with a leader that consistently votes against criminalising wage theft, promises free lunch to businesses and swans around on private jets funded by the richest CEOs. It shows that the coalition simply don't understand working Australians and the challenges they face. Here, our government, the Albanese Labor government, is building Australia's future, and it shows we see the issues that we care about in protecting workers. I want to commend Liam O'Brien from the ACTU for taking the time to bring people out to meet me and to tell their stories, and hear firsthand what it means to suffer from something that you had no idea was in the air. And it's through that work of unions, through the ACTU, that stand up and say, we've got to get this fixed. They came to us, they spoke to us, we had immediately swung into action to get things done, because this government believes that when you go to work in the morning, you should go to a safe workplace and you should be able to come back home safe. And with that, I commend this bill to the House.
The question is that this bill be now read a second time, and I call the honourable member for Melbourne.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I rise to speak in support of this important bill, and tonight we're placing a few brief remarks on the record here, and Senator David Shoebridge, who has been pursuing this issue for a number of years, will speak to it at more length when the matter goes to the Senate. No one should have to die for a shiny bench top. Yet for years, manufactured stone has been silently killing young workers across the country. This deadly material is the asbestos of our time, causing incurable silicosis and destroying lives. And that's why the Greens strongly welcome decisive action to ban it. For years, we've backed the call from construction unions and other unions calling for a ban. We've seen firsthand the devastating toll. Workers suffering slow, painful deaths and families left shattered. We've heard their pleas for action and we've fought alongside them. Our Green Senator David Shoebridge has been leading this fight since 2019. He was a driving force behind the New South Wales Parliament review in 2020 and in a dissenting statement called for an urgent ban then. As he said, quote, "Every month and every year we delay, more workers will be exposed to the risk of deadly silicosis. No shiny benchtop is worth that." For too long, manufacturers and developers resisted a ban, insisting that site-specific controls were enough, just as James Hardie once did. We know from bitter experience and lives lost that these controls fail to protect workers. The only responsible solution is a total ban. Yet as recently as mid-2023, SafeWork was still claiming high silica manufactured stone could be used safely. The cost of that delay has been paid in lives. It's time to act because no benchtop is worth a worker's life, and we strongly support the bill today. The bill amends the Customs Act to support the ban on the importation of manufactured stone being an artificial product that contains 1% or more crystalline silica. It strengthens seizure and disposal powers to help the Australian Border Force manage manufactured and engineered stone goods at the border. Currently, the Act requires seized prohibited imports to be stored for at least 30 days before disposal. This bill will empower the Comptroller General of Customs to cause engineered stone products seized as prohibited imports on and from 1 January 2025 to be dealt with as they determine appropriate, including permitting immediate destruction. This will mean engineered stone benchtops, panels and slabs will only be able to be imported into Australia with a valid import permit or an applicable exemption. Similar provisions exist in laws for vapes, illegal tobacco and other banned products. Given the high volume of such products, retaining this storage requirement would significantly increase workload, complicate storage and transport and hinder both the import ban and other border operations. Finally, it's critical to note that a ban needs to be just the start. We know the young tradies who've been working with manufactured stone who get sick need quality medical support and will likely require compensation. Within Australia, we face the impossible situation that manufacturers of this product weren't able to get insurance, meaning that workers risk being stranded without compensation for the deadly disease that they are experiencing. And of course, the parallels in this country with the history of asbestos are clear, but in many ways the risks are greater from manufactured stone at the moment than with James Hardie. Because manufactured stone producers have no production facilities or other assets in Australia to meet the claims in the absence of insurance. And this means that whenever Caesar Stone thinks that it's no longer profitable to be involved in the Australian market, they could cease operating. And given the lack of insurance, there'll be zero assets from which fabricators, tradies or home renovators with silicosis can recover damages from. This needs to be avoided. To conclude, our Green Senator David Shoebridge has been calling for a ban on the use of manufactured stone because of the risks since 2020. As I said, he was a driving force behind the New South Wales Parliament review of the product, and his dissenting statement called for an urgent banning of the product. To repeat his words, every month and year we delay, more workers will be exposed to the risk of deadly silicosis. No shiny benchtop is worth that. We support this legislation.
The question is that this bill be now read a second time, and I call the honourable member for Robertson.
Second Deputy Speaker, and the Australian Government is committed to protecting Australian workers from harm associated with silicosis and silica-related diseases. And on the 1st of July 2024, the Government joined with states and territories to implement a world-first prohibition on the use, manufacture, supply, processing and installation of engineered stone benchtops, panels and slabs within Australia. The measure is supported and strengthened by the prohibition on the importation of engineered stone, and that was implemented on the 1st of January 2025. The Customs Amendment Bill 2024 will amend the Customs Act of 1901, and the amendments in this bill are essential to support the effective operation of the import prohibition by enhancing existing seizure and disposal powers under the Customs Act. Now, the words that I'm saying now, I just want to talk a little bit about the disease of silicosis, because silicosis not only changes the lives of the patient, but also to the family that support them, their family, their friends, and also the clinicians that care and treat for them into the future. We know that silicosis is actually a spectrum of pulmonary disease, and it's caused by the inhalation of free crystalline silica or silicon dioxide. And there's actually been written evidence of silicon-related occupational lung disease dating back to ancient Egypt and ancient Greece. So this has actually been going on now for quite some time, and there's actually been documented evidence and information relating to this disease for quite some time. And, the clinical presentations of silicosis, the diagnostic workup, the evaluation and sort of the pulmonary disability that occur with silicosis is actually quite the spectrum. You've got acute silicosis on one end, which is sort of that hyperrealisation of symptoms, including dyspnea, so shortness of breath, particularly at rest. You can have pleuritic pain, so chest around the lungs, pain around the lungs. You can have hemoptysis, that's the coughing up of blood, fevers and the like, all of those ranging from acute to chronic silicosis. And it can actually occur from hours to days after exposure of silica up to multiple decades after exposure. So you might be exposed to it at one point and then you won't know, or you won't present to the doctor until many years later, which is what makes this such a dangerous thing in our society, but also too in those occupational on site with the tradies, because they don't necessarily know that they've become unwell. And it's not until they present late at night coughing up blood with chest pain, or they go to their GP because they've got this intractable fatigue they just can't get rid of. They've got weight loss. It really, really is a dangerous pathology, and the more that we can control this Customs Amendment goes to it, the more that we can control this issue and stop it from hitting our society, the better and more healthier we will all be. Now, I've gone through the spectrum of what silicosis is, the acute, the chronic and the like, but there's other complications that can actually be associated with silicosis, along too with the other pneumoconioses, so the other occupational lung diseases, but in particular with silicosis. You've got things, you've got an increased risk of things like mycobacterial infection, chronic necrotizing aspergillosis, lung cancer, rheumatic disorders, kidney disease, chronic airflow obstruction, and chronic bronchitis. And going through some of these things, there's not only a cost there to the patient, but there is a cost to the healthcare system. Someone who has developed sort of pulmonary renal syndrome where the lungs are failing because of silicosis and now the kidneys are failing, is that person then going to end up on dialysis? Is that person going to need renal replacement therapy? That's a huge medical intervention that people require. That involves staffing, that involves dialysis machines, that involves access to tertiary medical services in some instances. That can be a huge impact to our country and to our society. Looking here, chronic airflow obstruction and chronic bronchitis. We hear these terms sort of thrown around when we talk about pulmonary diseases in the community, but looking at what some of these things mean, chronic airflow obstruction and chronic bronchitis, we're talking about an inflammation of our airways. Eventually, the end stage of this disease, if it is either untreated or it cannot be treated, is essentially suffocation. The lungs, you stop taking in air, you stop changing over that carbon dioxide to oxygen, vice versa, to get into your cells and to make you healthier, to make you live. And at the end of the day, you will eventually suffocate to death. So making sure that we control this substance, we control silica and make sure we rid it within our society is absolutely important, because people have died of this. No doubt people will die of this in the future, which is an absolute tragedy, but we need to prevent it. And that's what Labor governments do. We do this sort of reform. Doesn't matter whether it's here with silicosis and silica, when we look at things like asbestos, if we look at things like bulk billing, universal health care, access to those health services that every Australian requires, It's really only this side of the House that has the wherewithal and the gumption to get that done. You know, there's two outstanding health professionals and parliamentarians that are sitting here in the chamber now, Assistant Minister Carney and the member for Macarthur, Dr Mike Freelander, have always been champions of our universal health system and making sure that patients can get access to the treatment that they deserve. And, you know, it's absolutely outstanding. But, you know, there's a few other things I wanted to run through with silicosis as well. And that's the actual link of chronic silica exposure to other diseases. And this is actually a little bit of a lesser known aspect, because there are some links. Some links are stronger than others, but it is important, I think, to bring up rheumatic heart disease. We know that, you know, silicosis as a condition, it's associated with the production of autoantibodies, such as anti-nuclear antibodies and rheumatic factor, which is interesting. You normally associate those type of autoantibodies, those type of circulating chemicals in the blood, with autoimmune disease, other autoimmune diseases, but you wouldn't necessarily associate that with silica exposure. So, you know, that's something that's quite interesting and something that, you know, absolutely needs a lot more detail and research into that area, but it's an interesting link. Disease before with silica exposure, that airflow limitation and chronic bronchitis as well, and also to early lung malignancy and lung cancer as well. So there are just some other conditions that have been associated with chronic silica exposure as well. But outside of those health-related changes that are absolutely essential, outside of those health-related changes that need to be made in order to prevent silica exposure, you know, why else is this change needed? Why else is this change needed? And as engineered stone products are a bulk good, management of seized engineered stone products at the border, you know, it poses significant challenges in terms of storage, transport, disposal, and administration. And managing engineered stone as a prohibited import without this amendment may result in a significant increase in the volume of seized goods required to be stored and associated work at the border, and that will impact Australian Border Force's capacity to effectively regulate and administer other border operations and protect Australians at the end of the day. So streamlining the logistics and administrative tasks related to managing seizures for the intended new engineered stone prohibition will allow for a more efficient compliance process, resulting in the Australian Border Force having an increased ability to allocate resources across those priority areas. So this isn't just another example of the Australian Labor Party strengthening healthcare and strengthening the rights of workers. This is also to making sure that we're streamlining our administrative processes to make it easier for our public service to operate, but also to make our community safer for all Australians. You know, another question that gets asked is, you know, can engineered stone still be imported? And the import ban prohibition is intended to complement the domestic ban, as I said before, under the WHS laws, and almost all engineered stone in Australia is manufactured overseas and imported. And the import ban will provide an additional layer of deterrence at the border. And regulations to enact the import prohibition are currently under development, with funding of $32.1 million over 2 years provided in the 24-25 budget for the ABF to enforce the intended import prohibition. So, Deputy Speaker, we've gone through what silicosis is, how it's caused. We've gone through what this bill means, what this Customs Amendment Bill 2024 means. But again, like I was saying, it streamlines, it also strengthens healthcare of Australians, and it goes to the heart of what this side of the House is all about, and that is ensuring that healthcare of all Australians is accessible, it's affordable, and it's equitable. I've spoken today in a private member's motion about, you know, strengthening Medicare and tripling of the bulk billing incentive. In Robertson, we've seen tens of thousands of people being able to access a bulk bill GP. You know, for the first time in years, we saw the opposition today in question time spruiking numbers of falling bulk bill rates, which was absolute rubbish. Absolute rubbish. We know that bulk bill rates are on the rise. They are in Robertson and they are in other parts of the country. And this is in association with our cheaper medicines legislation, making sure that people can access PBS medications when they need it and where they need it. whether that's thank you, Member for McCarthy. Whether that's blood thinners, whether that's diabetic medication, whether that's inhalers. These medications are important to not only sustain life but ensure that there's no other exacerbations of these chronic illnesses, and they end up in the emergency department. And also to the the announcement that was made recently regarding women's health, an absolutely outstanding and tremendous announcement. From the Assistant Minister, from the Minister for Health, looking at ensuring that women's access to contraceptive devices and pharmaceuticals, to clinics that can help sort of diagnose, evaluate and then go on to treat things like endometriosis and chronic pain, and also to contraceptive access, I think, is absolutely outstanding and really should be commended, because at the end of the day, whether you work in healthcare or whether you work whether you have the honour to serve in this chamber here, the idea is that you want equitable access for all Australians, and that's exactly what this does. It's absolutely fantastic that later next week in my electorate of Robertson we'll be holding a Women's Health Forum. The second Central Coast Women's Health Forum, in fact, at the Impact Gym at Erina, starting at 5:30, RSVP through my office, which like the first Women's Health Forum, gave women on the Central Coast a place where they can talk openly and safely about the issues that are affecting them, particularly with access to healthcare. And that's what this second forum is about. It's about ensuring that I can provide, alongside the Assistant Minister, information on what the government is doing with regards to women's healthcare, but also too making sure that women on the Central Coast can have their say about what they would like to see, whether that's access to primary care, whether that's access to pharmaceuticals, whether that is access to the new schemes through our pharmacies. The treatment of UTIs and the provision of oral contraception. I think that expanded scope of practice and making sure that all of our clinicians across Australia are working at the top of their scope is absolutely paramount, because that way Australians will be getting the care that they need when they need it. And the forum will be a great chance for people to have their say about that and really nail down those details as to what that means every day. That means that you won't have to go to the doctor as frequently. And I can guarantee you our GPs in the community will not be short of work. They'll be able to go to the pharmacy and get the treatment they need, go to the GP and get the treatment they need. If they are really unwell, come and see me in the hospital in the middle of the night. You'll be able to get the care that you need when you need it, and really it is only the Australian Labor Party under the Albanese Labor government, with a terrific team of ministers and assistant ministers, and the great caucus that we are, that has made this possible. Because without the election of the Labor government in 2022, none of this would have happened. None of this would have happened. Bulk billing, I guarantee you bulk billing would have been abolished. There would have been an ED entry fee. There would have been a GP tax that would have been introduced. We'd be paying exactly right, be paying more for medications. And as we know, he was voted, the Leader of the Opposition was voted the worst health minister by Australian doctors, and he ripped 50 billion or tens of billions from our public health system. And that has repercussions, that has effects and flow-on effects over years. That means under-resourced hospitals, that means understaffed hospitals, all because the Leader of the Opposition didn't have the gumption and the commitment to serve the Australian people and ensure the health care of every Australian citizen right across this country. Thank you, Second Deputy Speaker.
The question is that this bill be now read a second time, and I call the honourable member for Macarthur.
Thank you very much, Mr Deputy Speaker. And look, I will be on task shortly, but just let me reinforce what the member for Robertson has just said. Healthcare is in the DNA of the Australian Labor Party. We recognise that healthy people are productive people. We recognise that there is an equity issue about healthcare, and Australia has led the world in equitable access to healthcare. We've heard about the Leader of the Opposition and what he did to healthcare. Basically wanted to destroy bulk billing, wanted to destroy people's ability to equitably access healthcare, and wanted to make sure that only the wealthy could afford
equitable access to healthcare in Australia. Not just the Leader of the Opposition. Don't forget what Jeff Kennett did to the Victorian health system decades ago. An absolute tragedy. And unfortunately, we now have a Liberal Party in a similar position. They want to cut healthcare. And it really concerns me that we still have no health policy coming from the Leader of the Opposition or his health spokesperson. They've agreed to follow our women's health care plan, but only after much prodding, nothing coming forward to initiate healthcare policy. So very poor. But if I can go back to this bill, this is a very important bill. And first of all, let me congratulate the government on their banning the use of engineered stone in Australia. That was a really important change and something that was long overdue. And our government did that very quickly to make sure that Australian workers go home healthy every day. Yet another thing we've done to promote equitable access to healthcare, and that's on an occupational basis. This bill is a follow-on from that to prevent the importation of engineered stone where it could have been used without any oversight. So this is a very important follow-on from that initial banning of the use of engineered stone. And if I can take a step back, I'll just tell you my experience as a young resident. We used to go into the respiratory wards when I did a respiratory term, and we'd see people, and they were pretty fit middle-aged men. These are people that were used to manual labour, either as coal miners or as industrial workers. They were fit, very strong men. And they were basically suffocating from an entirely preventable lung disease. This is preventable, silicosis. And yet we were seeing numbers of previously healthy men, strong men, dying from this disease. And it's a slow death. It's not a good death, if any death is good. It's a slow, suffocating death, often carrying around their oxygen cylinders from a preventable cause. Australia led the world in the prevention of silicosis and related diseases in coal miners and industrial workers. And we had the Dust Diseases Board. And the importance of the Dust Diseases Board was to make sure that workers were protected from developing coal miner's lung or silicosis and other complications of lung disease like asbestosis and mesothelioma from asbestos. Initially, the major concern was asbestos, but it was recognised that silicosis could develop in many different mines, coal mines and others, from the unregulated inhalation of silica dust, sometimes with coal dust, but sometimes with asbestos as well. And the Dust Diseases Board was a huge innovation. And my cousin, Julian Lee, a respiratory physician at the Woolcock Institute at Royal Prince Alfred Hospital, was one of the leading physicians on the Dust Diseases Board. And he always felt that governments had been very late in introducing regulations to prevent the development of this terrible lung disease. Not just asbestosis, but silicosis. And there were large numbers of people in the coal mining industry, in other mining industries, but also in the tunnelling industry, in industrial uses, and more lately, of course, now in the use of stone for bench tops, etc., that have been exposed to silica dust. And I remember meeting in my office a couple of years ago a well-known rugby league football player and industrial worker, Ray, who developed silicosis. Big, strong, muscular guy, but breathing in grunting respirations. That's how they breathe. They breathe to try and keep their little air sacs open so they can get oxygen that they need into their lungs. And it's really terrifying to see these previously fit and healthy, strong men basically suffocating in front of your eyes. And I believe that subsequently he's gone on to now needing home oxygen. Really, really terrible end result from what was entirely preventable disease. And the silicosis occurs because the silica dust you can't see, you can't feel. So people without knowledge are inhaling it into their lungs, and these tiny little silica particles are gobbled up by the little protective cells we all have in our lungs called macrophages. But once they enter the macrophages, the silica itself sets up an inflammatory process. That inflammatory process then leads to the immune system attacking it, causing scarring. And what happens is that scarring gradually shrinks the elastic ability of the little lung tissues to open up with every breath and get that oxygen out of the air we breathe. And gradually the lungs get stiffer and stiffer and stiffer, the little air sacs get destroyed, and people find it more and more difficult to breathe. They help themselves by giving themselves end airways pressure by the grunting respirations that keep the air sacs open. But unfortunately, people can develop this without recognising it because our lungs have an ability to compensate. So they can often, at presentation, already have untreatable chronic lung disease. And there are no really effective treatments other than supportive treatments. Use of steroids, use of drugs such as those used in asthma to open up the airways have a very limited effect. And very quickly, people with silicosis become oxygen dependent. And you can see them, they're otherwise healthy looking blokes, grunting respirations, wandering around with little tubes in their nose delivering the oxygen they often carry in a backpack or a carry trolley to help them move around. Eventually they will die of respiratory failure if they don't get a heart-lung transplant. Even with that, results can be difficult because, as we've already heard, the complications of silicosis include things like heart disease, include things like autoimmune disease because the inflammatory process releases proteins into the blood that cause your body's own immune system to attack other organs. So people can have renal kidney failure, they can have other autoimmune disorders, and it is a tragic complication of the disease of silicosis, that not just the lungs are affected, and people die when they really should have many, many more years to live. Now, the Labor Party believes people should have the opportunity of going to work and coming home healthy, and hence our initial move to ban the importation of engineered stone, and now the ability to seize engineered stone at the border and dispose of it quickly without it getting into the system and could be used dishonestly otherwise. So this legislation is very important, but it's also a continuum of Labor looking after people and looking after workers in particular. As a physician, these are dreadful diseases that could have been prevented. We're still seeing people in this day and age suffering from silicosis, and that just should not be happening. Engineered stone is a particular danger because of the very high concentrations of silica in engineered stone, sometimes up to 80%, whereas natural stone, even though it is a risk, it's not without risk, is usually 20% or lower silica. So it's very important that we don't use engineered stone. And unfortunately, as my cousin Julian Lee thought about the asbestos diseases and miner's lung or coal miner's lung and silicosis, we are late in doing it. It should have been done years ago. and very lucky that we've got a Labor government who's prepared to act on this quite dreadful disease and make sure that workers go to work and can come home healthy. We've had other prohibited imports before, vapes being one of them. It's a particular interest of mine. We should have banned the importation of vapes years and years ago. And we've had to now introduce legislation to prevent their use and importation of vapes. And we're doing now the same thing with engineered stone, which is very important. It's part of a suite of public health measures that Labor is committed to. This Customs Amendment, the expedited seizure and disposal of engineered stone, is really a key component of that. And it's important that we have this bill because with other seized products, they have to be kept and stored for a while and legal process needs to happen and then they can be destroyed. But with engineered stone, this is very heavy, it's difficult to store, difficult to manage, and this bill now gives the government and the authorities the ability to immediately remove any possibility of the engineered stone getting to market. Immediate destruction is the best answer for this, and this bill ensures that this will happen. It's yet another public health measure, as I've said, that makes sure workers can be prevented from becoming unwell and that they can go home safely every day. Some people have previously suggested that more needs to be done educating workers about the dangers of engineered stone, more needs to be done to make sure that workers wear masks and gloves, etc. But in a workplace that may involve only a small workshop or isolated workshop, it's very difficult to make sure that 100% safety measures are undertaken, and so the best result is going to be what has happened. That's the banning of the use of engineered stone altogether, and that we are able to destroy any engineered stone that gets to Australia. We're able to destroy it immediately before any possibility of use, legal or otherwise, and then it can be destroyed very, very quickly. So I commend this bill to the House. There is, of course, more to be done. There certainly need to be doing more in terms of educating miners and workers about the dangers of inhaling particles, not just silica, but also in other forms of mining. We've done our very best to make sure people are protected from the dangers of asbestos disease, but it's important to note that we still do have quite a significant amount of asbestos in our housing stock, and that people need to be made aware of the dangers of asbestosis and inhalation of asbestos, not just in our working community but in homeowners, etc., and Labor is committed to doing that. Together with people who are involved in the tunnelling industry, as my eldest son is. There are dangers from dust inhalation in tunnelling situations, particularly if attention to protective equipment is not followed. So there's much more to be done on a public health measure, but this bill and the one previously banning the use of engineered stone are fantastic protections for Australian workers. Only Labor has been able to do this. The previous government ignored the problem, and it's very important that our good work in public health continues. Thank you very much.
The question is that this bill be now read a second time, and I call the honourable member for Bendigo.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker, and I rise as well to speak in favour of the bill that's before us, the Customs Amendment, the Expenditure Seizure and Disposal of Engineered Stone Bill 2024. And I do note that I rise to speak after two whose careers before entering this place and continue whilst they're here are from the health profession. They, like the entire health community, know the dangers of silicosis and silica-related disease that are the result of workers and homeowners who might be doing work at home with engineered stone. What happened in this place and with our state governments around Australia when they came together to ban engineered stone was the recognition that we did not want engineered stone to become the new asbestos. And I say that in a very real way. The medical profession, the workers, the unions, the experts were not listened to when it came to asbestos. And after a very long community campaign, eventually we did ban asbestos in this country. And we are working now and living with the legacy of waiting to ban that. Over a third of Australian homes have asbestos in them. And the rates of death in relation to asbestosis and asbestos-related diseases continues to be above 6,000 a year. Too many for a product that people put into their homes during a period, and it's a legacy that we continue to live with. And it is expected that that death rate will increase, unfortunately, because we still have so much asbestos in our built community. And our government, like previous governments, are working with the states and territories on how best to remove that, when to remove it, whether it be heat maps, whether it be working with the real estate agents, whether it be working with the building industry, making sure that it is removed safely and as effectively as possible. Public buildings, schools, hospitals, homes, you name it, asbestos is almost everywhere, as I said, a third homes. So when the issues first started to arise in relation to engineered stone, the medical profession, the experts within those fields of research, the union movement, did not wait to say, look, we might need to address this, and soon became the campaign about banning engineered stone. And I was very pleased to be in a government that worked with states and territories to introduce that ban. The Australian government has committed to protect Australian workers from the harm associated with silicosis and silica-related disease. And that's why, as I said, on July 1, 2024, the government joined with states and territories to implement the world's first ban on the use, manufacture, supply and processing of and installation of engineered stone bench top panels and slabs in Australia. We didn't say, let's drill it with water or try a separate way. The research was in, the evidence was in, we needed to go for a straight ban. This measure that we have before us now supports and strengthens that prohibition and that ban of importing engineered stone that was implemented on January 1, 2025. And what this bill does is amend the Act to say that where Border Force and officials come across the stone, it can be seized and destroyed immediately. Similar provisions already exist for other prohibited imports such as tobacco, vapes, dangerous perishable goods and illicit drugs. It's the easiest way to expose of this product. It's important to note that engineered stone, because it is used in bench tops and in home building, it's a big bulky product. So by destroying it straight away, by being imported and destroying it straight away, it's not taking up space. It also delays, there's no room for appeals, denials, negotiations. It's imported, it's discovered, it's confiscated, it's seized, and it's destroyed. It adds an extra layer of deterrence from those who might try and sneak the product in. And Deputy Speaker, as we know with the asbestos example, it doesn't stop countries or importers from trying to sneak it in. I've lost count of the number of times that our Border Force officials are finding asbestos in products being imported to Australia, whether it's deliberate or unintentional, asbestos is still finding its way into our country, and Border Force officials are working really hard to stop that from happening. It's been found in car tyres, in crayons, children's crayons, and building materials where things have been labelled wrong. So this bill before us says that in cases where it is discovered, it will be destroyed immediately. It's important that we have these protections in place to ensure that this dangerous stone is destroyed. Managing engineered stone as a prohibited import without this amendment would result in a significant increase of these goods having to be stored, and also the associated work that the Border Force would have to do to regulate and administer like the management of it being seized, when those resources could be elsewhere. Who is most affected by this change? Only the importers that are still attempting to bring in engineered stone when they're not supposed to. Previous speakers have spoken about the nature of this product. Talking to builders and workers in my electorate and to people associated with the building trades, it's essentially, a bunch of crap. It's a whole bunch of things slapped together in a slab, sold as fake marble, trying to convince homeowners how they can still have a marble finish, but with a product that is not. And it is used in homes to sell a finish that is not. And what we know from the workers, from their unions and from the health professionals is the cutting of this stone and the concentration of silica and silica dust coming from this stone is what is creating a high level of disease amongst their workforce. The ban on engineered stone cannot be imported whatsoever. Almost all manufacturers of engineered stone in Australia is from overseas and imported, and the import ban is providing an additional layer of deterrence at the border, stopping this stone from coming in. And I should also say, Deputy Speaker, it's a relatively new product. So it's not like asbestos where we have, decades and generations of legacy product in our built environment. It's a relatively new product. So banning it means that the number of homes, the number of buildings with this product is a lot smaller than the challenge that we face with asbestos. But that stage of the campaign will come next, is how do we then make sure that we are tracking where the stone is, so that people who may purchase that home know if they want to do any work on that home that they have to handle that stone product with care. It's in some ways, if it's in a bench top, it's less likely, you're not going to have as much interaction with it as, say, a wall where you've got asbestos, where you might be sanding a wall to repaint it. The risk is reduced because it's in the home and it has one purpose. However, it's important that people know if they've purchased a home with this fake marble, this engineered stone, how best to manage it. Why the ban was necessary, and I've touched on this briefly, and I do want to end on this point, is because workers were dying. And we all remember the heartbreaking stories in our media, young families being ripped apart as workers in their families receiving this diagnosis of silicosis. Exposure to silica dust is a health hazard for workers who manufacture, finish and install natural and engineered stone counterproducts. But what we know is that engineered stone has a higher risk of exposure because of the nature of the product. In some states, reports have shown as 1 in 4 stonemasons who work with engineered stone being diagnosed with silicosis. 1 in 4. Being diagnosed. It's unacceptable, Deputy Speaker. That's why we had to bring this ban in, and that's why we're now amending it to seize and destroy as soon as it's discovered. Scientific and medical evidence found that even workers who cut and fabricate low silica stone product it has generated significant amount of very fine particles of silica that can then penetrate deep into the lungs, causing the disease, as my colleague pointed out. At the time of the ban, there was overwhelming relief and support from many in the medical profession, the research profession, as well as the union movement. At the time, the ACTU Assistant Secretary Liam O'Brien said that a total ban will save lives, and we thank the ministers for putting workers' lives ahead of corporate profits. Another said that engineered stone is a fashion product that was killing workers who make it. And that's the point. It was a fashion product. It was a building choice. There are other choices that we can have for our bench tops, in our homes, in our units, in our workplaces. There are alternatives readily available, and we should be choosing those ahead of a product that we know put tradies' lives at risk for fashion in our kitchens. What we also know from the research, and this is one of the key reasons why we pushed for this ban, is that there is no such thing as safe engineered stone. There is no safety measure that can be put in place to eliminate the risk and the aggressive lung disease. That is why the ban was necessary. A total ban is the only sensible option, and every day that passed prior to the ban coming in was costing lives. So this bill that we have before us strengthens the ban by destroying it the moment that Australian Border Force detect and intercept it. But Deputy Speaker, it is unfinished business, and a few final comments I wanted to say before I finish, and something that our government is up for. We need to continue the investment and the research in the healthcare of people with silicosis, equally with people who might have been exposed to asbestos and have an asbestos-related disease, like asbestosis or mesothelioma. There is more work to be done for us to support the healthcare research, ensuring that we have nurses and skilled health professionals to support those who might have been diagnosed with these diseases. The mortality rate of people who have silicosis or asbestosis or mesothelioma are far too high. And just like previous cancers where we've been, as a government, as a community, as a research fraternity, have invested to improve the health outcomes of people who contract disease in other areas, we need to do something similar in this space. People used to have very high, people who've been diagnosed with breast cancer, the survival rates now are much, much higher. We need people who've been diagnosed with melanoma, survival rates are much, much higher. We need to see that investment come into this space as well, because this is a completely preventable disease. This is based upon workers contracting this disease through going to work. So these reforms that are before us, the banning of this product, is very much in line with Labor's fundamental belief that every worker should come home safe at the end of the day. Not just about being exposed to hazardous risks at work of an immediate danger, but also workers who are exposed to an ongoing risk. And that is why these bills are so important. I've touched briefly on asbestosis, and I think it's another area where it's related to this, and that's why I welcome the government's decision to expand the role of the Asbestos Eradication Agency to include dust-related diseases, because as I have mentioned, we now have a legacy issue. This stone does exist in our community, not to the extent of asbestos, but it is there. It is in kitchens, people's kitchens, whether it be their workplace, whether it be their home, and we do need to keep a track of that. We also need to make sure that we're developing guidelines for people on how best to manage that risk that they now have in their home. Finally, can I give a shout out and a special mention to all of the young workers who have contracted through their work silicosis, and say that we are all thinking of you and your families in your battle ahead. And your legacy will be to ensure that no other worker in an Australian construction site will be exposed to this disease that leads to such terrible and tragic outcomes.
It being almost 7:30 p.m, I propose the question that the House do now adjourn. The question is that the House do now adjourn, and I give the call to the honourable member for Nichols.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Who knows? This could be the last week before the election, or we might have a few more sitting weeks. It's up to the Prime Minister. But we are definitely heading to an election soon, and I would like to reflect in the time I have on just what a privilege it's been to represent the people of Nichols. I was elected at the 2022 election, along with the member for Menzies, who, might I say, has made an outstanding contribution to this place. And it's such an honour to represent an electorate like Nichols for all of the good things it does for the nation. And they're great businesses like SPC, all the dairy manufacturing businesses, food processing, the manufacturing, the farming, all of the things that happen in Nichols are what's good about Australia. I've tried to have a real grassroots engagement with my constituents, and that itself has been a privilege. I set out on a mission, Mr Speaker, to train with all 44 football netball clubs in my electorate, and I am only 8 clubs off achieving that, and I hope to go to the election saying I trained with them all. But the training's been fun, and fitness is good, but it's just engaging with young people, particularly young people who are involved in football netball clubs, and listening to what sort of industries they're involved with, what is working for them and what isn't working for them, has been a great lesson for me, and it's informed a lot of what I've done up here. Big successes can be had, and we can make people's lives better and their jobs more secure and their communities more prosperous, and I've seen that happen. But where I've seen it happen for my electorate and for Australia is with the ethos of the Coalition and the focus of the Nationals. And I think right now Australia is not going in the right direction. Our economy's suffering, our energy future is in serious doubt, and the tools that the entrepreneurs of Australia need to thrive, be profitable, and most importantly, employ people, are being taken away from them. And not to mention the social cohesion. And I thought that was something that was ingrained in Australia and we'd never lose. And I've seen that fray over the last 2.5 years, to my great regret, because it's the country I love. Mr Speaker, countries do really well when they set up a framework for private enterprise to thrive. And I don't think we have that framework at the moment. I think we've got a government trying to control everything with an ideological bent. And unfortunately for our nation, that ideology is being mugged by scientific, engineering and economic reality. I really hope we can form government, because Australia needs to get back on track. And the Nationals in government will put agriculture back at the focus of this nation and give farmers the tools they need to grow food for our country and for the world. We will ensure that the Murray-Darling Basin communities can continue to irrigate crops, process food, all the while still caring for the river system. And people who live in the basin communities understand how to care for the river system, as distinct from bureaucrats who try and run it from Canberra. And the Nationals in a coalition government will also build infrastructure. And I know that we will, because we've done it before. In my community, we've seen the Echuca-Moama Bridge built by the coalition in state and federal governments, and that's changed the lives of many people and many businesses in that community. It's also evidenced by the Shepparton Rail upgrade, which is going to see 9 return services from Shepparton to Melbourne. An initiative funded by the coalition, and again, it's something that makes people's lives better. And it can happen when you've got the budget in balance, and it can happen when you've got industries that are thriving and taxes that can be paid, so that we can pay for these things that we all want: the infrastructure, the hospitals, the education. I think Australia, Victoria and Nichols need to get back on track, Mr Speaker, and I think a coalition government can achieve this, and I really look forward to continuing to move around my community, whether it be on the football track, on the football field, on the netball court, in the club rooms afterwards, on the street, walking into the private businesses of Nichols, going through the schools, and just talking to people about the Australia they believe in, the Australia they want, the entrepreneurial Australia, the have-a-go Australia, the Australia that's focused on the fair go and the free market, Or do they want this sort of rigid control that we seem to be having? Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Mr. Speaker.
The question is the House do now adjourn, and I give the call to the honourable member for Paterson.
Thank you, Speaker. Well, they might say that diamonds are a girl's best friend, but I am an aluminium woman. And it is interesting how themes run through your life. Aluminium does have a very special place in my heart. When I was just 14, I won a scholarship to live in northern England. It was sponsored by Cessnock City Council, our local council, and Alcan, who ran the smelter in Kurri Kurri. I lived with a wonderful English family. I went to school and I visited British Alcan in Lynmouth many times as part of my scholarship. I learned a lot about how aluminium was made and its importance. It was a big deal for a kid from Head and Greta who hadn't really travelled the world at all. Fast forward 40 years, I now represent Tomago, and Tomago is the home of Tomago Aluminium. Tomago is located pretty much right in the heart of my electorate of Paterson. It operates 24 hours a day, 365 days a year, producing 37% of Australia's primary aluminium. Aluminium is our 5th largest export commodity. Tomago aluminium is pivotal to that export. 1,000+ people work at Tomago, plus 200 contractors, and indirectly around 5,000 local people depend on Tomago aluminium. Across the country, 13,000 people depend on the smelting of aluminium in our country. But it's bigger than that. And aluminium is bigger than wrapping the leftover sausages from a Saturday barbecue up. Aluminium is the future. It is in everyday products like the solar panels on our roofs. It's in our smartphones. Pretty much everyone in this place has a piece of my electorate in their phone, I'm guessing, because the aluminium that goes into these smartphones comes largely from Tomago aluminium. It's in our military aircraft and our naval vessels. It is in specialised equipment. It is a key industry that's also forming our renewable future, and it is part of electric vehicles, and it is certainly important in batteries. There is just no facet of modern life that aluminium doesn't touch. And that's why I am so pleased to say that our government, the Albanese Labor government, is backing aluminium in Australia. The Prime Minister came to my electorate just a couple of weeks ago to make a $2 billion, billion with a B, aluminium announcement. It is an aluminium production incentive, and it's going to ensure investment in this industry is secure, and it's going to ensure this $2 billion investment in the aluminium industry right across Australia is going to ensure the jobs of aluminium workers in seats like mine, at places like Tomago. And I couldn't be prouder to back in those workers. I know what it's like to go into those pot lines. I haven't worked in a pot line, but I've spent a lot of time in pot lines, and they are hot. They are places where, you know, you're breathing air that's got, you know, lots of things in it, and it is just, it's hard. Basically, it's just really hard work to work in an aluminium smelter, but it's critical work. It's work that we need Australians to be doing, and they're good, well-paid jobs. They're smart jobs, and we must continue to support those workers and their jobs. The other interesting part about this big announcement is that it's going to back in this critical metal into the future. It's what, when we talk about a future made in Australia, and you hear that talked about a lot here, this is what this is. It's backing in our manufacturing. We learnt during COVID that we stopped making a lot of things. And I know that the previous government and governments before have treated our manufacturing industry very poorly. This government is backing in manufacturing. It's backing in industries like the aluminium industry. It's backing in Tomago aluminium. And that's what a future made in Australia really means when we talk about it. So we've got this plan to back in local manufacturing, local jobs, to invest in the future,
Tomago Aluminium wants to be able to run on renewable energy, but it's going to take some time. And this $2 billion incentive is going to help bridge that gap. I back it every day of the week, and I back the jobs of aluminium workers and Tomago Aluminium.
The question is the House to now adjourn and give the call to the member for Dawson.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. I rise today to provide a brief of the major flooding events that's been happening in the north of Australia at this present point in time. We are now in the recovery phase, although I'm asking everybody to please still be careful because there is some more rain forecast, be it for the next day or so. But I would like to say a big special mention to the disaster management teams, the local disaster management groups of Mackay, Whitsunday, Burdekin and Townsville, who have kept our people safe and kept the whole event organised. Also like a big shout out for the first responders, the police, fire and ambulance. The job they've been doing is second to none. And our SCS workers, well done to those guys and girls. And last but not least, the community. The community is bound together. It's what we do in North Queensland. We look after our mates. We get together, we make sure that our elderly are okay, we make sure our neighbours are okay, we make sure that everyone around the whole area is okay. So well done to the community. In my electorate, Mr Speaker, I'm very fortunate to say that we had no loss of life. Unfortunately, a little bit further north, there was fatalities. And my thoughts and prayers go out to the victims and their families in this very difficult time. After we could start to move around, I started to travel to the smaller towns. So my first stop was to Gumloo, and I caught up with the kids at the Gumloo school, and some of the parents and the teachers, also some farmers, and just to see how they fared. Unfortunately, some of the farms are not going so well. And then I was off to Garoo, and Garoo, there was quite a bit of floodwater went through houses there, businesses. I met Zoe, who was pocket rocket actually. She's a black belt in karate, but she was mopping out all of her hairdressing salon. So hope you get back up and running as soon as you can, Zoe. There's a car collector there, and he had a lot of cars go under. The post office, the corner store, all had water through it. So that wasn't very good at all, but they're a very resilient community at Garoo and got straight back on with the job. At Kungulla, they had water in houses and everything as well, and some of their community assets as well. Nome, the little community of Nome had a lot of fences and a lot of outdoor areas breached. Mr Speaker, one of my major concerns is the sewerage within the area, particularly around the septic and those sort of things that's now floating around the yards. Please be careful. And also damage the farms. We need to make sure that we keep an eye on that. Mr Speaker, what this event has highlighted is the poor state of the Bruce Highway. In my electorate alone, the highway was blocked at Gaganga Plains. Now, the previous coalition government provided $10 million to go towards working the plan out to fix that. Unfortunately, the state Labor government sat on that, so nothing happened. It was blocked there. A T-section at Bruce Highway in Hamilton Plains was blocked. Myrtle Creek was blocked. Albert's Road, or Peters Flats, as the locals call it, was blocked. Wangaratta Creek was blocked. Plantation Creek was blocked, and it's still actually blocked today. Thankfully, there's some heavy vehicles being allowed through. The Barattas was blocked, and at Alligator Creek it was blocked. And this, Mr Speaker, is simply not good enough. This is how we get our supplies up from the city, it's how we get our produce to market, and it's how our families get around and how they get around safely. And to have all these blockages is just not acceptable. And it just goes to show that the Back Our Bruce campaign, of which I've been running and been supported by all my federal compadres up and down the Bruce Highway, is certainly warranted. And what I'm extremely concerned about is the amount of potholes that are available. There is just a Congo line of potholes. And if you could work out a way of putting a roof over those potholes, we could actually save some of this Labor-created housing crisis that we're experiencing at the present point in time. The other thing I'm worried about is the potholes. People are swerving and then potentially running into incoming traffic. So we desperately need some of the $7.2 billion announced by this government, and thank you, Mr Albanese, for that. It has been matched by the opposition, but it's very, very important this money doesn't get spent all down in the southeast corner. It needs to come into my electorate of Dawson and do some good where it is needed the most.
The question is the House to now adjourn and give the call to Member for Werriwa.
Thanks, Mr Speaker. Victories, Speaker, as a local member come in all sizes, big and small. Small victories are just as important as the large, helping someone with Services Australia, the NDIS or a visa. But then there's also the big victories, those that impact entire communities, suburbs and regions. I've spoken many times in the chamber about rapid, unprecedented growth in my electorate. In many parts of the electorate, where fields and market gardens existed just a few years ago, there are now houses and growing communities. Paddocks have been replaced by rows of houses. Despite this growth, the provision of infrastructure, especially upgrading for roads, has been woefully inadequate. The truth is there have been improvements in local public transport, such as 2,000 space car park at Edmondson Park Railway Station. Getting these car park built was a community campaign over years with my colleagues with the member for Macquarie Fields. Another example of a road not fit for purpose is 15th Avenue at Hoxton Park. This thoroughfare, because you can barely call it a road, has been left in the too hard basket for years by successive Liberal governments at both state and federal levels. Ostensibly a rural road, it is no longer fit for purpose given the growth of Austral and the new housing built over the last decade. It is seriously disgraced in terms of both its condition and provision for tens of thousands of cars that use it every day. Everyday road users are stuck in traffic jams, the result of massive disruptions to the lives of thousands and millions of dollars lost to the economy. The need to upgrade 15th Avenue has been known for years. I know that because it was an issue I started working on as a councillor more than 12 years ago. Council's expenditure of $100,000 for an external lobbyist just before the recent council election did not get the commitment over the line. What did was meticulous data and, as the New South Wales Premier put it, being a pain. But more importantly, federal and state Labor government members who value and respect their community. The council petition, active for several months, fell short of its 20,000 signature target by 18,000 signatures. Despite my constant campaigning over 12 years, successive Liberal governments have ignored our community even after they announced the Western Sydney Airport, and Liverpool Council has been ineffectual. Well, those days are over. While the Liberals procrastinate, ignore and deflect, Labor delivers. It was my honour, Mr Speaker, on the 19th of January to host the Prime Minister, New South Wales Premier, Minister for Infrastructure and other New South Wales ministers to announce a joint federal and state government funding agreement of $1 billion for 15th Avenue. Let me be specific. This is not a promise to upgrade the road. It is a guaranteed commitment from the budget, and it will happen. So the announcement that the Liberal opposition will match Labor's announcement is nonsense. Labor understands the needs of Western and South-Western Sydney. We understand the commute. We understand the distances between home and work, and home and shopping, home and leisure. We really do get the importance of a well-functioning road network. And I understand because I've lived there all my life and I learned to drive on this road. And if the $1 billion upgrade of 15th Avenue isn't enough proof of Labor's commitments to our local roads, then it is on top of the $19.3 billion Western Sydney roads package that was announced in the last budget. Over 22,000 vehicles travel along the congested 15th Avenue every day. 8% of those are trucks. By 2041, it is estimated that an additional 63,000 people will be living in the area. So the upgrade of the road is not only good news for now, but it also future-proofs it for our future residents. And the benefits for improving the connectivity with the Western Sydney Airport are obvious. I genuinely thank the Prime Minister and the New South Wales Premier and Minister for Infrastructure for their support for my campaign. It is yet further proof that far from forgetting the South West, it is forefront and foremost in the minds of our government both at New South Wales and state levels, and more importantly, the funding is in their budgets.
The question is the House to now adjourn, and I give the call to the honourable member for Menzies.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, there are over 1.4 million Australians of Chinese heritage, and we have recently seen the culmination of the Lunar New Year festival period, also known as Spring Festival or Chinese New Year. As an electorate on the new boundaries that will have the largest Chinese diaspora in this place at 29% on the census, I want to say how grateful I am to represent this community and also how much I enjoyed attending so many festivals in the community. This is the year of the snake. I was born in the year of the snake. And can I say, and apologies in advance to Hansard, Xin Chun Kuai Le Gun Chi Fa Chai. Can I thank all of the organisers of the many events, including Michael Zhu of the Zhejiang United Association. We gathered at Riverstone Estate in the Yarra Valley and joined by a lovely crowd, including the founding president, Jing Chen. Can I also thank the FCA, who organised an event in Springvale. Derek Chen is the head of the FCA, also a constituent of mine in my electorate. And I also want to thank his vice president, Chung Jiang Wu. This was an event that took a lot of work, and I want to thank everyone who put it together. The signature event in Melbourne, which attracts the Prime Minister and the Leader of the Opposition, and I think just about every MP in Melbourne and beyond, is the ABAW Lunar New Year event in Box Hill. Can I thank the President, Bi-hong Wang, the Vice President, Richard Shih, Tim Chen, and their committee for their hard work and dedication. You are professionals in every sense of the word, and that was a superb event attended by over 100,000 people. Earlier in the day, I attended the Lighter Offering and World Peace Blessing Ceremony in Box Hill. I want to thank the Linda Chia, the president of this association, Linda Chia, sorry, and it was organised by the Fo Guang Shang Melbourne and Buddha's Light International Association of Victoria, and was also attended by the Venerable Ju Min, superintendent of the Fo Guang Shang Melbourne Association. I want to thank the Lunar New Year Committee from the CYSM, the Chinese Youth Society of Melbourne, who with the HGYS and the BCA, the Bendigo Association, gathered for a Lunar New Year parade and dragon dance in Melbourne. Thank you to Bill Lau, Carmen Lau, and all of the organisers who put that event on. It was my honour to be there. Later in the day, we attended Melbourne's premier event for Lunar New Year, which had the Lord Mayor in attendance and many distinguished guests. Can I single out Christina Zhao, President of the MCBA, and also those who organised it, including Philip Liu, who is a councillor of Chinese heritage, many of Chinese heritage on the council, but he put a particular effort into organising that, and that was also attended by over 100,000 people. Can I thank Michelle Chen and David He and Derek Chen again, who are from The Source and the FCA, who had a Spring Gala event in the Beeson Centre. Can I thank Tony Zalewski, who organised a community Lunar New Year event at the Stables Providore Cafe, and it was attended by over 150 people. Can I thank Selena Lung of the Manningham Senior Club Chinese Celebration, which is the largest club in my electorate. At their event, there were 38 tables with over 10 people on each table, and I was proud to sponsor that event in Manningham. Can I thank Jordan Chen of the Shandong Association, who organised an event in the Box Hill Town Hall, and noting that my principal advisor in my electorate office, who teaches me Chinese, is from Shandong as well. Can I thank the Fusion Arts Spring Festival organisers, particularly Mrs. Zhai and Mrs. Fang, for your event. And can I also thank the Box Hill Hawks for their Lunar New Year dinner. Ed Sill is the president, but the brains behind that is Diana Lynn and your committee. Thank you for putting that together. It's a meld of two cultures, AFL and Lunar New Year. And then finally, whilst not in my electorate, I spoke with Katie Allen, who is our Liberal candidate in Chisholm, and she wanted me to put on the record in Hansard the Glen Waverley event, which was organised by Cecilia Shea and Hong D. Lion and Dragon Association for their event. And finally, Speaker, it is worth noting that this is the first Lunar New Year event with that marked on the UNESCO Heritage List for the first time ever.
The question is the House to now adjourn, and I give the call to the member for Fraser.
Speaker, it isn't news that the electorate of Fraser is one of the most diverse in the country. And with diversity comes vibrance, and Fraser has never felt as vibrant as over the past month. One of the highlights of my year is always the citizenship ceremonies held over the Australia Day weekend. I always find it inspiring to meet our newest citizens and to hear their incredible stories. I was also thrilled to hear that one of Footscray's own became a member of the Order of Australia in the 2025 Australia Day Honours. Kleoniki Matsiaris Garay arrived in Australia from Greece at the age of 18 and has spent her life since then in the service of other migrants from Greece through the Australian Greek Welfare Society, Pronia. Pronia was established to help newly arrived Greek migrants overcome language barriers and to navigate government agencies and services. Kleoniki is a worthy recipient of Australia Day Honours for her long service and embodies the spirit of service that makes our community thrive. Speaker, communities right across my electorate have welcomed the Year of the Wood Snake with events that reflect all the colour and movement of Melbourne's West. Chuk Mung Namoy at Tea. It has been a packed calendar kicking off in Footscray on January the 12th for an amazing event that successfully resisted the elements. On January the 19th, the St Albans Business Group transformed Alfreda Street in the heart of St Albans, hosting tens of thousands of revellers from breakfast to bedtime. Every year I think it can't get much bigger, and every year I'm happily proven wrong. In the spirit of healthy celebratory competition, the Sunshine Business Association mounted a Tet Festival on January the 26th that saw the Hampshire Road shopping street filled with red pockets and red dragons, golden lions and painted faces. 48 hours later, I had to rustle up an appetite and I was in Braybrook for the Kwang Ming Tet Festival. The Kwang Ming Temple is the spiritual heart of Victoria's Buddhist community, and Lunar New Year at the temple is an extraordinary experience. I encourage everyone in Melbourne to seek it out for next year's lunar celebration. It won't be an early night, but it will be an unforgettable one. And this weekend, the Vietnamese community in Australia, Victoria chapter, will bring to a close almost a month of Lunar New Year celebrations. On the 15th and 16th of February, a massive celebration will occur at Footscray Park. Tet is a time for Vietnamese families to come together to honour their ancestors and to look forward to the promise of a fresh start. 2025 is particularly significant for the Vietnamese community, who make up a third of Fraser's constituents. It marks 50 years since the arrival of the first Vietnamese refugees. The initial first group was small in both number and in size. They were orphaned children evacuated from Vietnam as a part of Operation Baby Lift. They were followed a year later by the first adult refugees who had sailed more than 3,500 kilometres, seeking the fresh start that is celebrated at Tet. Prime Minister Malcolm Fraser's decision to open the doors to more than 100,000 Vietnamese refugees came at a time Fraser himself described as one in which the major political parties did not play politics with race or religion with the lives of people fleeing from terror. It was an honourable and courageous decision that changed the refuge and refugee equally. The 100,000 refugees that made their home in Australia have run businesses and raised families. They have excelled in the professions, in community services, in the arts and so much more. They have birthed their children on and buried their dead in Australian soil. Their stories have become Australian stories, and they are as many and varied as the people who carry them. I'd like to share one with you now. About a month ago, I visited a constituent to wish them a happy birthday. Mrs. Thi So Nguyen turned 105 this year and welcomed me to her family home in Canley. Mrs. Nguyen is a mother of 8 and arrived in Australia at the age of 75 to be reunited with 2 of her daughters. It had been years since Mrs. Nguyen had farewelled her daughters as they made the perilous journey to Australia. The 8 children that she raised alone, in difficulty after the war in Vietnam and after her husband had been executed in front of her eyes, had scattered across the globe following the war. It has been many years since Mrs Nguyen has had her children in the same place at the same time, and at 105 she recognises it may never happen again. So as the festivals of this Lunar New Year come to a close, we look to the next, and we look forward to families reunited, to ancestors honoured, and to the promise of a fresh start.
I thank the member for Fraser, and on behalf of the members for Gellibrand, the member for Mallee and the member for Fraser, I too would like to wish all Vietnamese Australians a wonderful new year, and for the first time since Federation, a speaker will say, Chúc mừng năm mới. It being 8 p.m, the House stands adjourned until 12 noon tomorrow.
Yes. I think you've been to all of those multiple times.